It's Bennington here on a Friday morning, 7:06 in the east. And if you're on the West Coast, you're probably either all gacked up or going fishing. I don't know which one right now.
Both?
Yeah, I guess you can be gacked up and fishing. There's no reason you can't be. It is the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Hello.
Absolutely no relation. By the way, the entire time that song was playing, we were acting like Joey Jojo was our producer, and that we were laying it down.
Killing it!
Yeah. And he's just like giving us the, yeah.
This is the one!
Sounds good.
You Beach Boys have a great sound. It's changing all the time. You know what was weird, too? By the way, we're doing a Almost Famous playlist today in honor for our buddy who's he's getting pounded in the press, Cameron Crowe.
They are not taking care of him in the press.
No. They don't have the same sensitivity that he has in his heart.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about Cameron a little later on. But it did lock in with my new favorite TV show, Aquarius, hashtag that damn Charlie Manson. What a weird show this is. It's a fictional show with Charlie Manson.
I haven't seen it. What's the deal?
It just started last night.
I watched it last night.
A nice, Jesus Christ. Clear that throat out before you jump into the morning. Hey, it's me.
It's very early.
TJ Miller's out, so I'm going to play that monster guy. But it was the weirdest thing in the world to think, let's just take the Manson character and have some fun with it. Let him explore a little bit.
Is he not weird enough?
No,
the way he is.
He was just doing odd murders that never actually took place and hanging out with people that never happened. So I don't get it. But then I was sitting there watching it, and I'm like, well, I grew up with like fake Al Capone stories, and I'm sure there were people alive who were like, Al Capone never did that.
But it seems strange. Like, could you not just create a Manson-like character?
And then you wouldn't get the rub that you get from,
Right.
the full-time Manson fans.
It's like when somebody writes a book and makes it seem like a memoir, but it's all fiction.
Yeah, I think it's going to be weird for whatever his little girlfriend is right now to go in there and explain there's another TV show. It's kind of about you. They use your name and likeness, but you do other stuff.
He probably wouldn't remember. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah. Everything's weird. And for some reason, it's another one of those shows that we tell the 60s from the adult's point of view. It's
Right.
no longer like the hippies are cool and fun and the music's great. It's like really on the side of the World War II, the greatest generation.
Right. The times are changing and you're not. Those types.
Hey, this is Pepper. I saw that shit last night.
Pepper, you okay?
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm up early today. You have anybody to talk to before you crack that mic in the morning? Maybe give yourself a nice hack.
Smoked a lot of cigarettes.
This morning?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, right?
That's good for you. Which phone number are we using?
866-969-1969.
Okay, so I've got the wrong thing in front of me,
Here's the correct thing.
which is part of the fun.
That's
and
for
then
later.
And then we normally put up a different number as well, right? On the pad data, we put up even a third different number.
That was a typo. That will not happen again.
Keep everyone on their toes.
All right, 866-969-1969. All right, here's the thing that happens with TV, too. They only believe that there's 2 days to show TV shows, Thursdays and Sundays.
Right.
And they pack you in on those days.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder on demand is so popular. You can't keep up on the actual days.
If you did not have on demand, and this used to happen in a pre-on demand world, a lot of people were hanging themselves.
That's what that was?
But imagine like the pre-VCR world where you had to just say, I can't watch that show because I picked the other show. Like anything that ever came up against Monday Night Football was just never seen. I remember a show that came on called Stanley's Roundup. Seriously, Nick Nolte. Got a ragtime man. Here's another thing about you, Stanley. For some reason, I took your shades home last night. I have the hands of a thief, and I must have been in a car accident and they replaced my hands with a thief's hands. But if I pick something up, I just put it in my pocket or on top of my head if it's glasses.
You're so quick. You don't even see yourself do it.
It's true. I couldn't even testify against myself because I got home and normally I just wear a couple of glasses on my head. But when I took the third glass off my head last night, I'm like, this is odd.
It's more than usual.
Yeah. And then I just went, the perfect rhyme.
I thought I just lost them because I lose them constantly.
Were you so sad?
I was like, oh no, maybe they're in the studio. Maybe I'll go look later.
Maybe I'll have to pull off the freeway and buy this from another guy who also sells oranges.
Sack of oranges and some sunglasses, please. I'm gonna make some juice and block all blue around me.
Has anyone ever stopped in LA and bought the oranges from that guy?
I don't know if they do it. They do it in Florida too.
It just doesn't look as fresh. Oranges are kind of dirty when they're natural.
Right. And then you just got a lot of car dust just kicking up around your fruit. It's not very appetizing.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see in the car dust, but I'd like some oranges, please.
Toxic gas.
What you doing in this town? I think, Cameron Crowe, we were talking about how piss poorly people are treating his... The last time I saw on Rotten Tomatoes, they were treating Aloha with a 10%. Now, I don't normally believe in Rotten Tomatoes because I think they're really just rotten critics.
And they're extreme. Like, they will say something that's okay is the best thing ever. I've seen that as well.
Like every fucking blow up the world movie.
Right, gets like a 99%.
Mad Max is better than The Godfather, according to Rotten Tomatoes.
First of all, I see that it's covered in the San Andreas thing, and I don't know why anybody would want to see a disaster film. It's fucking crazy to me.
Watching the trailer is like watching any of the other disaster films of 2012 or whatever, Independence Day, anything. It doesn't. It's just the same thing over and over again. They could just use stock destroy the world footage.
Also, when you see the trailer, I get it. I see it. I feel like I've seen the movie now.
Right, I've
seen all the things that are going to happen.
All the famous landmarks are destroyed. And here's the other thing. I'm not going to be excited because The Rock rescued his girlfriend if I know another 40 million people in California were killed.
Right.
I'm not going to be like, come on, forget all those other faceless people that were in those buildings. Rock, get your girlfriend and her nephew.
Right. Just someone's dog and someone's elderly grandma. And then you're like, oh, thank God.
Yeah. I wasn't cheering at the end of Independence Day.
No.
Because I still thought, well, the rest of the world is destroyed.
Right. A lot of people died, guys, while you're cheering.
Yeah.
Yay!
Including the president's wife that he just shook off like there's no tomorrow. I think he ended up dating Will Smith's chick. So go over and tell me what the Cameron Crowe Rotten Tomato line is. Because he started so strong and
I know.
He's not getting the love that he used to.
Well, critics don't have the same feeling we do that it's like, if you've done right by me once,
I know.
I have a special place for you. A critic does not feel that way.
I feel that way about bands, though.
In fact, I think it makes them hate that person more. It's like, we expected better from you.
Right.
It's like if you give someone something they like.
I had a friend who was telling me, maybe it was Van Morrison or maybe it was, no, it might have been even Elvis Costello. He's like, if I ever run into him, I'm going to get my fucking $15 back from that last time. I'm going to go, you could never pay Elvis Costello back for what he's giving you, you prick. And I'm just going to say it was Tom Rhodes. Tom Rhodes is the one who said
Tom Rhodes, how could you say it?
It was the one that Elvis Costello, remember he made chamber music or some crazy thing?
Sure.
It's like when Sting breaks out of loot. He's going to lose people.
Elvis gets, into things, he gets into these weird little pockets. Let him do his thing.
Well, I would imagine if you're like, oh, I'm not paying attention, but there's a new Elvis Costello, I'm going to buy it. And then it's like, this doesn't sound like Elvis Costello.
Right.
Like some people think if you're into your thing, you should just do it at home and not, put it out.
That music should be private.
Yes. The weirdness of that though is I agree with you though. If someone said to me, "Are you an Aerosmith fan?" I'm like, "Yeah, I really am." What's the last album you really love? Toys in the Attic, 1975. You know what I mean? Like, if I am your fan, I'm just like, yeah, I'm a fan of that person. It doesn't dawn on me that they're supposed to keep up year by year.
I've got a great example for you. Elton John. No one can tell me Elton John stinks.
Right.
Because early Elton John, there's nobody better. I don't have to worry about the rest of the career. It's not that, doesn't hurt me bad enough that I would take away from the albums that I do love of his.
All right. I forgot. I had this dream like last week, right? That I'm in an argument. And I'm going, no matter who the artist is, they made their best albums in the early 70s, right? And I'm going like this. Neil Young, check it out. Van Morrison, check it out. Pink Floyd, where did they make their best? And I'm just fucking, and I wake up and I'm like, oh, that was a crazy fucking nightmarish type dream. But then I go like this, but I wasn't wrong. Right. The Stones. Interesting.
It's a very truthful dream.
Yeah, I know. But I was like going through like person after person and it made sense to me. But I know that some people will go, they do it with people like U2. There's suddenly like a backlash against U2.
Right.
But no, I'm not. I don't join into that. Yeah. I just like, if you gave me one good album or one good movie, I feel like, all right, thanks.
Yeah, and, you don't necessarily have to love the rest of their career.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to go see Cameron Crowe's movie this weekend because he needs me now. Mm-hmm. He needs me now more than ever.
Most now.
All right. Do me a favor, Stanley. Go to his IMDb page and let's get started. Let's go through and see how much of a break that we should give Cameron Crowe. Okay. First movie was what?
Say Anything.
His first movie was Fast Times. He wrote Fast Times, right?
Oh, that's directing. Excuse me.
All right. So he wrote Fast Times, right? That was his first, nothing before?
Yeah, nothing before. That was the first film he wrote.
Genius.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant film.
And he was very young when he wrote that, right?
Yeah, he was early 20s, probably. Literally early 20s. He wrote that as a book where he went undercover.
Right.
I've never read that book.
I've never read it either, but I have heard that's what he did. And he has a boyish face, so I believe that would have been easy for him to pull off.
Yeah, that's true. And I think I read like the articles in Rolling Stone, but I don't think I ever picked up the book. But he went in there like a spy. Yeah. I remember when I was a little kid, I read a book called Black Like Me, where a guy, I don't know, somehow tanned his face up in the 60s and went down south to see how bad it was to be. He was like a Jewish guy, so he had a Jew fro. So he went down south to be treated like shit. And I was even young enough, I'm like, I think they would just treat you like shit for being a Jew.
Right.
You would have been fine with that down south. All right, so we're going to start with, what was his first?
Fast Times.
Fast Times.
A brilliant piece of work. Still holds up, still runs constantly. What's the next?
Say Anything is that next?
No, his writing. You got to go to him as a writer.
All right, The Wildlife.
Okay, let's stay in with that. Not brilliant, but some real funny scenes in that, and some also really good scenes.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a really long time, but I remember
enjoying
liking it as a kid.
It was one of those things where I'm like, oh, he's trying a little too hard. He tried to take Fast Times and like, all right, now they've graduated from college. What's going to happen?
Right.
And I remember I'm trying to force with Chris Penn like a couple catchphrases. Because I remember Chris Penn was like, it's casual. He would just keep saying, it's casual over and over. Like he would have said bazinga if he was on fucking TV. So I will give him a passing grade on that, but we're not at the same place.
Now it's Say Anything.
Finally, you get to say yours. I think it's a brilliant film.
I adored it when I was young. I loved it.
But also still watchable now as an adult.
Totally. Yeah, definitely.
And maybe best Cusack, up there with the best Cusacks.
Certainly up there. Yeah.
All right, what's next?
Maybe not the best message in the end, right?
What was the message? Just go along with your girlfriend?
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good message for a young person.
Is it?
Yeah. Just like, hey, you're just a kid. You're not going to school. Why not go to Europe and hang out with your chick?
Yeah, but wasn't his big speech to her dad? Some people have aspirations in life, like to be a doctor or a lawyer. Mine is to love your daughter. And
Yeah, I
was
thought it
like,
was. You know what? You should feel like that, even if you're going to get your ass handed to you. I'm going to give him. I'm going to give him big ups on that. And remember, I don't want to sell anything that has to be processed or marketed. I don't want to market anything that has to be.
What was his lady friend, his female friend's name? She was so great.
Iona, was that Iona Sky? Or is that
can't remember what her name is, but she's great. She was like the musician best friend.
Oh.
Iona Sky.
Yeah.
No, not the musician best friend. The we've had her on the show before.
Lily Taylor.
Yeah.
Who came in and was just like electric, just so fucking cool.
She's so adorable in that movie.
All right, what's his next movie?
Singles.
Singles, I'm going to say this. Not a giant success, but a really good attempt.
It's hard for me to say that because I loved it so much when I was young. I was like that and Reality Bites. Like if you watch it again as an adult,
and they came out like one after another too.
And I was the perfect age for those movies because I was like, that's what it's like to be an older kid. Cool. Can't wait for grunge. I thought grunge would still be around when I was going to be in my early 20s.
Well, if you count Nickelback, who picked up their own kind of grunge. So yeah, that's one of those things that it's a failure, but a noble failure. You know what I mean? Like it could have pulled off.
I definitely have to give it a passing grade because I adored it.
It's one of those things too, where people got mad at him for like he was copying in on grunge, but he was there before people knew who those bands were.
Yeah.
Because he was a Seattle guy with his chick. But there's like almost too many stories in there. Like, it's almost like he focused on the least interesting people, Like, instead of really being with the grunge heads, he really focused on these yuppie kids that,
Right. I don't know. I pass it.
Okay. I'm going to pass it too.
Jerry Maguire is next.
Jerry Maguire, I'm going to pass in a big, big way. I know. You hate Tom Cruise. That's the cool thing to do.
It's not the cool thing to do. I don't know if I don't think it's passing for me.
I think it's the second best Jay Moore film I've ever seen. I love Jay in that.
Well, I love Jay in it, sure. But I don't know. Jerry Maguire doesn't do it for me.
Jerry Maguire never is off TV, and it's incredibly watchable. By the way, let's point this out. This is why it's very hard to be Cameron Crowe. He only writes in the rom-com world. And if you make any mistakes in the rom-com world, your movie's fucked, right?
Yeah.
So that's your thing. You didn't like one little monologue or one speech. But let me tell you something. This is closer to being a Cameron Crowe movie of like who he really is now,
very true.
More than anything else. You see the future in Jerry Maguire.
And, with the precocious kid, that's a reoccurring thing for him.
Well, his head, how much did his head weigh? I mean,
8
everybody
pounds.
loved that kid. Everybody was crazy about him.
What happened to that kid?
He just grew up to be like this. Like all those child
Put
actors.
him down.
Please don't grow up, honey. You're so adorable.
And then Almost Famous.
Genius. Perfect movie.
The best.
Perfect little movie.
I could not love that movie more.
But I loved it more than yesterday. You know what I mean?
Every day?
Yeah, every day I love it a little more.
Every day when I watch it, I love it more.
There is, it was like and this is why I think it's so great. It's like Cameron wasn't making up anything in that movie. That was his life. He got it. That movie feels like, looks like rock and roll at that point, just as it was about to become corporate.
Which is probably why it's the perfect Cameron Crowe movie. It's like, it's so personal and no one else could have written that movie. Nobody else could have done justice to those characters because he was in all those worlds. Also, it very easily could have been a movie that you would not be able to pull off because you span from like his personal life and his family and then the chicks and then the band. He kind of hits all of those characters.
By the way, a fake band. which is also really difficult to do, to stick Stillwater in with the Eagles and Allman Brothers and whoever was big in 73. I'm going to guess Alice Cooper now off the top of my head. I'm just going to start going. But that movie, I talked to Dave Marsh about it one time, who was a rock and roll critic for Rolling Stone at that time. And he even said, he goes, I'm right off frame of every scene. He goes, it's perfect. It's literally like I'm looking at my life.
Weird,
you know what I mean? Like, he basically looks at that film like through his own eyes and thinks that it works. But that, that was a really tough one to pull off. Not sure it even did really well at the box office, but it's perfect.
Yeah. I also wish that I could go to a Stillwater concert. I would love to see them live.
I would have rather see the Jeff Beebe project because that's, to me, was the better of all the bands.
The pure shit.
That's because you're old school.
Yeah, I guess I am,
You go deep.
Well, if I see a guy out there who's not getting off, I make him get off.
That you can print.
And the chicks, and he's just doing this tiny little thing.
The whatever.
And someone like Pete Townsend is going to save the world. By the way, yesterday when me and Gail were leaving, Pete Townsend in the lobby. So we call up Joe, said, get down here as fast as you can. And I say to Joe, I want you to meet my dad. And it's Pete Townsend. He's like, oh yeah, of course, yeah. Who is that exactly? And I'm like, it's Pete Townsend. And he goes, I thought so. I really did think so. I thought you were Mr. Classic Rock, Joe.
I was, but
until when? Yesterday?
Until he told me it was your dad. But it didn't hit me until I sat down last night, and I just sat down after a long day and going, "Whoa, that was Pete Townsend I saw."
Yeah, I know.
It just hit me then. I freaked
Ever
out.
since I was a young boy.
He makes the widgets. Roger Daltrey puts them out to the world. That's how he described writing lyrics.
Okay.
Roger Daltrey's singing them.
Okay.
In an interview.
I wonder how Daltrey feels. Roger Daltrey is like one of the few frontmen who doesn't get the love.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? And people have a tendency to bitch about him more or act like, just sing it as it was written, Roger.
You're screwing it up otherwise.
Pete gave you everything. Pete was that band, Daltrey. I don't think anyone calls him Daltrey.
They should. They should start. Start right now.
Dalch.
Daltrey and Daltrey should fucking tour.
Just be the front man, Daltrey. I'll be the guitarist with Mystique.
Liz says, Cameron Crowe I gave her my heart. She gave me a pen. And it's all happening. You can never thank him enough for that.
Can't.
Although there's a single scene that I kind of hate. And that's when, the way that the kids acted when he thinks he's introducing Penny to Stillwater, and he's doing that dumb face where he's looking back and forth.
You don't like that scene?
No, it's a little too overacting for me.
Oh, I think that scene is so cute. Do I know you?
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the kid's face.
Just him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just his reaction to it.
Yeah. I can't get anybody to understand me on this show. Just everyone's always like, what?
What do you mean?
And then I have to re-explain. All right, what's next?
Vanilla Sky.
Vanilla Sky. All right. It was an attempt. It was a failed attempt, but some amazing scenes in that film.
I'll pass it for doing interesting things, going places. It was not my favorite thing.
You would actually give it a pass for that?
I would give it a passing grade for effort. You know what I mean?
Like, you haven't failed him on anything but Jerry Maguire
so far.
And I think I've passed him on everything.
You have, yeah.
And I'm going to give him this too, because like I said, yeah, there can be interesting failures.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, next.
Elizabethtown.
Oh.
You
never watched the whole film?
Never made it through.
I've seen it a couple times. I really like the opening scenes where they're going to Nike.
Yeah, yeah.
There's something about that. I love the fact that somebody. First of all, I don't think anything could fail that big today because there's too much checks and balances. but I was actually thinking about this with the Aloha movie, where it's like he knew for a long time this was not working out.
Right.
And like we said before, we didn't see anybody out promoting this film.
You're right. You normally see, especially with that many big stars, you normally see them kind of out and about too much. Like people will be out.
No, there's no press junket for this one.
Yeah.
So this was definitely a not pass.
Yeah. No pass.
And mainly, I mean, just there's such heavy-handedness with the girl. Although the Skinner scene where the building's on fire and all, and the cover band is playing while the building's on fire, and they just keep playing, and the water comes down. Fucking beautifully shot scene.
Well, there's always beauty in his films. Even the ones that aren't good, he has beautiful, sweet, thoughtful moments.
Yeah, his heart weighs 8 pounds.
Yeah.
But then he also gets a little saccharine sometimes. Like if he's got, but like I said before, with the rom-com, there's so many fucking places to make mistakes.
Yeah.
You can really blow it in a rom-com.
You can definitely go in the way of from rom-com to like chick flick, as they call it, where you're going way too sweet with the.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it's the weird thing about this, it's the chick flick, but always from the guy's point of view. You know what I mean? Like normally a chick flick, the problem with it is it's like this girl trying to find Prince Charming,
right?
But our fucking problem is, you know, when the guy based one, it's like the guy's Prince Charming and he doesn't know it. And you're just like, oh God, you're really embarrassed to be sitting here. But also, he had a terrible lead actor. That fucking kid is awful in Elizabethtown. That kid can't act at all.
Yeah. I think that's really what had me shy away from it. I think I felt like kind of cringy with the
it was cringy, but that kid was no good.
Yeah.
If he comes in, I'm gonna have to tell him, I'm sorry, dude. You're just not good.
Just stick to being an elf.
Oh yeah, he was an elf and he was a pirate.
Yeah, Orlando Bloom.
Okay, but you can hide both of those things in that kind of thing. He hasn't had any movie work outside that at all.
Yeah, I mean, he had that kind of hot-fired name for a little while where it seemed like he was going to be...
Well, his average was like 225 million, right? His first 6 films were gigantic. And then he, did Elizabethtown. Ugh.
Not good.
No good. No good for you. You stink. All right, what else?
Then I did Pearl Jam 20, and then we bought a zoo.
We're not going to go into his doc work. By the way, Pearl Jam 20, no arc that story. No, seriously. Pearl Jam was the same today as they were in like 94. There's no change in the music, personalities, look, nothing.
Pearl Jam, still jamming.
Yeah, there was no, and then we shocked the world when we changed direction with this. Never. Just even flow. You remember this from the early 90s.
Woo!
Do it again. Yeah.
Still love it.
Now, talk about somebody that you're like, are you a fan of them? Yeah, I am. But what, 2.5 albums?
Right.
I haven't really listened to them since.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't say that I'm a fan of theirs, but it's not like out of disdain for them either.
I'm a fan of theirs.
I appreciate them.
They could have after their first 2.5 albums, they could have put out a best of album. There was really strong stuff there.
True.
And I know you're supposed to pick between Nirvana and them. I don't have time.
You don't have to. No one can force you to do that.
Well, they tried to force me to pick between the Beatles and the Stones.
What did you do?
Stones.
Oh, good.
How about Blur and Oasis?
I went Oasis. I know the cool thing is to say Blur, but I went straight up Oasis.
What about you?
I was Oasis at the time, but now I think it's cooler to say Blur.
Yeah, I know.
It's cooler, but let's all be honest.
Yeah.
Oasis.
Let's be like me for 5 seconds and be honest.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, you don't have to tell me to be honest like you have to do over there to him.
Yeah. I appreciate your honesty, by the way.
Too late. It's already there.
What?
It's already out there. It doesn't need to be appreciated. Like appreciating the sun. Why bother? It's there before you and it'll be there when you're gone.
I curse the sun. It hurts me. Very pale.
Why are you so pale?
I burn. If I go into the sun, I just burn. There's no tanning.
Let's do a thing then on the hottest day of the year.
Okay.
Let's remember this bit where we lash him to a tree out front.
Okay,
See how
good.
long it takes him.
Why am I still? The show's over. Why am I still locked? Is anyone going to come free me?
No, I just want you to think
We
of
can
the
Periscope it.
last thing that he said, and then remember that deep voice from a half hour ago. No, he's way up here. But he came in this morning like this.
You just needed some vocal warm up.
You got any fried potatoes in there?
I love you, boy.
Give me the mustard.
What's the next movie?
We bought a zoo.
We bought a zoo.
Oh boy.
That's all I remember.
Yeah.
We bought a zoo. It's good for the family.
The trailer. The trailer alone. I was
It's very
obsessed with it.
Disney-esque. Very Disney-esque.
I know some people in my house were getting annoyed because some people kept yelling, "We bought a zoo!" all the time.
I might shock you here and give it a pass because there was.
Really?
Well, I really wanted to buy a zoo by the time I was done.
Sure, it's great. Bunch of animals.
I mean, when that. I don't want to give it away for people, but when they thought nobody showed up to their zoo, but it was because that big tree had fallen,
Yeah.
and then they went out there and they stole the Field of Dreams idea where all the people were lined up.
Yeah. Touching.
Mm.
How'd you like ScarJo in that?
Well, she's good in everything.
But again, I'm not going to give up on her like you people because she gave me a couple good moments early on. And I don't care that she's running around. I think her name is Tiny Waist. She's the hero named Tiny Waist.
Mhm. Big bust, tiny waist.
Boy, you're really just running people down today, huh?
But big bust is a good thing to have.
Yeah, but the way that you said it was there was a
No.
superior thing there.
No.
There was a little bit of a superior thing.
I don't feel superior to her bust. I'm in awe of her bust.
So I'm gonna go see Aloha now based on all this. Hi-oh.
Yeah, actually,
Hi-oh,
like,
Cameron.
when you kind of line them up, maybe there's a couple you don't enjoy, but I think it evens out. Go see it, guys. Be supportive.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'll go.
This weekend though. Because it doesn't do you any good. It doesn't help
Has
him
to
at
be
all.
this weekend?
It's the only thing that'll help him.
It's the only thing that matters. That's all they care about. The people who are his bosses. They just care about that opening weekend.
Oh,
It's
boy.
the only thing.
It's a lot of
Are
commitment.
you gonna be there, Stanley?
I'll be there. I'm gonna
Joey
go see
Jojo,
Aloha.
can we count on you?
I'll be there.
He's gonna get my 1350.
You saw the screening last night, right?
Yeah.
Don't say what it was,
Okay.
because we're gonna save that. But did you like or not like?
Loved it. And I would recommend it to everyone.
I heard some good things about it.
Nice.
I'm supposed to say it later,
Yeah.
but we are. What do they call it when you're not allowed to say what it is yet?
Embargoed?
Yeah, that's it. We're embargoed.
Ah.
I feel like it's
Pretty
shouldn't be
cool.
used for ships, not like human beings. Like this, I'm embargoed from saying anything. Just say you can't talk about it. Embargoed is for
Well,
ships.
they would do that except for instead of having the phrase, there's a word,
Yeah.
and that word is embargoed.
It should be stuck to maritime law.
Why?
Because I think if you say the word embargo, anyone's going to think about ships, not
It's the product that's embargoed, not.
Yeah, we're
just
not
the ship.
embargoed.
Okay. I see. I thought they were embargoing us.
No, we're
No, they don't
fine.
embargo people.
Okay.
They embargo the product. The product can't come out yet.
I was thinking about that the wrong way the entire time.
God damn it! I ought to go back to my morning voice.
I've been embargoed.
He likes the way I embargo. I like the way he embargoes. So anyway, that's us. This person, Rachel, says, I cannot love Vanilla Sky more. Tom Cruise's best performance ever. I'd probably agree and still not give it a full pass.
Right.
There's too many plot holes. But
There's a lot
there's
of plot-
amazing scenes in it.
There's amazing scenes. That's why I'm going to give it a pass. I think that I did not love it, but I feel like, he was trying something cool. He was trying to do some cool shit.
I don't know if you ever do a remake, you know what I mean, of a Spanish film, and you can sit around and say it's an incredibly cool thing to do. To me, I'm like, oh, I'm having trouble writing right now, huh?
I saw this movie. It was pretty cool.
But still feel like you and Tom Cruise, the biggest movie star in
Right.
the world, are tight.
Right. It's just a little case of writer's block, maybe, is what this was.
Well, I mean, that's what we're talking about. If you look at this thing, it's suddenly become tougher for him to, be personal.
I mean, I don't know I don't think that he's lost something, though. I think, this is just he's growing, changing. He's a growing boy.
Well, sometimes you got to see, where that, let's take it back to albums. Sometimes you're like, oh, that's on an awful fucking streak. But then you're like, oh, I see, that's leading to this.
Right.
But you need a little time. I'm going to go see Aloha. All of us are except for Gail.
I'm going to go.
Gail's the hater.
I have to go this weekend, though. It's got to be this weekend.
You can do whatever you want. We know what we have to do to help him. If you want to go to the Dollar Theater next Wednesday, sure, that's not going to help him.
I like the price. The price is right on that.
Sure it is, but you're going into the old mall. And some of the seats have just plastic covers over them.
One's a milk crate.
Yeah.
Also, they had bed bugs last summer, so I'm a little worried about it.
God, just even the thought bed bugs.
They're
There's-
burrowing
Just
into your
freaks me out.
skin as you're watching the movie.
Do they burrow into the skin?
They
Bed
bite.
bugs?
They actually bite. They bite.
They bite.
But they're so tiny you can't even see them, right?
Yeah.
I think you
Now I'm
can.
itching all over.
But they're tough to get rid of. But actually, there's a theater kind of close to me, and they had to put a sign outside that said, "We do not have bed bugs. Those were rumors. Everything here is fine."
Sub Dick spread this rumor about us.
Yeah.
There was a bed bug infestation in here once, a few years ago.
No, yeah, I
Yeah.
had that happen at an old job as well. And the pure terror. And it felt really weird. Like people had to be
Burned? Yeah, burned.
No,
Yeah,
but
they had to burn them.
quarantined. They actually
They had to be
said
embargoed.
they were embargoed. They were sent home and they couldn't come back for like a week because they had to debug their whole house and debug themselves. Scary.
It's just bugs, though.
Yeah, but they're so itchy.
Yeah, but I mean, like, no one has ever died from bed bugs.
No.
From
Like they have-
suicide.
like they have-
Suicide.
From fleas.
Which is how I would die from bed bugs.
Just hanging yourself above the bugs.
Just say bugs were here.
Well, you went out of your way to bring this up so you wouldn't have to say you wouldn't support Cameron Crowe this weekend.
I'll
You're gonna
support
go to
him.
bed
I'm going to
bug.
go. I'm going to go. I'm going to support this weekend. I didn't know that it was just this weekend.
Why don't you go this
support,
afternoon where the numbers really help get things going on the
Yeah.
West
but
Coast?
I got somewhere to be tonight.
Yeah, in Aloha
So do I. I got somewhere to be. I canceled it to support Cameron Crowe.
for CC.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that there's even a desire to support somebody when they're down?
Mm-hmm. Especially there's probably someone who's successful and you're just like, he needs us.
He needs us. We're here for you.
What do you need?
We're all here for you, CC.
I wonder if anybody calls him CC. I'll just call him Chocolate City and see if he gets the whole, backstory on it.
I always say, you set the fire in me, CC.
That's good.
You guys remember that song? That song is good.
Sure. We're from planet Earth. We know music.
I think it was about Cameron Crowe.
I hope it was.
Little.
I hope there
known
was
fact.
finally something about him. Other than just Fever Dog, the song that he co-wrote.
Fever Dog. Gosh, I would love to see them. Love to see that he should do.
Well,
Put Stillwater back together.
I don't think they were actually playing, though.
They were. They had to learn those songs. They did learn.
Sure they did.
They did.
I know that's the word on it, but I'm sure there was a lot of overdubbing. All you have to do is watch that, and they're not playing and singing live.
Well, fine. Then just have them do what every pop star does. Just go out and pretend.
Good. That's
I don't want that.
that's your generation.
I don't want it.
My generation still doesn't let the Monkees in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Although we did let in Kiss, so might as well let in the Monkees.
Floodgates
Might as well
broke.
let in the fucking Archies. If you're going to put Kiss in there, what's the difference? Oh, we let cartoons in? Go ahead. Get ahead in. By the way, when we do our best of 75, there's probably got to be some Kiss in there. I think that was the live album.
That's true. That's like kind of prime Kiss time, isn't it?
Not for anyone that was over 7 at the time, but
Right.
all those 7-year-olds have grown up and they still love them just
Right.
as much. The day that fucking Kiss was in here in full makeup, there was people running up and down the halls like Like they
Really?
were 8 and Santa Claus showed up. They're like, did you see it? Did you see how big his shoes are? And I'm like, yes. Those shoes have been big for 45 fucking years.
There were spikes, too.
What are we fucking excited about?
You think they'd be excited for Guar coming in? I mean,
Well, they didn't grow up with war. It's not the costumes. It's the fact that they
costumes.
It's the fact that they loved it when it was a little kid. Muppets were another days and people fucking freaked out here. I'm like, first of all, it's felt. You know what I mean? And second of all, those weren't even the original people who did that shit.
You'd think they'd go crazy when Big Nazo shows up.
That was a weird reference, and no one else got it. You know, like JoJo's over there acting like, I get it.
I love that guy.
And then,
No.
and then Chris is suddenly like trying to type something.
yeah.
Big. How do you spell Nazo? Fuck.
Fever dog.
Scratching at my front door.
And then Entourage is next week, right?
Yes. The
I'm sure
tiny cast of Entourage.
I'm sure you'll be at that
I
first
will
fucking
not.
viewing.
Stop
Thursday
it.
night.
Just
She's going to the Thursday midnight.
come on, guys.
Jumpin' Jack Flash wants to be there to see that, and you're going to go with him and be supportive.
I don't know. Maybe I will go with him.
He's going.
I know
Cameos.
he's
The
going.
cameos alone.
This is Guy Sex in the City.
I know it is.
Instead of buying shoes, they get jet skis. That's the only
Right.
real difference. I don't know. How many people do you think watch that show on a weekly basis? I don't know why they think that there's, this $50 million weekend. They're pushing the shit out of this movie.
I know.
It's on every commercial.
All I know is it's always on in my house, but
The show itself?
yeah.
Wow.
Now,
Watches reruns, huh?
Is this an ironic thing? Because we're still actually watching this. Like,
No.
we're still actually consuming.
No, guys like that show.
You
Yes.
liked it, didn't you?
I'll say this. I never missed an episode.
Right.
It is the dream of when you're a young man to hit it big and then take your friends
Right.
with you. If not, you and your friends grow apart.
That's very
There's
true.
no reason. First of all, there's no reason for guys to hang out. There's only 2 reasons for guys to hang out together: to feed each other's addictions and make the addictions okay,
Mhm.
and B, if you're, building a garage or a barn or something,
A
Right.
then
project.
you if you have a project, then you should hang out.
I would,
But
I would say also a sporting event, but that also plays into
It's
the first
addiction.
one.
Yeah.
Drinking.
look, if you really act like me and that guy are tight, I dare you just to spend fucking sober time together. And you'll say, I don't know why I'm sitting next to this motherfucker. I got to get out.
Are we getting drinks or is this it?
And you still have all your same buddies from when you were young, right?
Yeah, kids from high school. Yeah, dudes from high school. Yeah, and it's all we do is drink. If we're not drinking together, we're not hanging out.
And you haven't had one of you die yet?
I've had not the closest friends, but I've had a few other friends of friends and guys I knew that I was friendly with die. Yeah, there's been.
But you
plenty of
haven't
kids.
lost one of the solid members of your crew.
No,
That'll break you up.
I
As
can't.
soon as
Yeah.
that fucking guy ODs.
It's fucking bender time.
Can't imagine.
Yeah, Bender time is what's going to kill him, by the way, also. Now, do you feel weird ever when you're just when you look up and say, we've been drinking like this now for 18 years?
I haven't had that thought yet.
Try it next time. Just
That'll be tonight then.
hey, look, we're doing the same thing that we did in 10th grade, drank and made fun of each other.
That's same situation. I don't know. I think maybe it's different with girls though. But I also don't really congregate the same way other women do. So
You don't run in a pack?
no,
I don't think
I've always been bad at it.
I think most women don't do that once they find somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I have two groups of girlfriends and they still kind of run in the pack. They still spend a lot of time with each other. They still text each other every day.
Now, do women spend sober time together?
Women do spend sober
Yeah, they
time
shop.
together. They,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or they'll get lunch, they'll get coffee, things that don't involve.
Guys never get together for lunch.
Yeah.
That'd be sick.
Liquid lunch.
Exactly. You do have friends that'll start drinking at noon until you close the bar with.
Sure.
That's a fucked up feeling.
But I think for me, I have actually been like confronted about not being one of the
good
gals.
friend?
One of the gals, yeah. As it was a fight many years ago with me and a very close friend, and she said, "I don't feel like you're putting enough into this relationship."
What?
And I was like, "Well, we're not sleeping together, so I don't know what you're talking about."
Anymore. We're not doing that anymore.
That was a phase we were going through.
But see,
And
here's
she was very offended by that. Like, why would that be what made us spend more time together?
But some people want to feel, well, she was probably doing a hose before bros,
Right.
but I feel that like most women, once they, I don't know, there's something really strange about adult friendships. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because the friendships have so many fucking rules to them when you're
Yeah.
a kid. And if you still keep your kid friends, you still have those rules.
Yeah, I
hanging
think
around.
that's probably what it was, is that she kind of was still holding me to the standards of like 17-year-old version of myself. I was like, I don't really think that we could spend that kind of time together anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like, I think it's great when you haven't seen someone for a long time and then you catch up. Isn't that a nice thing when we do that? As opposed to see each other like multiple times in 1 week.
You like the idea of catching up every couple
Yeah.
of years. I'd rather it just fucking drifted away. I think it's easier to deal with there. Because then you look back and you have like good memories about all this shit. You're not
Sure.
you're not sitting around doing stuff like, well, they took my pancreas. I mean, that's not where you want to get with your old fucking running crew from high school.
With catching up, like every few years, I feel like it's like diminishing returns. Like the first time you catch up, it could be fun, but then the next time it's like, all right, we already caught up.
Right. We've done this.
Is there one of your pals that you ran with that's out?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's one guy that just kind of went crazy, and it's like we
don't want to hang with you anymore.
You're too fucking nuts. This dude got physically kicked out of an apartment because he got too fucking whacked. Like it's like you can't fucking hang out anymore.
So in other words, the guy who showed a problem, right? This guy who showed that he's having some reaction to this lifestyle,
Right.
abandoned.
Get away from him.
So much for your, gang, your old friendships, because that is what happens with dudes all the time is like, oh, one of us has gone off the rails. Well, fuck them. Let them die in the street.
Sure. I thought you were going to say this person was like not into drinking anymore, not into hanging out, maybe his like wife and kid, but it's like he went too far the opposite direction.
He struggled with the exact thing that was brought in to that gang. There's always that thing too. They're like, I don't know about him. He's getting fucking wired. And everyone else is getting high anyway. He's fucking nuts, man. I can't deal with him anymore. And you're like, whoa, okay. So that's how it is. But that is true. Every fucking crew has that thing of the one guy who they decided, oh, we act like partying is important, but he does it too much. Because
Right.
everyone thinks there's some kind of balance, Like there's a lot of addicts, if they look over and they see one dude smoking crack and they're like, oh, that's fucking gross. You're like, really? Because everyone else is just snorting the same product.
That's dark.
Oh, he shoots dope. Oh, no.
I would never.
We snort it. We take it through our nose like gentlemen.
Like gentlemen and ladies.
But that, we started this with that entourage thing. That's why the worst thing that could happen to you is like success at 22, where you still have friends like, where's mine? Break me off a piece of this fucking Kit Kat bar. Like, I guess I need 4 houses.
Was weird in that show. It took like 6 seasons for him to get a drug problem, though. It was like late in the series before they introduced like them doing drugs because of that porn star, I believe.
Well, they always smoked weed, and but those guys are pussies to me. The ones who are like, we party, but not that. Shut the fuck up.
I think Vinny has a problem.
And he would act like fucking his brother was a leech. You didn't fucking belong there. You're not managing anything. You're carrying his fucking jacket.
Yeah, that's actually the worst thing is not only do you have to like bring your friends along, but then employ them at things they're probably not good at.
No, of course he's not going to be good at it.
Like, but he's from down the block from me. He's got to know what he's doing.
Right. I'm very qualified. I'm his best friend, and clearly I'm going to do a good job at this.
I know exactly where Queens Boulevard is.
And then they end up yelling at the fucking star. I had your back during all that shit. Really? You mean when I was getting movies and you were getting fucking paid good money to come with me to meetings?
I was at that table read once. Do you remember that?
Fuck you.
And apparently this is all based on the one guy's life.
Wahlberg.
Yeah. And I guess that's supposed to be Wahlberg's brother. I guess they're making fun of the fact that Johnny Drama was the first guy to make it, and that brought them all out.
Right.
And then they ended up laughing at him like he was a piece of garbage.
Thanks for nothing, Mark.
Yeah, I'd be just sitting there looking at that like, I know who the fuck Drama's based on.
Bullshit. These are new kids.
Where's he from outside of Boston? Is like, you know, it's always like things got a little rough when we were younger.
Yeah, sure it did, Mark.
I beat a Chinese guy's fucking eye out with a stick. I don't want to hear that story again. That's nothing to be proud of.
Does he brag about that?
Yeah, he's bringing it up.
You're also Marky Mark at the Funky Bunch. That's a little more fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
but before that, I beat a Chinese guy's eye out with a stick. It's pretty fucking crazy. I went to juvie.
The mean streets of Dorchester.
Well, Dorchester's not the fucking easiest place. You know, I don't fucking doubt that he, you know, didn't grow up looking like those fucking kids from The Fighter. But he pulled his pants down with the Funky Bunch, and the nation fell in love.
All I know is if he was on that plane on 9/11, he could have saved us all. He said it.
I know
These are
he
my
did.
Words.
I know. He said it might have went different. That's all. It might have went different.
That's all I'm saying.
Mark Wahlberg, American hero forever.
What was the deal, too? How was he supposed to be on the plane? It was like he normally takes that plane?
Either that or he had the flight booked and had to miss it for
How
something.
many people fucking come up with
Seth
that?
MacFarlane had that too, I think, because he said he never missed a flight, but then he missed the 9/11 flight. And then James Woods, did he miss it, or he saw the guys?
He saw the guys. But let's go back to Seth MacFarlane. That's our loss. That's the nation's loss.
We've never had the Cleveland show.
Thank you. Or A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Or Ted 2.
You win some and you lose some, America.
Ted 2 is going to end up being a hit. You watch.
It's going to be a huge hit.
Yeah.
I'm sad
Was
Mila
Ted-
Kunis didn't work out in the first one.
Wait,
So-
what? She didn't come into Ted 2?
Amanda Seyfried? She's the girl.
Seyfried.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it is Seafried. I've actually.
Seyfried?
I don't know who this person is.
Yeah, you do.
I just never heard the name Seyfried
I think
before.
you don't like her. You have some sort of personal.
She was in Mean Girls. It's this girl, Mamma Mia, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I don't like her. She was mean to somebody on a talk show.
Yeah, that's
I can't
what it
remember
was.
who it was.
She was
be
very,
mean to anyone.
She was like dismissive of like some artist, like I would listen to that. I'm young or something like
yeah,
that.
right.
Right?
Like, what when I know the Beatles? You know, seriously, I saw her doing this thing.
I was in Mean Girls.
Like, like everything was nuts. And I just wrote her name down. I wrote Siegfried. Get even with that bitch.
I knew that it was like something personal.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what it was, but I knew you really took it hard.
She's going to rue the day.
I can't remember, but it's like somebody was like with Paul Schaefer's band, and she was like, whatever, Clapton.
Right. It was something really ridiculous. Like, I'm a millennial. I wouldn't know that.
I'm glad that I could forget the experience but keep the hate.
Right. I don't know why, but I don't fucking like you.
There's some fucking reason, and there's a good one. I got a problem with you. Now I got two problems with her. Ted 2 is the other one.
Did Ted 1 do well?
Really well.
Yeah, it was gigantic.
Yeah, it made like $100 million. Probably over that.
I don't think
Probably,
Probably, I'm going to just throw it out there.
probably 100 billion. Then.
It made all the money in the world. Everyone saw it.
But it was a teddy bear that farted. You know, it was really great.
Drank too.
Drank, smoked cigars, all the bad stuff.
he is up to no good, that Ted.
No,
Yeah.
but for some reason, no one was ever weirded out that a magical teddy bear existed. And they're like, how are we going to get money? I'm like, you got a fucking talking teddy bear. You never have to worry about money again.
You're seeing a fucking gold mine, Mark Wahlberg.
Go get a fucking tent. Go around charging $20 for people to come in. Jerk it off.
Do you remember there's this talking fucking teddy bear that drinks and smokes and whores? We gotta go see this fucking thing.
Everybody would want to see that.
It's $800 a ticket. Take my money.
You know what I like about Ted though? He tells it like it is.
Yeah, well, sure. He's going to do that.
Doesn't take shit.
I think this Jurassic Park 8 is going to be good, though. Super dinosaurs.
I wish Ted was in that.
Yeah, Ted would be great in that fucking movie.
See, the Raptors are good this time.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like my Raptors evil.
You know what started that fucking problem?
What?
Terminator 2, which all the fucking assholes love. They're like, it's so great. The Terminators come back and like people. And ever since then, we're all supposed to like the villain.
Let's turn it around.
And they're still moving on.
How are we supposed to train raptors, though, to be friendly? They're domesticated?
How are we supposed to teach Arnold Schwarzenegger to be friendly? Hasta la vista, bitch. Talk about a forced line. What are the kids saying now? Like, what is the term right now that means that's boss?
Like kids, like in the Los Angeles area. Oh, it's like Spanglish. The new Terminator looks totally insane. The Terminator Genesis, where they gave away like the big plot point in the new trailer, it's fucked. I can't believe.
And why are you shocked by this? It's like people sitting around like, could you believe how bad Rocky 5 was? Yeah, because Rocky 2 was bad, you cocks. Because movies aren't supposed to go on indefinitely. I don't get it. And then everybody's going to show up the first weekend anyway.
No more squeakles. Let's get done with them.
That's all people like is squeakles. As a matter of fact, I was reading a thing of how many non-squeakles just blew up on the launch pad because people will not go out and see it unless they've seen it.
Yeah, that's what they're blaming Tomorrowland tanking on because it wasn't from a movie or a book or a sequel to something. It was an original, so that's why no one wanted to go see it.
Tomorrowland 2 is going to be great, though.
Yeah, I can't wait
real
for
well.
it. Like Tron 2. Like no one would go out and see Tron, and yet they fucking went running out to see Tron 2 all the years later.
Right.
I think we brought up just how soulless that fucking thing looked yesterday.
The Point Break?
Yeah, I mean, and there's no reason for it. None.
Yeah, there's no reason to have these two characters have the same name as Point Break characters. Like, why? It's clearly not the same
It could have
movie.
just been Gary and Jeff, the guys who fucking use wingsuits.
But if they would have been Gary and Jeff, the guys who wore wingsuits, we wouldn't have paid any attention to that whatsoever. Right. And now I see people going, it looks so bad that I have to see it.
No.
And that's how that's how they fucking win.
That's how they snakes on a plane you.
I got snaked on a plane.
Did you?
Yeah.
Joke was on you, right?
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
And by the way, there wasn't even as many people as everyone acted. They acted like it was going to be a giant opening. Right. It was like 15 million.
Because you couldn't top the trailer because the trailer is about all you can take of that joke. It was like a great short film, but you can't sustain snakes on a plane.
Samuel Jackson never should have got a chance to work again after that. That should have been, you know what, dude, this proves you're not a fucking draw.
We're taking your SAG card and ripping it up. I think that's how you stop careers.
I think so,
legally.
Too. And like in Brandit, like in the movie Brandit, which I now want to bring back. I want to reboot.
Branded 2, or is it just going to be called Branded?
Son of Branded.
So it's really confusing.
That was the best when people used to do that, like back in the 50s and 60s, where they would just go, and no, this was called Frankenstein's Bride. You know what I mean? Instead of Frankenstein 2, they would just come up with weird scenarios.
Like, look who's talking to.
Whoever did the 2, was that Godfather? Was that the first 2? We're not trying to come up with a full title for it?
I don't know really where that started, but that's definitely the standard now. Well, I don't know. Some of those things have like the subtitle.
Yeah, I'm saying no
Catching
subtitle.
Fire. Or something.
Yeah, none of that stuff. Just straight out 2. Who was the first one to do that? That would be the big fucking news of the day. If we got that, God damn it, we're famous from this point on.
If you give us that, it's gold. We're golden.
Maybe there was like a B movie that had 2 after it, but I can't think of anything.
Well, give me the B movie.
I can't. I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, so you faked that. Wait, Dan feels like he knows.
The Godfather 2 was the first major motion picture to use part 2 in the title.
What was it? Because we didn't have you turned up.
Godfather 2. First
Okay,
major
that's the one
motion
I just
picture.
said,
Yeah.
though.
First
So
one.
you came breaking in like you were going to give us some news?
I was confirming.
Why
This is a big
you weren't.
confirmation.
You came in like, I've got this. I looked it up on Google. But all you had to say, this would have been better.
Yeah.
Ron was right. You guys were fucking mocking him out, but he was 100% right.
No one should have mocked you. You nailed it.
My
Thank you.
apologies for all the mocking we did.
Get ready down.
Like that would be the answer.
I felt like there was a B movie.
The 50-foot woman too? Guess not.
Oh, that was called a 51-foot woman.
See, that would have made more sense.
Mhm.
Or 50 Cent foot woman.
Who used again instead of 2? I feel like somebody's squeakle was again.
I have no idea what you're talking about then.
Like instead of saying 2.
Yeah, I
number
get
2.
that, but I
Oh.
have no idea. I've never heard this concept.
I know somebody did it. It was like a really bad.
Godfather again. That was Godfather 3.
That was my favorite one.
Yeah.
Or maybe we could just call sequels another Godfather.
Well,
And another is the third.
well, we definitely need a new way of doing it. And the reboot should, if you're going to do a reboot, it has to have something else. You just can't call it Miami Vice. And then have nothing like the fucking TV show Miami Vice.
I got suckered into seeing that.
Because then people are just like, which? Now you have to answer.
But don't you like it when they will do like Starsky and Hutch, and then in the last scene, there's the real Starsky and Hutch, all fatter and balder
Right.
and
It's like
shit.
a wink
like-
at us, the audience.
Yeah. And they're like,
I know what this means.
and then it's always like, hey, nice car. That doesn't even play into the
Right.
plot line at all.
Right.
That's the beauty.
It's like a fun Easter egg for the audience.
Well, an Easter egg, it should be tough to find, not just standing there in front of you.
This is the worst Easter egg hunt ever.
Somebody wrote to us that they did a live Seinfeld on stage, like UCB or one of those, where they just took the episode and did it like they used to the Brady Bunch.
Right, but not the actual actors.
No, the actual actors are actually very wealthy.
Right.
They don't need to be going to UCB and doing that. They're driving around drinking coffee with comedians in classic cars. But it's almost like that's that weird place that we've got with Seinfeld now. It's more like the Brady Bunch than anything else, It's just that comfort food.
But yet it holds up. Don't you still watch Seinfeld?
So does Brady Bunch.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. The Brady Bunch means the same thing it did today as what it did then. No one ever looked at the Brady Bunch differently then when it came out than they do now.
Can I ask you a question about the Brady Bunch?
No.
Please.
I want to keep that to myself. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Why was it necessary to have them have previous marriages with the 3 kids from each previous marriage coming together?
Because it was a shock that they were all the same age.
But is that couldn't the Brady Bunch just have been a show about a big family? Like, I don't think that they played into their past very much.
Well, the point was, here's these girls who lived in one way.
Right.
And then the boys lived in the other way. And then they were forced together.
But it's not like they were like hooking up or anything. That wasn't unnecessary for them to be not related.
Well, first of all, I mean, I guess you're right, but there's no reason to be in this conversation about it. It wasn't even big enough to them then.
It's just something I've considered. That's all I'm
Sure.
saying. I just would love an answer.
Here is Bill. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I kind of got struck in the stream of consciousness when you were talking about squeakquels, I guess. The next Star Trek movie will be when the Borg and the humans get together to fight a greater foe. Yeah, after all the time with the Borg being the ultimate villain, now they'll get together with the humans.
Yeah, I don't know even a goddamn thing that you're saying. None of these words make sense to me. I'm not a Star Trek guy.
Borg was the bad guy, a bad alien race in Star Trek. So I guess the next one.
But they already did that years ago, right? Didn't they?
I think they teamed up with the Klingons.
The Klingons or the Romulans or
Them
something.
too, yeah.
So yeah, they've already done that gimmick. Here's John in North Carolina. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Bennington.
Yeah.
One of the cheesiest sequel names was from Alien. The second one was Alien. It's been an S.
Well, most people like Aliens better than Alien, but it was on the other night, and I attempted to watch it, and this is the one that James Cameron did.
Right.
I couldn't make it through.
You prefer first Alien?
No,
Singular.
I don't prefer any of the aliens.
You got to pick.
I find them all dull and boring. The alien thing has never been something I've been a big fan of. Don't get it.
Pretty cool, though.
What part is cool?
Alien part.
Seriously? Do you think that they're good? Oh, okay.
It has two mouths.
Here's Shane. Shane, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Ronnie B. How y'all doing? Hey, I'd like to go with part deux. Part deux.
Part deux.
D-E-U-X.
Yeah, I forget that. This is kind of interesting. Mike writes in, I'm giving all the credit to Led Zeppelin 2 for starting the trend. Give me the year on Led Zeppelin 2, because he may be right.
1969.
All right. Really? That came out in 1969?
Zeppelin 2, yeah.
It's really weird the way everyone always considers Zeppelin a 70s band and not a 60s band.
Yeah, I thought that came out in the 70s.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But see what year the first Led Zeppelin came out. Also 69?
69, yeah, both 69.
So they put two out in 69, which people can't even imagine that now. But a lot of bands would have, like, within their first 2 years, 4 albums out.
Yeah, stretch it out.
All right, I'm going to give that credit, too. I think somebody at Paramount went, why don't we just do what Led Zeppelin did and just add the two? It's fucking easy.
They did it right.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to understand it.
They did it, and they're real fucking heavy, really heavy, like Aquarius, man. You got to jump on the Aquarius bandwagon.
I'm going to get into it.
It's going to be over soon too. It's like a mini series, but they don't call it that. There's like a standalone season or something.
Right.
Last night was the last Louis.
I know. Yeah.
Did you see it?
I didn't.
I saw
Florentine. Florentine was fucking great.
Holy shit, was he funny.
First of all, he's a really fucking good actor. And then where he went with it was fucking hysterical. Because the funny thing was, he was very Florentine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, It wasn't like, oh, Florentine's playing a character.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're like, oh, boy, that's Florentine with a little less success. That's Florentine if a couple things didn't take off for him. But he was terrific in it. And Louis was very, very funny with him. But it was another bizarre episode.
Was he playing himself, like using his own name?
No, they never
Right.
used his name at all.
No, he was just a comic.
Yeah, they went out of their way not to make up a name because it would have been too weird for people. Here's Jim. Jim, you're on the back.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the classic Tom Selleck hit, Look Who's Talking 2, T-O-O.
T-O-O.
Yeah, wasn't that witty?
Mm-hmm.
That's right up there with Squeakquel. Here is Lauren. Go ahead, Lauren.
Hey, to go with your Again sequel part, I have Bring It On Again. Being a mom of a cheerleader, I know all those silly movies, so
Oh yeah,
definitely
so
one
they
of the
did.
better ones.
They did do the Again
I
thing.
knew there was an again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Peace out.
Peace.
You all mocked me.
There's also when a series gets to the third movie, they usually go like Jaws 3D or Step Up 3D,
Right.
just so that they can put it in 3D.
I would just call it the turd. You know what I mean? Like, it would be a playoff on the third.
Money grab.
It'd be Jaws the turd. But didn't they even do like Herbie the Love Bug rides again back in the fucking 60s?
Right. I think that was one of those silly titles. But then why is it that, I don't know, I think that everybody should have the 3D. Maybe Godfather 3 could have been 3D.
Couldn't have been any worse. I like that when people act like it never happened.
Yeah.
It's just like best two movies ever.
Right?
The Godfather.
We don't need to
because
discuss
there's literally
anything further.
very little connection in theme, feeling, anything. It just
I have never seen Godfather 3.
don't even
And
bother.
was advised by you not to.
Sometimes I hold a grudge.
Mhm.
Here's Ben. Ben, go ahead.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Hey, the 21 Jump Street movie, the redo with Channing Tatum and all that, had the original cast at the end, Johnny Depp and all them. They looked like shit. It was
Johnny
corny.
Depp doesn't look like shit, but
Well, he
He's
did
well
in the movie,
maintained.
for that role. He looked kind of like he was, like he had it pretty rough.
I don't think so. He just looked like Johnny Depp. That's somebody that, by the way, just had the magic walk for a long time, and now everyone is turned on.
Right.
Like he's almost considered shit these days. By the way, this is how weird New York was. The New York Post did an article the other day, and I think it was called something like "George Clooney sucks."
Yeah,
was the
that
name
was
of
yesterday.
it. Yeah,
Why
find the actual headline.
What purpose does that serve?
Well, he's a lefty. You know what I mean? Like they'll really go. They love it when anybody that's a liberal fails, and he's had a couple failures lately.
All right, face it, George Clooney sucks.
That's the name of the article.
Written by Fez Watley.
Face it, George Clooney sucks.
And they just trash. And then, yeah, there's a bad Photoshop of him, I don't know, with crutches and a headband.
Yeah, because people who suck can't walk properly. I guess that's what they're saying.
Not going to face it.
All right, it's this dude, Kyle Smith, who trashes everyone. It's this, is there
Who
like...
else is he trashed? Just hit his name. All you got to do, and you'll see the rest of his articles.
He used to be a movie reviewer. Now he does these pieces.
What are these pieces?
They're attack pieces on
give us some.
Letterman. He trashed Letterman.
Well, what's the title?
Letterman's departure is 15 years too late.
Can't fight that. I got to agree with him.
15, though.
Yeah.
Maybe 5.
No. Nowhere even close to 5. Here is Marcia.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to make sure nobody forgot about Honey, I Blew Up the Baby.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Yeah, that title's kind of disturbing.
I like Honey, I Funky Kids.
Definitely.
That was my
disturbing.
favorite one of all.
Yeah, but kids.
Thanks, guys.
I Blew Up the Baby.
Yeah, that's a disturbing title.
Stanley ended up thinking it was Honey, I Blew the Baby, and he wanted to go say it.
No.
Gross, Stanley.
No, I agree. That is gross.
You're on a list.
Oh, please, don't even joke.
It's my personal list, though, where I just write down possible pedos.
Ken in Vancouver.
Yeah, we're just talking about bad movies. I just thought the scene in Ocean's 12 where Julia Roberts played a character that her character was supposed to look like Julia Roberts to make this heist go down. I just thought that was unbelievably bad.
Yeah, you're so off track from what we were talking about, but I do appreciate it. East End Rob.
Ronnie B. The Child's Play movies. I think one of them, the second or third one, had a great subtitle to it. It was Child's Play 3, Look Who's Stalking.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That's a nice one.
Look who's stalking.
Todd in Iowa.
Yeah, the Breaking series about breakdancing. There was Breaking 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, that was
So
probably
after
one of the
every-
greatest fucking titles ever of a movie that no one has seen.
That actually makes me want to see it.
The fact that there was breakdance movies is fucking just so great. Just tells you everything you need to know about the 80s. All right, this film is going to be about breakdancing.
Electric Boogaloo.
I saw some kids breakdancing when I was driving up here, and I thought it's what they'd go out and see. Turns out I was right.
It's all the rage. That and graffiti.
Yeah, there is some of those graffiti movies.
Yeah, Wild Style, I think, was the big one.
Love it.
Mine was something 182. What with Timothy Hutton? and that was his handle. And it was something 182. And
Turk 182.
Yeah, there you go. And the last scene, he was, way up high trying to do his Turk 182. I forget, it was on Brooklyn Bridge or some big building, and the entire city of New York had come out with I have to see this. Yeah, they were all fucking happy. And see, Turk 182 was actually his brother's badge number from being a cop, and nobody would take care of him after he got hurt. So it all ended up meaning something. Brian in Raleigh, how you doing, pal?
The one I thought of the movies was Three Men and a Little Lady. But then, this can happen in TV, too. After, when, MASH was over, they had After MASH, if you remember that.
Yeah, it didn't last long, so. But Three Men and a Little Baby, I'd like to remake that with Stephen Curry's daughter, because she's just adorable.
She is a doll.
She's adorable. Libby says, I enjoy Grease 2 way more than the original. Let's bowl, let's rock and roll.
You're crazy. I respectfully disagree with that.
I do admit that the Australian guy was really good in that movie.
Yeah, killer.
No one's really that. And he ended up becoming a cool rider.
He's a cool rider. That scene is hilarious.
My favorite thing is that the little girl from that movie grew up to be on Louie and also Bobby.
Pamela Adlon. Not Amala Padlon. Pamela Adlon. I have oral dyslexia.
Just let it go, dude. Just never talk past your punchline. You came up with the most fucking hilarious line ever. Amala is here. Listen to me. I've got the answer. It's
Amala. You know Amala, right?
Here's what's funny. While you were saying it, I could see the pain in your eyes. Like you knew something was horribly wrong.
Why don't you just enjoy it?
Yeah.
You knocked it out of the park.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
And then just give me a thumbs up like it's cool. Got it?
Thumbs up.
Like what I'm doing for you?
Loving this shit?
Yeah. You should be feeling that way.
More where that came from.
You're kind of like our doped up friend that the rest of us have outgrown.
Oh, no. It's not good.
That guy that you turned your back on. And all of you did it at the same time?
It was a slow progression.
Yeah, that is how it is.
Were you the
friends.
first one to turn your back?
Oh, no. No.
Maybe we better not call him.
Go.
Remember how weird he acted last time?
Nick Nolte, is that you?
Jimmy, Shaolin.
Good morning, Ronnie. Listen, Jaws the Revenge was the biggest piece of shit. You kill a shark with a fucking boat?
Hold on, this is great news. Richard Jennings alive. Richard, stay where you are. I'm coming to get you. Yeah, you're doing somebody's act from the 80s. You don't have to get to Jaws, that one, before you fucking blow it up. They all stunk.
Yeah. Well, the second one is pretty ridiculous.
The first one is nuts.
What?
Oh,
No.
I thought we were all having fun with that.
Yeah, Jaws sucks.
No, I'm not following.
Jaws is just a ripoff of Orca.
Killer whales were badass anyway.
Orca's so much better.
There's so many things that tried to rip off Jaws, and one of them I think was just called Paul's, about a grizzly bear.
Scary.
It's the same exact thing. Let's just set it up. There's a summer lodge.
Actually, Alien was pitched as Jaws in space. It was apparently pretty much all that was said in the original pitch. Jaws in space. Come on, guys. Jaws in space. We're knocking it out of the park.
That actually does work for me, though. Joe, Crooklyn.
What's up, Ronnie B? How about the sequel to Saturday Night Fever, Staying Alive, where Travolta goes to Broadway to become a dancer? Oh,
yeah, he's right. That's gay. Not like fucking disco dancing in a white fucking suit,
which is the straightest thing a man could do.
Yeah. This belongs to the Puerto Ricans. I can't take this trophy.
That last scene was so fucking crazy. I remember it vividly because my mom loves Staying Alive. And it's like, we're gonna watch this movie now. We're gonna watch the sequel. Like,
the sequel was Staying Alive.
I mean, Saturday Night Fever was the first one I made.
Is your mom's name Amala?
No, it isn't. Close though.
I'm just gonna start running it at the mouth. I have no idea what I'm saying right now. Freaking the fuck out. I don't know how to stop. Someone please grab my legs and bring me down. Yeah, well, you would not go from a disco dancer to being on Broadway. It's two different styles of dancing. If anything, he would have went on to become like a male dancer.
Sure.
That would have made fucking sense.
Imagine if they had thought of Magic Mike back then.
Yeah, he would have been the Magic Mike guy. But they've, by the way, you know who fucking directed that piece of shit? Stallone.
Really?
Stallone directed Staying Alive. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And he turned it into a Rocky movie. Like he was getting cut. They're going crazy out there. Like if you watch it, people are just yelling shit like it was a boxing match.
Yeah.
He's going for it. There's no way for him to stop it.
The chick is like scratching up his chest and he's bleeding.
Yeah, he's
during
just
it.
trying to fucking.
What is he doing in this moment? He's dancing?
Yeah, he's dancing on Broadway, but the girl who's with him doesn't like him very much. So she just really takes her long nails and just keeps scratching him throughout the fucking movie. His eye is bleeding. Yeah, it's nuts. And there's like and I saw it in the fucking theater.
Holy shit.
And there was a certain time where like things weren't going his way, It was like, I don't know if I can make it on Broadway. I don't know what I'm doing. And he just opens up the closet and there's the white suit and he puts it on and just starts to walk. And like, as soon as he saw the white suit, everybody in the fucking theater started clapping.
Wait, how'd they know?
Because they'd seen the first one.
Oh. I thought you meant the theater, like the Broadway theater, like while he was on stage in the play.
No.
It's like he came out in his white suit.
Yeah, that was one fucking nutty ass movie. That just proves that Scientology didn't work. But he was in the best. Like that fucking shape that he was in was almost like the beginning of guys getting cut and shaving down. So like he was able to put out like diet books and shit like that. And it was literally the last time that Travolta was ever in shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like from that point on, he's like, fuck it.
Keeping the shirt on.
Yeah. And, putting on a wig and flying around in my own plane.
So oiled up, too.
He's
there.
going for it.
That ain't oil, let's sweat. All right. He's working hard out there.
What kind of play is that?
Yeah, it was fucking nuts. It was like Dante's Inferno, the play. You know what? When you think about it, it really wasn't that different than that Vegas fucking movie where the girls showgirls,
Oh, yeah.
Remember at the end of that, like, it was supposed to be dramatic dancing, and you're like, I don't know, I don't see any difference in titty dancing. All of them have their tops off, no matter where they are.
Yeah, it's elaborate choreographed titty dancing.
And that girl that scratched them up, she was like a daytime soap opera star back then.
Well, this must have been a big get for her at the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Like, she was heading places. There was no doubt about it. There was no stopping her.
I don't see how this movie could fail.
Good old Cynthia Rhodes.
I'm getting really annoyed that this Gail quotes is just fucking blowing past Ronnie B quotes.
Nothing could stop Ronnie B quotes.
It's starting to look like it. James says, worst sequel of all time, Caddyshack 2. We've got no one from the first movie. The Meatballs, there's like 8 Meatballs too.
I actually, I remember seeing Meatballs 2 and just being like, why did I do this?
Well, I saw it before Meatballs 1, so it was fucking cool to me. That introduced me to the whole Meatballs thing.
Have you ever seen a sequel before the original? Or seen a sequel and not the original?
Damn, that's a good question. I'd have to think about it a little bit, but it's not normally my way.
Right.
You know?
I know that I saw Terminator 2 before 1 because I was young. I can remember it because we had, what was it, that trend? It was like Laserdisc or something.
I don't think it was Laserdisc.
Yeah, it was something like that. But I remember we were all very excited, whatever this new format was. And I remember seeing Terminator 2. And everyone was discussing 1. I was like, there's a first one? This one's great. That must be amazing.
That's very weird. I'm sorry I let that happen to you.
That's all right.
It isn't all right. You would fucking be able to get what the whole thing was about. Because I think the first Terminator is great. You know, I really do. I think it's like a really smart,
right? It has an
fucking
actual
good sci-fi. Yeah,
good premise to it.
Yeah, and after that, it's just like I have no idea what they were doing. People are like, yeah, but there's so much more action in the second one. Like a motorcycle blows up.
Shapeshifter is a shapeshifter.
So cool.
Yeah. Here's Ezra, Strong Island.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with Staying Alive, man. That was a young man's journey to find himself. And I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking around. He was, he realizes that he was really I'm this bastard. I've always been this bastard, but it's okay because it comes natural to me. He says that to his mother, and he realizes how much of a shithead he's always been, and he tries to change his ways. I think it's a really insightful film, honestly.
Dude, he would have had a better shot of being a bullfighter than he would have a fucking Broadway dancer. It's an amazingly stupid fucking plot line. You just don't go from being a fucking club dancer to Broadway. It's a trained thing that takes years.
I'll give you that. But you need to suspend your disbelief in every movie, don't you think?
Not this much.
But what about the part where, again, his journey, Tony Manero's journey from, he's still a scumbag in the beginning of the movie. He treats that girl, that really, beautiful dancer who's in love with him, he treats her like shit. It also has and then he goes to his mother and he realizes that he is a shithead and he tries to change. And it's also got one of the funniest lines that I think in movies, where he says to Frank Stallone when she brings girl, he says, "Oh my God, did you see how you said hello to him? It was so sweet. I almost got a cavity just listening to it." That's a great line.
Ezra, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Long Island.
Okay.
I got it.
Makes
All
sense.
right.
We still love him, even though he's getting out here. We love him out here.
I'm going to send you into the big ass prize closet and give you a prize, buddy. That was the funniest shit I ever heard in my life. But, this great scene in this movie, he comes in, who's standing there? Frank Stallone, right? And Frank Stallone, he's just eating meatballs out of a pot. Right? He's just sitting there eating a meatball out of a pot. And he looks over, he goes like this, "Hey, Frank, you going to eat all the meatballs?"
The dude is straight up the biggest Staying Alive fan. Like,
there could never be a bigger.
There cannot be a bigger one.
He would go to Comic-Con to meet the fucking cast from Staying Alive. There's this fucking amazing scene in the movie. So you gotta stay with it, right? This is about a boy's search, right?
He was on a journey.
There was a thing where the guy that the whole scene was set up so he was supposed to prove it to his dad, right? And Staying Alive. And then his dad wanted too much money, so they never brought him back. So it was just his mom sitting there. He was like, I thought his mom always loved him.
It really changed.
Out on Long Island, that thing, they're still fucking playing it. They're still showing it. It's got everybody in the movie. Joey Travolta's in it. You got Frank Stallone. He's fucking popping.
Cynthia Rhodes.
Patrick Duffy comes walking into the place. He's fucking out of his mind. That's the funniest shit I ever heard.
I've never heard anyone talk in so much detail about Staying Alive. And no one has, I think, ever.
No, he still has the fucking VCR tape. Best fucking scene in any movie ever. Joey Travolta comes walking in. Look, he says to John Travolta, "You look like my older brother." Everybody's going nuts. Then Denny Terrio comes walking down the street and says, "Remember me? I'm the one who fucking taught you how to dance in the first one." That's the best fucking story I've ever heard ever. We need to break here, huh?
Yeah.
First break of the day.
Yeah.
Be back with more of the Almost Famous soundtrack. This is Bennington. Stillwater. It's a mid-level band trying to...
Ow! The sound is incendiary. Incendiary.
Well, what about me, man? I'm incendiary too. Now, I just want to go over, this is Gail Ann being a rube buying into it. Earlier today, you tried to tell us, no, those guys really did come together and be a real band.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that's Jason Lee singing that fucking song. There is not a single thing that sounds like him there.
Maybe not him, you're right. But I know that they did, like, take serious guitar lessons and stuff. And
everyone does. You know what? When you're in a race car movie, you also practice and go to the track, and you're not really in the movie driving.
It's still real to me.
I know, it's still real to you, damn it. All right, this is the Bennington Show. Doing the Almost Famous soundtrack because we're going to support Cameron Crowe this weekend.
All of us are.
Yeah, all of us are, no matter what's being happened. You know, there is a story, this is up on the iBank today, and it's about pizza, and the guy from X-Men, which one is it? There's the two old men that seem like they love having fun.
It's Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart did not try pizza until 2 years ago.
What?
It was his first slice of pizza, and he went on the Twitter and he tweeted out, pizza's good. And everybody just thought it was the fucking funniest thing ever.
It's the first time it came to the Bronx, is why.
You know, he let Gurion off the fucking mat so bad, and Gurion's still sending me shit. He let him get away with murder on that Fonzie story. So he put up now this thing of him eating pizza, and he doesn't eat the crust. And the question basically was, and he put the question out there, have you actually eaten pizza if you don't eat the crust? And it is true that there's only a couple things that make something a pizza.
Right. Otherwise, you're just eating cheesy, saucy bread.
Yeah.
Like if you just covered a piece of soft bread.
Now, I remember being a little kid, and my dad would come back with Vesuvio's pizza, which I still to this day consider the best pizza I've ever eaten in my life. And I don't know whether I'm just filtering that through a child's mind, but I know I still ate it all the way up through high school and, you know, dining and dashed at the place and everything else. But I remember I wouldn't eat crust because, like, when you're really little, the crust is hard to swallow.
It's very difficult. I don't know what that is, but crust in general to children is not good. I remember not eating crust. I think you have sensitive gums or something as a child.
Also to try to get that amount of bread, dry bread, down your throat, it just doesn't work. But I remember my family would be furious. How could you not eat the crust? That's the best part.
My dad would yell that shit.
Yeah, I'm just like, all right, give me a chance to grow up. I'm sure I'm going to make it.
There's no cheese or sauce on the crust.
Now it's very dry for my little throat.
It's the warm, tasty part.
This crust is not romancing me right now.
Now the thing though is he's an adult and he should be eating the crust.
Yes.
I know you started late, so you basically are like a pizza toddler. You know what I mean? So I'm going to give you a little bit of break. But it looks like he ate, like, look at the picture here, like 9 pieces, go down for the picture, without eating the crust. That's a lot of crust left there.
Oh, my God.
He ate a pie.
See, and that's not fair, because the rest of us are filling up on the crust. Now you're taking all
right,
the
good
pieces.
point. Good point. You're sliding through. And you know, when you're like a teenager, you do sit there and count slices in your mind. You're like, okay, I'm on my second. I've got to barrel through this to make sure I get a third.
Right.
Still do that.
Uh-oh, my mom's only got one. Shit, she's going to want that second slice. I think there's some, some pizza rules that you have to adhere to. And one of them is an adult eats crust.
Yeah.
Now, do you care one way or another on the... Because it looks like he's using a knife and fork, too, if I'm looking at that.
Yeah, they're both people eating here were using knives and forks.
No.
And you can't do that.
That's not how we eat pizza.
We can't do it that way.
This ain't deep dish.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, come on.
It's a
Pick
hand
it.
food.
Pick
You
it
eat
up.
it with your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a walking food, that's for sure. It's a food that you can walk down the street eating.
Yes. That and like hot dog. There's not a lot of walking foods that
You
are...
can't walk down the street and eat a cheeseburger. That
No.
looks weird. What's that guy you see?
Take a seat.
Here's the only things that you walk down the street and eat. You can walk down the street and eat a hot dog, no
Right.
problem. Slice, no problem. Ice cream cone.
Sure.
All right.
You're welcome to that.
It's a little difficult
Yeah.
with the melting, but yes, that's a walking food.
But it's got to be an ice cream cone. I think you look kind of weird with a cup and a spoon.
Sir, you need a seat. You need to sit down.
It does, because that it's like someone texting then. Like you're looking down. It's too weird.
Set in a cup, sir, Papa Squat.
Yeah.
Like what you're eating has to be, everything in your hand has to be edible. You can't, because basically a cup of ice cream is, now you have cutlery basically. You have to just be able to eat it with your hand. It has to be gone by the time you're done with it.
All right, I'm not doing it. Stop yelling at me.
Okay.
I'm with you on this. Easy fever, dog.
What about when you go to one of those like fairs or something? People are just eating giant turkey leg.
That's
walking
disgusting
around.
to me.
There's a bone left. Doesn't count.
How would you feel about corn on the cob?
No, there's a husk. Screw that.
Somebody's just walking down the street or on the train eating.
You're saying it has to be 100% edible.
Yes.
Everything.
Yeah.
What about your napkin? Also, you got to eat the napkin.
No, that napkin's fine because you got to be cleanly. Like a taco, I think that's fine.
I sat on the train the other day.
I disagree. I don't think you walk down the street eating a taco.
Too difficult. If you're getting some street food and you have to eat a taco outside, you have to, but it's not an enjoyable experience because there's too much stuff that falls off a taco. It's difficult.
No, I agree. A taco, you should really be wearing a manja smock at all fucking time. You should have a manja smock on. Eric in Colorado.
Yeah, hey, buddies. Hey, my wife, anytime we get pizza, my wife refuses to eat the crust, and every time I yell at her, and I end up eating it, and it's like, you're missing the absolute best part of the pizza.
Now, Eric, I've never told this to anyone before, but divorce her.
Yeah, and the thing is my wife's 53 years old, and she said, I've been like that my entire life. And I'm like, this is almost grounds for divorce.
You should not. First of all, you shouldn't threaten her. She should just come home one day and all your stuff is gone.
Do it.
And that's it.
She gets served papers.
I leave a pile of crust behind.
No. Actually, leave a note that said, I told you I wasn't fucking around about the crust. Yeah.
Can I throw one other thing at you?
Yeah.
That movie, Almost Famous, I have a woman I went to high school with, her dad was in a pretty famous band in the late 60s, early 70s, and every time, and I've asked him about it, he says that movie is so close to real life. He said it's not even funny.
Well, you got to tell me what band he was in, Eric.
He was in Sugarloaf.
Sugarloaf actually sounds a little bit like Stillwater.
Yeah, that's a similar sound, right?
Could have went that way. Yeah, well, Cameron was out there on the road at that time. And for some reason, he really likes Glenn Frey, the guy who seems like the biggest asshole of everyone in rock. If you go by that last Eagles documentary.
Jerk off.
And
he was a starry-eyed baby on the road.
He felt the way I felt, though, when I started going to concerts. I just loved it there. Chris and Indy.
Hey, Ronnie B, $1,000,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to bring up the fact that maybe the garlic butter would soften up the blow, and maybe he'd be willing to actually try the crust.
I'd seriously hang myself before I did that.
It's not a dinner roll. It's fucking crust.
Yeah,
on a
I
piece
agree
of
with
pizza.
you. And I hate
And
when
the garlic butter is only from like the chain pizza places.
Yeah, that whole garlic knot thing can blow me. Seriously, I just have no time for it.
Such a strong opinion of garlic nuts.
I mean, it just means that you're in a shitty place.
Now, I have a friend who, whenever he orders pizza, he also orders a side of sauce, and then he takes his crust.
Disgusting.
No.
and dips.
There's sauce on it already. The crust is supposed to be naked. The crust is naked. Okay.
You're in the wrong place.
It's uncomfortable for me even to hear him order that on the phone.
Can I have a gallon of sauce, please?
Gallon.
I need, and throw in some old extra crust.
All right,
in the
here.
garbage.
No, here, let me play the pizza place. Yeah, pizza, what can I get you? And you
Can I have two slices and a side of sauce?
I'm just going to hang up.
What? No. I want to eat food, please.
We put the right amount of sauce on this.
No, but I
okay?
like extra sauce, sir.
Yes, that's why you're going to call someone else. Because you did not deserve to eat our pizza. And then my box would always say, you tried the rest, now try the best. Someone wrote to me, Sheffield has wrote, hashtag Bennington is trending. I don't even think we even mentioned hashtag Bennington today.
I don't think we did. In fact, I was worried that people stopped using their hashtags.
All right, Bill Totham came up with this. But the dog is sitting there with his sad eyes waiting for the crust.
I know, that's true.
I thought you weren't supposed to give bread to a dog.
No, they're fine with bread.
What are they not fine with?
Let's see. Chocolate, obvious. Some strange ones. Avocado, onion, garlic. Mm-hmm. Garlic.
Grapes.
Grapes. Mm-hmm.
I heard dogs don't like citrus either. Like if a dog like smells a lemon, it'll start freaking out.
Yeah, I don't think it's dangerous to them, but they don't prefer
I've seen that
it.
online. I've seen that online.
It's pretty adorable.
Yeah, I know. I like when dogs freak out about stuff.
He's so scared of that lemon.
Yeah, that lemon's going to get him in a bad way. Andrew, Strong Island. Calling from Long Island. I guess you want to talk about... You there, sir?
Yeah, what's going on, Ronnie? How are you?
I was just wanting to see how you felt about Saturday Night Fever 2.
I can't say I share the same sentiments of that previous gentleman.
Bullshit.
I love that dude.
You transplant?
Yeah, definitely a transplant. I grew up in Staten Island, but that doesn't make it much better. I could still have the same feeling.
Yeah.
But I did want to say, when you guys were talking about pizza, I got three young kids, and being from New York, the other day I showed my 5-year-old how to fold his slice of pizza in half, and it blew his fucking mind. He didn't even understand what was happening.
Now that of course you learn in Staten Island growing up, but yeah, the folding the pizza is a very New York trick, mainly because most places where you grow up, you don't get a chance to walk with a slice of pizza.
Exactly.
You know?
Because I know that I didn't fold a slice of pizza when I was a kid.
There was no reason for you.
Yeah. You had a plate in front of you and you were sitting down. But yeah, once I
now you
moved to
fold?
New York, oh yeah, now I'm a folder.
How can you not fold?
You gotta
it's the
know
only
when to-
way.
You gotta know when to fold them all the time.
Hold on. Luke is going to freak out and be angry.
I'm not
about
angry.
people who don't fold.
I fold the smaller pies, or you don't even have to fold it. I fold it then too, because you have to. It's the only way to eat pizza.
You just said I fold a tit.
Oh my god!
Don't fold a tit.
You're
Can't
gonna
fold
hurt
the titty.
somebody. Patrick in Jersey.
Hey, Ronnie, yeah, you know what the worst thing now? All the little kids, I don't know where they pick this stuff up from, but now they all want to dip their pizza in ranch dressing. It's the absolute worst thing in the world. They won't eat pizza without ranch dressing to dip it.
I would kick a kid till he was dead if I saw him do that.
That's a real thing. Like it's like all big on Instagram. Like people just constantly pouring ranch dressing on their pizza. I don't know how the fuck that got started.
I mean, I guess I understand where the flavors complement there, but it's not necessary. I mean, you don't need it. Pizza's fine the way it is.
It's disgusting.
I pour
disgusting.
Pour lighter fluid on it before I pour fucking.
Smart. That's smart.
No one will have this pizza.
No, he'd still eat it.
Oh, okay.
It just tastes a little flammable. That's all.
Jason, Maine.
Hey guys, there's a place here in southern Maine that sells just crust. It's like an entire pizza, but it's just the crust. You can get sauce on the side. It's hugely popular with the kids. Brilliant.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Come on. That's going overboard.
It's not pizza. You're just eating crust now.
It's bread. You've bought a loaf of bread. Of hard bread.
It's a nice bread in a fun shape.
George in Oklahoma.
Yes, Benny, love you. I got one that's it's called a bacon wrap, and it's got 3 feet of bacon on the outside of the crust.
Yes,
It's
I've seen the
freaking
fucking
awesome.
disgusting commercials.
You know what
George, let me just explain to you this. If this is what you're eating, you still haven't eaten pizza yet.
I've eaten pizza everywhere, but it's very good.
Yeah.
And it's very good, sir. I've eaten pizza, and it's very good.
And I've eaten a side of bacon with it. And it was the shit.
Seriously, that's not pizza. That's a fucking...
It's a gimmick. It's crazy food. It's what it is. It's not... It's fucking nuts.
Seriously.
You know what? Also, while we're at it, let's get rid of these stuffed crusts. I can't see a commercial with a stuffed crust.
Again, those people haven't eaten pizza. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
We're stuffing them with bacon tater tots now.
They're the reason that in the future we're going to be banging clones with 4 tits. You know what I mean? Because they're just like, they're the reason action movies are just nothing but action from beginning to end. They're awful.
This must be what real sex is like.
A lot of people sent me that fucking crazy dog robot thing last night. Like, don't send me this shit in the middle of the night. It's too fucking weird. Angela in Delaware.
Hi there. How are you?
Good.
Good. I was just saying I have a friend that loves eating mustard all over her pizza, and it's so freaking annoying because every time we get pizza, you have to have mustard. And I'm with you guys. You can't ruin the pizza.
How old is the kid?
Well, the kid's 14, but the mom does it too.
All right, here's what I would do. I would go and purchase some army boots for him, like steel-tipped army boots, but tie them together with the laces and just start swinging it at his head until he's fucking unconscious. You got to beat his head with those steel-tipped boots until he doesn't get up. Yeah,
he learns about not doing these fucking horrible things.
Now, mustard doesn't even make sense with those flavors. That doesn't even.
No.
Come on.
There's always I can't use the word, but special needs kid. That's what it is. There's always a special needs kid. But don't indulge him.
Her kid's Sling Blade.
Kara writes this. Is it me or is it gross when Hicks says titty? No, it's not you, honey. He is
Titty.
disgusting.
Panties.
God.
By the way, now when it came to the pizza, Ed Rooney just wrote this. Fold or fuck you.
I can get on board.
The old Ezra, the Ezra before Long Island Ezra,
I know.
says,
First Ezra.
I'm not eating no taco while walking. Why should I have to wrestle my food on the go? That's a good point, though.
I agree with that.
Old Ezra is right, you know? I mean, he really didn't get into Saturday Night Fever 2 as much as he should have.
I love Ezra 1. I mean, I love Ezra the Squeakle as well.
Yeah. Joe in Philly. Joe.
Hey guys, how are you this morning?
Good, man.
Thanks for touching base on like people that are mentioning like Domino's and that stuff.
Yeah, it's just terrible.
You've never had pizza then. Ron, have you, because I know you've been through the area, have you ever been to Old Forge, Pennsylvania?
No, I don't believe that I have. It's up near, like, in the Scranton area?
No, it's up in the Scranton area.
Oh, okay. That's how I made the
it's
mistake.
an entire town of just pizza parlors.
Yeah.
And they have their own style pizza. Like, they add their own little versions of it, but it's the only place to get it. People come from all over the place to get, and it's a Sicilian cut, so it's not around.
No, with the Sicilian, you cannot put any toppings on it. Am I correct?
No.
Well, pepperoni.
No, can't
maybe.
go on it.
Can't go on it?
You can't put. It's from the people of Sicily themselves. Get furious if someone messes with that original thing.
Right. It might be the cut, but it's
and that's the whole point with this pizza is like your typical Sicilians are that big thick shit and everything else, and it's just you're eating dough. This is different, and it's almost like addictive. You can't stop eating it. People come from all over. It's kind of like the entire town has more than the average amount of pizza parlors, and they actually have a setup in the town between two places that it's like Pat's and Gino's. They're catty corner to each other, and it's always a battle between whose is better.
All right, what's the name of this town again?
What's that?
The name of the town?
Old Forge, Pennsylvania.
It seems like if you're traveling through that area to stop in there just to see. But I like the idea of any town that acts like we are the home of a certain food.
Yeah.
You know?
I like the sound of this pizza town. I'm intrigued.
Pizza town. Welcome to Pizza Town, ass face. I don't know. I'm looking at these pictures. I'm not too intrigued, though.
Yeah, some of these pictures, that's a little too thick for me.
It's, yeah,
a little
that's
too doughy.
Yeah. Well, you're not a deep dish person, right?
No, ma'am. No.
When you call me ma'am.
Why?
I just don't want it to catch on.
You can call me sir if you'd like.
Yeah, sure, because that's a step up.
What? No higher compliment than being called ma'am.
Lord says, how do you not fold a slice of pizza? I don't ever remember eating a slice flat. Then we get called pizza hipsters.
How?
Because we don't like fucking chain pizza.
I'm proud of it. Proud that I don't.
Waylon says, I hashtag Bennington on my tweets. Even when I tweet about other stuff.
Thank you for that.
Even when I tweeted Fox News, because they are the news. I was watching the news yesterday. I don't know. Were you?
Not really.
Were you?
I'm going to go to Pizza Town.
I don't know if I am now. I might be turned off. If I get a crazy weekend, I might head out that way.
I can tell you, though, when I moved to the city, it was, to me, the most exciting thing that you could get a slice of pizza. Like, I just thought that was, like, the most amazing thing.
Get a slice on the street?
Yeah, I just was in awe of it. And I was like, you could just have pizza all the time. Like, when you live, in the suburbs or somewhere, like, not in an urban area, there was, like, pizza night, and everyone would have pizza as a family. But there's no just, like, I'm in the mood for pizza by myself, and I'm on my way somewhere.
Well, shitty mall pizza.
Yeah, but, not good. Not good.
Not good at all. Not a good thing to happen.
Mm-mm.
Not a good thing to happen to a person.
No, ma'am.
We talked about jellyfish yesterday, and you were saying how grossed out you are by jellyfish.
Yes.
There's a piece up on the iBank today about this little town that, this lake that is incredibly jellyfishy.
Ugh.
Oh, God.
Look at the amount of jellyfish. What's the name of the lake?
Jellyfish Lake Palau.
It's actually called
well named
Jellyfish Lake.
It's in Palau.
Chris, I don't know whether I got to get you a fucking mouse pad, but
yeah,
you are so
know.
fucking loud with
I
that.
put in 3 requests for a new fucking mouse. All right, there's a mouse ball in this mouse. I haven't seen this in fucking 10 years. We're in a digital world. I put in a request for an optical mouse, so you don't hear this constantly.
It's just so loud, dude.
I know. I hate using the fucking mouse.
So desperate. I know it's loud. You think I don't know that
I
it's
can
loud?
feel the fucking sound on my skin. Is how loud this fucking mouse is. It's like it's fucking nails dragging against my eyeballs.
This is what you've got to end up saying to Thumb.
Yes, I told Thumb to his face. I need an optical mouse. Fucking year is this?
Have you told him with this passion, though?
Yeah, I don't think you have. This is how he talks to anyone outside of this room. Taking care of it. Yeah, we got it. Did you and Don work out everything with sales yesterday?
Yes, it is. It's figured out, but and everything. But now everyone's on the same page. Everything's worked out.
Look at the amount of those jellyfish there.
Oh my God.
Those jellyfish are like 100 deep.
Okay.
And they're beautiful, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is I feel like as much as jellyfish are creepy to me, this is stunning. Those look like star nebulas, like floating. It's incredible.
The thing is, if you were here on this planet when there was dinosaurs and you dove into the ocean, you'd see jellyfish.
Oof.
The exact same way as they are now.
They're stunning, though.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
They look like opal. They're like...
This feels like you're tripping. You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of shit that you expect to see when the asset really fucking kicks in. Except for, like, you to hear, like, nicer music going on.
That's fucking weird, man. There's too many jellyfish.
But how many is enough for you?
One is just plenty. And I'm talking normal size, not giant. The giant ones, we should wipe them out.
Okay, I got you. Why don't you beat him with that big loud mouse of yours? How much to dive in that water right there, though, Chris? Well, first I'm going to ask you first, Gail. To dive, cannonball in, deep as you can go, into Jellyfish Lake, how much money would you need?
I'm going to need a Tax-free.
Sure. All
Tax-free,
When I pay off, it's always tax-free.
Beautiful.
$50K.
$50K to dive in there?
I'm terrified of them.
$50K isn't shit, though. I don't know if there's an amount of money that could have me dive into that thing. You could come in with a giant $1 billion check. I'm like, I don't know, man. That's a lot of jellyfish. How about you, Chris?
1900.
1900.
I mean, it's disgusting. I don't think I'll die, though. So for the 1900's fine.
All right.
And you know what? You didn't say tax-free, so that's getting taxed.
Yeah, we're still taxing
I
it.
thought you said it was always tax-free.
With her, not with you.
You have to negotiate that.
I don't like you, loudmouth. I don't like you at all. Hard Rock Johnny.
Good morning, Bennington
Hey.
and Loudmouth. Where did you say this lake was?
Is it Peru?
In Palau?
Palau.
Yes, that lake, you actually do swim. They are non-poisonous, and if you look it up at night, they actually glow, and you can swim in it. It's like a phosphorus lake.
All right, for
And my
non-poisonous, the 1900s
Yes.
is not a bad deal.
It's you do it, people do it for free, and if you look it up, they actually, I think it was in one of the episodes of Survivor that was in Palau. It was one of their when they win.
Johnny knows everything about Survivor. He said that down there, like guys, like if you're with your chick at night and you don't have a condom, you just wrap one of these around your fucking dong and off you go.
Check it out. Check
How
it out
much
at night.
to do that, Stanley?
Yeah, that's fucking almost too much. You're gonna have to give me like $300,000 to wrap a fucking jellyfish around my dick.
And how much to cut off the head of your cock?
It's not
Slice
on
it
the
fast.
table. It's not
Slice
fucking-
fast.
It's on the table.
Dude, I'm doing it one way or another. You might as well take the money.
Jesus. Fuck.
I can't take that loud mouse. Johnny, that's not why you called, though, is it?
Well, I was going to say anyone who folds their pizza should get punched in the face when they're eating it.
That doesn't fold or does fold?
That does. You should never fold a pizza.
Really?
Why?
No. It's like, why don't you just get a knife and a fork and eat it, too, while you're at it?
What? It's a hand food.
Like a slice, like a nice gentleman.
He's
You
being
hold it flat
sarcastic
and
and
eat it.
joking.
Oh,
So much trolling out there.
Thank God.
No, flat slice. I've eaten a lot of pizza in my life.
No, you
Never
haven't, Johnny. You ate just the right amount. You heading down to the shore today?
Yeah, absolutely. My wife's done at work. 3 o'clock, we're on the road. That's it.
Here's the thing, too. While they're driving down the road, they just put some glue in a paper bag and just huff it all the way down
Nice.
to the shore. Yeah.
That's how you get down?
Just real relaxed.
Just take it easy. All weekend.
Let's have a great weekend.
That's why there's paint always around his face when I see him.
Johnny, what do you hear this guy, Brian, from California, what he asks? Brian, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, man? I was just looking up online pictures of the jellyfish lake. There's like people swimming with them.
Yeah.
How are they not getting stung?
What did Johnny just tell you? He watches Survivor. They don't sting. Down there,
Oh,
they
they
don't
don't?
sting.
Oh, that's stupid.
There are some jellyfish that don't sting. They're just, like those transparent jellies. They're not stingers.
Oh.
It's almost like being in a good Puerto Rican neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't stab.
I feel like they would be able to get into your mouth and nose, though. They seem small.
Here's Joe in Hoboken.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
So going back to the whole pizza thing,
Yeah, let's go back there.
there's a pizza place in Hoboken called
Benny Tadino's.
and the slices are unnecessarily gigantic. And
Like what you hear? Yay! See it too.
Joe, what's going on in there?
What? Good.
Accidentally hit the brake when I was doing the pad data. Sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
How does that shit happen with you?
I got scared.
Buttons are right next to one another.
You do that on the Catholic channel, you scare the shit out of people.
The devil's here.
The devil is coming to the Catholic channel.
So, Joe, what's the name of this pizza place?
It's called Benny Tadino's.
Let's take a look at these
I've
slices.
eaten many a Benny Tadino slice, and you still don't have to fold it. Takes you a while, but you don't have to fold it.
No, why would you even get it in the first place? Why in the world would you get a slice of pizza that big? It's people have.
You're hungry.
Yeah, but you've never eaten 3 slices before?
Well, all right, that is true, but like it sucks. It tastes totally fake, and it's like the most famous pizza in Hoboken.
Johnny,
Benny's pizza's not bad.
I'm more of a Gio's kind of guy.
Okay, there we go. This is somebody from the Geos family calling in.
Hey, what can I tell you? I just think Benny's slice is too big. Like, yeah, it's too big to handle.
It's all gimmick for him.
Yeah, he doesn't like fucking large slices. Okay.
They're massive, but they're not a bad slice. And I've
Not a bad is not something to get me to fucking drive over to Hoboken.
Well, I'm not saying you need to drive over to Hoboken and get a Benny slice, but it's good pizza if you're in Hoboken late at night and you're eating pizza.
I'm not going to be.
What are you doing there?
You're not hanging out in Hoboken all night long?
No joking in Hoboken.
The home of Sinatra?
I was still laughing. Fucking Joe's looking around like, got everything straightened out now.
Everything's good now, guys.
Why was that commercial so fucking loud, too?
Terrifying.
Sounded like Pepper was talking for a minute.
No idea why that thing was
Yeah, that's
subjective.
true.
Was that you?
No, it wasn't.
You seem to be run down with your new staff already. It's like you had Dan's crazy fuck up yesterday. Joe's made quite a few.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like you haven't taken any training time with them.
Oh, I've been training them.
No, you haven't.
Very well.
That you're to blame, is what you're telling me?
Confess. Is that what it is?
Which is it?
I need to train them more then.
I don't know what the right answer is. What was the funny joke yesterday about putting up the wrong fucking phone number? Pranks show?
It's not a prank show. That's sloppy typing in the other room.
Sloppy?
Fucking sloppy.
Floppy?
I don't think you can type sloppy.
Well, it happened yesterday.
Oh, you either make a mistake,
right?
You
It's a
type it in
typo.
purpose. It's not sloppy typing. And by the way, I heard it stayed that way for the entire fucking show.
Yeah, I'm going to need a unit in here to see the fucking pad data so I can tell them.
See, here's the thing. That's his only way of doing it.
Yeah.
If he takes full thing. He doesn't believe he can, train properly.
Got to reach the people. Release. Catch and release.
Like, he won't even look at us now. If anything real comes up, you have nothing to do with it.
Oh, I have plenty to do with it.
And listen, I'm being this conversation. That's not going to work. You having yet another fucking screen in front of you. Now, you spent no time training them, right? Let me talk to Don and get them trained properly. Get somebody in here who's going to pay attention to them.
I am paying
Who could come in and what about we bring E-Rock in one day and just go over everything with him? You want to do that?
I'd rather just go over. I've gone over things with them. I'll go over
But
them
they're
again.
not picking up on it. Let's let these guys get E-Rocked.
They need to get Stanley again.
They are Stanley.
No, they're getting
fucking
Stanley again.
crazy. Like somebody was swinging a big loud mouse at them. Hey, is everything? By the way, Johnny, is everything okay with Black Girl?
Yeah, why?
He's supposed to go head to head with Anthony in a debate, blacks versus cops. He hasn't done that yet.
Can't wait for that.
He never.
He was talking to me about that last night. I told him he should. He said he's a little nervous.
And I was ready to do Filtered Excellence, which is his thing every week, and he didn't even put it in. I don't know whether he had a crazy birthday night or what.
He was a little nervous. I was trying to get everyone to last night. Sometimes at the Hard Rock when it's your birthday, they hit you with some flour and they hit you with some whipped cream. So I was trying to get everyone to turn Black Girl white, and he was not happy with that suggestion at all.
Jeez. Seems like racism.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jenny.
Have a good weekend, Benningtons, although I may talk to you later.
Peace.
Bye.
Rutgers Kev says, damn it, I forgot about Friday, hashtag Bennington. Lucky it's on Opie Radio so I can rewind. Bring rewind to Raw Dog. But that's one thing that we never bring up to Don is all the complaints people have.
I have forwarded over complaints.
Give it to E-Rock and let him do the
I got
But
it.
E-Rock will get to the bottom of it and he'll get it done.
I will get it done.
You haven't, though.
I will. I will get it done.
Let's let E-Rock handle it. Let me just go over and check with Joey Jojo. Joey.
Yes.
Would you like to spend a little E-Rock time?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think Pepper's a very competent teacher.
And yet,
you
started fucking the board in the middle of the show today.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe E-Rock time.
Yeah. Let me talk to Dan Perlman, who is a comedian, a writer, and a creative consultant. Dan.
Yes.
How much training you feel like you've had?
Chris has been great with the training so far, but I can't wait to learn more.
But here's the thing: if all this stuff worked, then why is the mistakes?
More training is needed.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if the training was great, how do we have sloppy typing? Let's do an E-Rock session. Would you be willing to do an E-Rock session?
Yeah, why not?
Look, if they're going to go, why don't you go train under E-Rock?
I
for
don't
a
need to
while,
train
too?
under E-Rock.
Just so you can learn
And
how to
E-Rock
do
doesn't
this
need to
stuff.
train those guys. I'm going to train them, and they're not going to fucking type the wrong goddamn phone number for the show anymore.
Let's just do this. Let's just have an E-Rock session.
No.
A week.
E-Rock wasn't even here this week.
Guys, we're family.
Yeah.
We're family.
So what's that mean?
You know, let's be family.
What does that mean?
You know,
It means we
take
love each
care,
other. and
love
stuff.
each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't we want to have a little E-Rock training, though?
Sure, if that'll spread the love.
Yeah.
Sure.
That will suck love out of this family.
Why are you mad about E-Rock?
Because I can train these guys. I'm not mad about E-Rock.
You haven't, though. How quick is this show going to end up on demand today?
I'm going to put it up on demand. It'll be good.
Why are you going to be doing it? That shouldn't be something that you're doing, right?
E-Rock usually does, but he's not here today.
What you should be doing is training your guys to do it.
Then Joe will put the show up on
See,
demand.
he has to goes through like that.
I'll do it. I got it, Pepper.
Hey, John in Manhattan.
Lonnie B, $1 million. Love the show. Funny
Thanks.
as always.
Hey.
Bushwick, Brooklyn. A really shitty area. There's one sort of industrial block where there's a pizzeria. It's called Houdini's Kitchen Laboratory. Amazing. Handmade everything, sausage, local this, grass fed that. Just unbelievable. And the owners are Italian. They barely speak English, and he teaches you a proverb every time you walk in. And the other day he taught me one, and loosely translated, it says, "Pepper Hicks is a untraining, dick-sucking centaur."
That's mean.
Good.
And I don't think
knew
that guy
that.
ever said that.
Well, in Italian, it sounds nicer.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
It's very beautiful language.
Do we need to break here?
One more time, yeah.
Because we're almost at the end of the show as it is.
Yeah, we got a break.
I'm used to E-Rock always being on that thing of, hey, it's break time. Keep your brakes straightened out. We'll be right back. It's the Bennington Show. It's the Bennington Show. Just doing a lot of songs off the Almost Famous playlist. I'm having a fun time when we come in. We haven't been here in the mornings in a long, long time, though.
A long time. Reminds me of the old days.
It does.
The OG Bennington days.
Those salad days when we shocked everyone by saying this is the Bennington Show. And little did we know at that time, we'd end up doing it full time. We thought we were just going to do this a couple of times as a lark.
It's wild. Pretty weird when you think about it.
Now it's in demand. And not only are we doing it we're over on Raw Dog every day, and we're going to be there in a couple of hours. But one of the music channels has asked us to do a special for them.
I know. We've got a reputation.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why we got a reputation.
For loving the rock.
Loving the rock, love on the rocks. It ain't no big surprise.
It's a good reputation to have.
I guess. Loving the rock, it's easy enough.
Sure.
866-969-1969. That's hashtag Bennington. At Bennington Show. I don't know whether, there was so much TV on last night. I don't know whether you saw this. But for the second year in a row, the National Spelling Bee went into a tie. And how can you have a championship that ends in a tie? Now, it's on ESPN, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes it a sport. You can't get around it. If you're on ESPN, you're a sport. So the sport of spelling, perhaps the worst of all the sports, because the championship can end in a tie 2 years running.
That leads me to believe a lot of people are good at spelling then. It doesn't seem like it's a special skill then.
Well, I would say a lot of Indian people are good. A lot of Indian children are very good at it. I don't see any good white kid spellers.
No, I'm a terrible speller.
And adding and subtracting and
Sure.
knowing geography.
Yes, not my strong
History.
suits. None of these are my strong suits. Gotta find a strong suit, by the way.
Did you have a strong suit in school? Was there a place that you would find yourself dominating?
Yeah, I liked English. I liked.
Well, yeah. I mean, we start learning that when you're a baby. Obviously, you could do English well.
Yeah, I enjoyed history, but I wasn't like that necessarily that good at it. I was not like the person who retained a ton of information, but I always thought of school as kind of conversational. I didn't understand why it wasn't like an open conversation.
I felt the same way about school. I remember being in first grade going, why is this old lady holding court?
Yeah, it just seems like we could all discuss this.
There's 30 of us, and I'm sure in a hive mind type way, there's better ideas than just what she's coming up with.
She's got the teacher's edition, so of course she knows all the answers.
Did you ever have like a spelling bee in your...
Mm-hmm. Went out first round.
Yeah.
Because everyone was able to get in. We were all allowed in.
Right. That's how it starts. That little classroom thing is how it eventually gets to last night.
Pretty sure I
with
went
the
out
tie.
first round.
Hey, how would you settle the tie though? If you got to that point, you got to have some kind of shootout like they do in soccer. My idea would be this: shots. Let's see how many of these kids can handle shots.
Here, dead this fucking pint of Jim Beam, and then we go higher. All right, you did that. Here's a fifth. Oh, you're ready for a leader now. I think this kid's dead.
I mean, if you don't like it, spell better, asshole. Then you won't have to get to the drinking.
Now spell Johnny Walker.
Or you could tap out. By the way, Ken Shane just sent me this email. How in the hell is Todd Rundgren not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Well, that goes without saying.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's
I adore
terrible.
him. I think he's great.
Well, what's not to adore? The man's a genius.
When I was younger, a very young lady, I thought it was a female singer.
Todd Rundgren?
Yep. Yes. And then I realized this is a man. But I thought it was like a female singer with like a sultry, like he has a soft falsetto, but I thought it was a woman with a little more masculine tone to her voice.
I'm really thrown off by this. What you heard was what used to be known as blue-eyed soul, what now sounds like racism. To me, Todd Rundgren has the perfect voice.
It's a beautiful voice. The voice of an angel.
All right, my older sister wrote this thing to me, and it goes to show you how much the world has changed.
Mm-hmm.
About a trip that we took to Boston, and she says you were probably close to a year old, which is why I remember a clothes basket in the back seat that you slept in. And then she writes, "LOL." Why is that funny?
Please don't laugh out loud. I was not safe in that basket. That is against the law.
I don't even think she should have traveled. And then Kathy just puts up a picture of the Rundgren album and just puts "enough said." That is enough said. Something, anything.
It does sound really cute, though. A baby just in a little clothes basket. You're like a little baby Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think they would put baby Jesus in a clothes basket. I think they love them too much for that.
You were loved.
Really? Maybe by strangers who wanted to come over and help. Said, crack the windows and let that clothes basket baby. Oh, you had me confused with Moses. That's what.
Maybe that's what it is. He's the basket
I'm like,
baby.
why are you throwing Jesus into a clothes?
Manger, basket, they're very similar.
Yeah. Well, Moses was in a basket and then in the river. Somehow fucking came out of it as a prince. I don't know how he pulled it off.
He's the original bastard in a basket.
Well, you had Moses in a basket, and then the two brothers that founded Rome were also thrown in a basket.
Romulus and Remus.
raised by wolves, though.
Yes. So cool. Feral children.
I'm going to call bullshit on that story to the Italian people.
You can't trust feral kids to build a city, let alone Rome. You can barely get a lean-to together. They're feral. Just fucking hang out with animals.
Why are you saying that?
I'm just saying that it's not. It doesn't seem too plausible.
I believe it.
Most mythology doesn't. Maybe you would get it if Joey Jojo wrote a song about it. That's how we all end up understanding.
I'll do it.
Richie in Long Island.
Brother Ron, how you doing?
Good, man.
I heard you talking about one of my favorite guys, Todd Rundgren. I wanted to ask you, you know his first band, right?
Dinez.
And the two greatest songs on the first two albums were?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and do a
That's
fucking...
opinion.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a test for you. But Todd Rundgren has done this show, 3 times?
I think 4 times.
Okay, 4 times. And he's one of those people, I don't get over that fact. And he couldn't be more regular guy.
Really?
He'll come in with a newspaper and just be like, hey, yeah, blah, blah, But I keep thinking to myself, this fucking Todd Rundgren. I can't get...
Amazing. My only regret was the two concerts I saw him as a kid, I was tripping, so there's only so much I remember.
That shouldn't be a regret. That should make it even better.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's real cool.
My friend's mom was a Todd Rundgren groupie. Band-Aid. I'll say Band-Aid, but she followed him around.
But was she with him?
No, just hanging out for the music.
Well, the ladies love Todd Rundgren.
Yeah. How could you not? That voice.
Upper Darby Zone, too,
I
by
know.
the way. Upper Darby Zone.
Upper Darby Pride.
Yeah, sure. When you see him at the Tower Theater, you're like, okay, he could have thrown a rock from his house where he grew up. And I did see him at the Tower, and for me, it was fucking thrilling. But he is one of those dudes, when I see him. He also is such a great producer, but did that famous Meatloaf album, the giant Bat Out of Hell.
I did not know that. He produced that album?
Produced that album, yeah.
Wow, I never knew that.
There was one of those, I think VH1 2 has done it. And it's one of those where you go back and look at the album. And those shows were so fucking great. But there was a thing where he was like, yeah, I got a phone call and they told me that the Eagles were big at the time and they wanted this to sound like the Eagles. So he's pulling stuff down so you could hear the vocals.
Mm-hmm.
And fucking Meatloaf sounds like the Eagles on this one song. It was I heard that song my whole life and I never picked up on this.
Weird.
I hate how there's so much shit that should be obvious to music, and you don't you never notice it because it hits you on such a subconscious level if you're not a musician.
And if you love music, you can be a casual fan, but it's always fascinating people who just have this wealth of knowledge. It's they look at it completely different than you do.
Oh yeah. They're actually pulling all the parts, in their mind, they're fucking pulling the parts apart and putting them back together. It's an amazing, really great producers. And there's no other job that people do differently. The producers all work differently. You never catch 2 of them that work the same way. We're going to pick this up over on the Bennington Show on Raw Dog. Raw Dog. Let's give out a prize to the first caller with a secret word. What's it going to be, Gail? Any secret phrase, and remember, it's a Cameron weekend.
What should it be?
Yeah,
I dig music.
I dig music. That's what you want your last words to be.
Could be that, or I'm on drugs.
I'm on drugs. We'll pay off for either one of those. I dig. What is it?
And we have a copy of Pearl Jam 20 signed by Cameron Crowe to give out.
Ooh.
I didn't even plan on doing that, something that big, but yeah.
Wow.
All right. You can win Pearl Jam 20 signed by Cameron Crowe. First caller on the Raw Dog Show at noon to come up with the phrase that pays. I dig music or I'm on drugs. We'll accept both. That's it. We'll see you over here and have a great 1973, and we'll see you again in 1974.
You've been listening to Bennington, only on Opie Radio. XM 103, Sirius 206. You can listen to it again by going to Sirius XM On Demand.
That ends Jack White week. It's over for you, Jack. Sorry, we enjoyed you for 5 days, but it's over now. It's Bennington Show, Part 2. Part 2. You heard us this morning over on Opie Radio. We are here. Now, I got to tell everybody right now, I think the morning callers are better than you afternoon callers. I think you better get your asses wired.
Gonna have to step it up.
You got to step up or step out. That's what I say.
Bitch.
Oh, I didn't even think of the bitch part. That was good.
Now they know I mean it.
Yeah, because you added a biatch. The Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Hi.
There's Stanley Bennington over here to the sides.
What's up?
You were behind Jack White week. How do you feel it went?
I think it went perfectly. I picked the 5 most pertinent and best Jack White songs.
I will say this. I enjoyed every single song.
Yes.
There wasn't a song I didn't enjoy.
The band has a lot of great work.
From many eras, from many projects.
Yeah.
Maybe the last great rock and roll star.
I know.
You know, because he did come along after the Foos.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been a great rock and roll star since Jack White?
No, I don't think there has.
Well, you said that quick. You didn't even sit there and let yourself ponder a little bit.
I've already thought of it as why.
That's sad. Imagine if Jack White would have came out in any other decade. You know, they'd be like, yeah, he's great, but then there's also...
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore.
He's reigning as king.
Yeah, but the king of what, though? I mean, he's the last guy, so it must be bittersweet.
My empire of dirt.
Cover that, Jack. Cover that song.
And just have it sit like he's just sitting on a bunch of old rock and roll records that no one cares about anymore.
Why'd it have to be this way, Jack?
I'm going to miss Jack.
Yeah, well, you know what? Next week is going to be your week.
Yeah.
You haven't done one in a while.
I know. I'm excited.
Where are you going back? Your Spike Jones idea? Or do you feel...
I could do something different.
Or did that fucking dry up and die on the vine?
Hey, it was a great idea.
866-766-0339. 866-766-0339. That's from you less than stellar afternoon callers. After a stellar morning of great calls on Opie Radio. Calls that made us laugh. People will never forget, like Ezra, the man who was mad, crazy mad, over the top, happy and excited about a little movie called Staying Alive.
Mm-hmm. The squeakquel.
I'm getting reports that the phones are down.
What?
Yeah, the phones are down. Just got a report from it. BNOC, the engineers are working on it right now.
Oh, I thought you meant everywhere.
There's no cell service.
What's happening?
What blew up when I yelled at the afternoon? It's probably I yelled at the afternoon callers, and then boom, they blew up my phones.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I like to just apologize right now to the afternoon callers. I shouldn't have been on you. What do you mean when you say the word BNOC, by the way? Well, you say it like it's something human beings would understand.
That is the name of the engineering department, BNOC.
But why would we say that on the air as if it made sense to people?
I guess I say it off the air and it was just habit. So
it's like when people around here say jouk.
You're going over to jouk, huh?
I like BNOC, though. It sounds very important.
It sounds like a be knock knock joke.
But it's just engineering. That's
It was
what
there.
it is.
Yeah. Phone engineering.
They're all over it. They're in there working on it.
Joe just poured it.
Joey Jojo.
Joey Jojo's like, don't
Knox here.
There's engineers over there.
Bada bada bum ba bum. Bada bada bum ba bum. A little later on today, we're going to tell you how you go see me and Lisa Lampanelli. Very excited about that.
I am psyched.
Oh, by the way, did you see this bit about the who's the beautiful girl in the UFC that everybody's always talking about?
Ronda Rousey.
All right, so are you familiar with her, Gail?
I am familiar with her, yeah.
So we're getting to the point where everybody is familiar with her. So You know what I mean? Like, you don't watch UFC, do you?
No, I don't.
Neither do I, and yet I see her everywhere. Now, the thing is, the girl that she's fighting in August cut a promo on her and said, after I beat you, I hope you don't go and kill yourself. Now, the thing, Rhonda's dad had killed himself.
Oh, shit.
When she was a little
God.
girl. Now, I'm wondering, was that done on purpose? Because Twitter immediately felt like it was done on purpose.
Too soon. Too
Yeah.
soon. Too
That's
far.
taking it too far. Even
I think
for-
he's taking it just far enough.
Like, she wants to get inside her head, right?
She's in her head right now.
Rhonda's a badass. So she needs to get anything she can get over her. So, yeah. She did it on purpose. She
Yeah,
got
but
inside her fucking brain.
Why are you getting so personal? I mean, why don't you take
what could she have said?
I don't know, but she should, I don't know, take a page out of Luna Vachon's book. She cut a great promo.
Luna?
Luna Vachon had hilarious promos.
All I remember was this.
Yes, exactly. You're in for a world of pain. She should try something like that.
One time Luna licked all my fingers.
Each one.
Yeah. Well, down the wrists and then across the fingers.
What? What was the reason?
I met her and went to shake her hand, and she just started licking all over.
Just out of nowhere?
She's a weirdo.
Yeah.
She's crazy.
It was at a backstage wrestling keg party in Florida Wrestling.
Sounds great.
Get a cup for yourself. We're all drinking a keg. And there was a guy just wearing a fucking luchador mask, drinking with everyone else.
Even during the party,
He never broke kayfabe. This was literally like the year before people started breaking kayfabe.
I miss that world where they were just all still selling it.
Yeah, I love that too. It made it a lot more exciting.
Uh-huh.
That's when they really cared, I feel like. Now it's just, they just do whatever they want. They all have names, like their actual names.
Yeah, where
It'd be like this. Chris Stanley,
Yeah.
the promoter has put you over this time, but that doesn't mean anything to me. We're both athletes, and even though you're going to win Saturday night, yeah, it was a lot better than pre-kayfabe.
Sensational, Sherry.
That's actually pretty good.
You stuck your nose in business where it didn't belong.
What?
I think every one of those people is gone now.
I
So
adored
you're
her.
saying never bring up a dead dad?
Well, I just mean like, just be a little bit more street about it. You know, like have fun with it.
No,
if
I mean-
it bends, it's funny. If it breaks,
it's not.
It's not funny.
Ronda beat her last opponent in like 14 seconds. So this girl needs she needs to get inside her.
What's an opponent?
Opponent.
Yeah, but no matter what that last girl said, she still would have got beaten up.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
nothing
can
do.
happen. Like the reason that, let's say, LeBron is a better basketball player than me is not because I didn't get in his head. You know what I mean?
Get in his kitchen.
Like I could say all kinds of shit to him, and still he's going to dunk all over me. That ain't going to help me. That girl last time didn't stand a chance.
I didn't know they cut promos. I didn't know that was part of their world.
Yeah, they do minor promos where they stay half in the bag there. Kind of like boxing promos. Huh?
Right. Still.
Stop it with your fucking attempting to do promos. You don't know what you're doing. Actually, even the WWE can't pull off promos anymore.
I know.
They're all
I
written
noticed
and
that.
boring.
I watched a John Cena promo the other night. I had to turn it off. It was going on forever. It's like just people just booing him and
I like they boo him every single time he comes out. But I saw bowlers cutting promos on each other. I'm not even kidding you. There's like and I really do think it has to do with that Bill Murray thing, because there's a lot of guys that go out there and try to act like him in the bowling world.
That's actually a sport I think you could get in someone's head and mess with their game.
Fuck yeah, someone can mess with me if I'm bowling. If they could just yell one thing when I'm on my way in, I'm fucker, son of a bitch. Is there a sport that you can't understand that people watch? I mean, I can sit and watch bowling on TV. I have no fucking problem. I can get into it within a couple frames. I'm like, these motherfuckers in trouble. I watched the women's college bowling championships,
right?
Like before, and then not that long ago, and I forget who it was, like Nebraska, and they were like really. These girls were like really like they would hit a strike and just turn around, go like the other team. All these thick girls, you know, and I got caught up in no time at all.
Yeah, most games, if you get invested in a team or a player, you can get into most. However,
It takes me minutes.
However, there are certain things that are too like violent, that it's aggressive. Like, actually, UFC is one of them where it's like these people really look like they're getting hurt.
By the way, I judge people if they're really big UFC fans. I'm like, what are you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
especially-
a little, sometimes it's a little much, right?
Yeah, well, you're like, what is wrong with you? You don't even know these people. You just love seeing people get bashed up. What about for you, Stanley?
I can't understand highlight. I know it's for gambling purposes, but it's a sport that makes no sense, and I don't. There's other things you can gamble on outside of highlight.
Right.
Highlight just is fucking crazy, and it's in every sports book. There's a channel for it where you can then just bet on highlight.
I didn't know that was a big sport that people bet on. I had no idea.
I didn't know that anybody paid attention to it outside of Florida, but it's the only reason people go in Florida is because you can bet on it.
Really?
Yeah,
I
you
had
gamble
no
on
idea. I mean, other than having weird equipment, I know very little to do with highlight.
Well, you know this, at the end of their careers, their arms are fucked up from carrying that basket around.
Giant creepy arm thing.
Is this really Joe DeRosa on the line right here?
Yes, it is.
Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Ron, how are you?
You know what I'm looking forward right now?
What you're talking about highlight? You looking forward to some highlight?
No, I'm looking forward to new material Seinfeld.
We got new ones, buddy. We got 3 in the can. They're coming out too.
How are you going to do that? Are you guys are just cutting them and releasing them direct to YouTube?
We're releasing them for free on YouTube, and I got the puppet when the show ended. So we were like, well, we got everybody we need. Let's just do them. So we have 3 new ones coming out.
It's the funniest bit in the history of the planet Earth. It's really, really funny. What are you up to, man?
Nothing. I woke up around 8:45, and I saw a tweet on Twitter that said, "We're back, bitches," and I just wanted to call and say, "Welcome back."
You know, I always forget about that West Coast thing, you know?
Yeah, no, it sucks. It sucks, man. By the time I get up, everybody's like going home from work and everything.
Yeah, the world has passed the West Coast by. And don't they like even show like, it's not even a live Today show when you're on the West Coast?
Yeah, no, everything's all. You know what? I don't have cable out here, so I don't know. But I think like there's like a West Coast feed and East Coast feed for everything, so it's weird. Like you'll see Conan at like 8 p.m. and then you'll see him at the regular time. I don't know. It's goofy, man.
They see Conan like in an undershirt. He's just, he's just like, yeah, coming up later. Hey, Joe, are you going to Montreal?
I am. Are you going to be up there?
Yeah, I think we might be up there. We're talking about it right now.
I would love to see your smiling face. I'd love to stop by and say hello, man. I miss you guys. I haven't seen you in a while. I've been to New York.
It has been a while. When's the last time you've been on the East?
Oh God, man! I was in Philly. Jesus, New Year's Eve. I did the stand on New Year's Eve.
Oh,
that was
nice.
it. But it was in and out. What did you do for New Year's, Ron? Did you have a happy New Year?
You know what? I did have a happy New Year. At just at 12 o'clock, I started counting backwards. And I got so excited. By the time I got to 1, I was passed out. I was just, oh my God, this is phenomenal. The feeling of this. I mean, my heart was just beating out of my chest. And I'm like, why don't we do this every night, man? Fucking count this shit down.
I'd also like to say, just while we're on the phone here, that Hialeah is our finest American sport.
There you go.
And tradition. And there's more to it than just gambling. And I don't know what that thing is, but whatever.
He comes from a family of highlight players.
I never knew.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were families. I thought they
they're
were like
always,
drifters.
They're normally Hispanic. They're not drifters. These are athletes.
I figured they just grab the homeless and give them those fucking gloves.
It's not a glove. It's like a little basket that you
What
have
is
there.
that?
It's
Weird-
really tough to play too.
Mantis arms. That's what it
Yeah,
looks
because
like.
that thing comes off. It's a really hard ball, and it comes off the wall just like a shot. Just come right. I mean, guys have gotten hurt bad. You see, that guy's missing a head. Yeah.
My favorite, one of my favorite things on Jackass ever was when they're throwing the mandarin oranges at them with the highlight. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. When I was a sophomore in high school, my Spanish teacher, he's the one that introduced me to highlight. And I just remember he would talk about it all the time. We had no fucking idea what it was. He'd be like, "It's a fantastic sport." Nobody knew what it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want you to have a nice day with everybody in studio there.
Okay.
Just want to say hello, and I miss you guys. And
Well, we'll see you soon, Joe.
I'll see all of you soon. Hope I'll see you guys up on Montreal.
All right, take care, buddy.
See you guys. Bye.
Peace. New material, Seinfeld, is the funniest thing ever. It's this little Seinfeld puppet, and he's doing material. He used to do it on Pete Holmes, right? And it was Joe doing it. But he would come out, I mean, he just wouldn't have any confidence. And he'd be like, "Pete, did that work? I don't know. I haven't quite finished it yet." It was just, I don't know. Just seeing Seinfeld with no confidence whatsoever. And like Pete Holmes, who I kid you not, I feel like if they would have given that show an extra 4 or 5 weeks, it would have turned the corner. Like it was so different that that America didn't quite catch up with it yet, and you're following Conan. But it was really funny to see a host who a good period of the time was out of control himself. Like he would laugh so hard at new material Seinfeld. It almost seemed like somebody had to come over and just start hosting for a little while until he got it back together.
I'm going to need a minute.
I used to wipe tears out of my eyes while watching this bit. So I'm so glad that they're putting that out on their own now.
That's awesome.
But I honestly believe this. I think Pete Holmes would have been, I'm going to go so far to say this, the new king of late night.
Wow.
I think he would have made it.
Just a little time. People need to hip up.
Well, yeah, it takes the people time to particularly catch on to anything new. You know what I mean? But, you know, first of all, you have to have the right show, and it's got to be at the right place at the right time. You know, if they would have put Louis' show on NBC, it might have been a disaster.
Of course.
But
yeah.
instead, it, you know, works perfectly. And, you know, that Florentine episode last night was so hysterical.
You never know when like networks are just not going to have any patience. Like sometimes they seem to wait it out and wait for a show to hit their peak and hit their stride, but sometimes they give no shot whatsoever.
I'm just thinking of this though, of DeRosa. Ron, how was your New Year? Joe DeRosa is one of those guys born after time. He always looks to me like with his glasses and all that is like a 1958 type comic. You know what I mean? Like he would have been perfect in the early days of TV. He has that perfect look for it. And he always seems like he should be in a robe. First time I saw him, he killed me. It was him and Anthony together, and he had Skyped, and Anthony had him up on the thing. And DeRosa did the entire show with no shirt on. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, and this is back when Ant used to just break in weird times and do his show, right? And I'm like, I'm so exhausted. I want to go to sleep. But I couldn't.
It's too weird.
Yeah, I'm like, I got to stay up with this. I don't know what's going to happen.
Was he making any reference to not wearing a shirt?
No,
or
he just didn't have his shirt on. And it was just so fucking funny.
He's going on Better Call Saul. He's got a nice part there.
All right, we got slammed phones here because the phones are working again. Gail, I'm going to ask you to pick between 1 and 12. Pick a number.
Let's go number 11.
This is going to surprise you because it's Carla Finch. Carla!
Oh my God! Hi, guys.
Do you have the phrase that pays?
I do.
All right, let's hear it.
I dig music.
I dig music. I have no idea if that's what we said.
Yeah.
Judges, okay, good. Because I had forgotten.
All right.
Man, see how that's worse now, Chris?
Yeah, it's much, yeah.
Aren't we going to have like a board of things that we can play?
Yes. I'm being told a touchscreen will be hooked up. So it'll be like a 360, but it'll be on a touchscreen.
Are you being told that now?
No, I've been
in your ear?
No,
Okay. Because the way you're acting is.
The spirit tells me.
Carla Finch.
Now, will Chris promise that he will really ship it this time?
Yes, it will be shipped today.
Okay.
Right.
It'll be shipped today. Pro Jam 20.
Pro Jam
Signed by Cameron Crowe.
Wow. You know what?
Thank you so much.
Okay, sweetie.
Number 11. Want some cred for that pick. Half of that signed. It's mine.
Look, if you want something, just go out and take it.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to sit and work angles like that. Just go up and take it. No one's going to know. Now, this is what kills me. You have a fear of touchscreens. You've already told us that.
Yeah.
And they've given you a touchscreen.
Yeah. Because the 360 technology apparently is being phased out.
But is that something normally you mess with or you did? Didn't you have
we both
control?
Yeah, we both have them.
Oh, okay.
You messed with.
You messing with that thing, Aaron.
Who's messing with all that down there?
Which one of you guys is fucking with that 360?
Touchscreen, you mean? Touchscreen. The tablet.
All right, some people are mad that we had Joe on. Let me tell you something. It is my belief that Joe and Anthony will be good friends again. Period. End of story. And I didn't hear back about Ant, whether he plans on debating Black Earl or not.
I know.
Nor did I hear back from Black Earl.
No one's really talking about this.
Really doing a bad job as a promoter. I stink at stuff.
We got the great poster. That worked out. We just need them to agree to this.
I think there's a new poster, too. Simply retweet it over on Bennington on Twitter.
At Bennington Show.
All right, I will give afternoon people this. You had a big celebrity call, Joe DeRosa, but I want to hear the rest of your calls improve today. 866-766-0339. 866-766-0339. And let me tell you this. As of right now, morning show. Callers better than you.
They were killing it this morning.
They were slaying it. They were making us laugh.
Sharp, witty, great stories.
Here's Mark.
What have you?
Mark in Maryland.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm doing my Tito's road trip this summer. I was wondering if you had any advice.
Tito's road trip. You know
do not recommend doing a road trip on Tito's.
I do. Yeah, that would be a problem. Even though Tito can pull it off.
Right.
I
will say this. I am looking at Chicago for you. Chicago.
Oh, nice.
And there's always a Wyndham near you. You know what I'm saying, Chris?
Yeah. And the road trip segment is presented by Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. Wyndham Grand, Wyndham Garden. Earn up to 2,000 Wyndham Reward bonus points when you book at Wyndham.com. Terms and conditions apply. There's a Wyndham waiting.
Bonus points.
Bonus points.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I think you need to be in Chicago. Actually be there this weekend because there is some cool shit going down. The Comedy Festival. Which comedy festival?
It's the second annual, 26th annual comedy festival by the Onion and AV Club.
Oh, that's the one that John Mulaney is going to be at.
Yeah, he'll be headlining Saturday night.
What else is happening in that?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, there's also a thing tomorrow where the Simpsons writers are getting together with the Onion writers, and that's just amazing.
Yeah, it's tomorrow at the Athenaeum Theater at 2 p.m.
Now, Gail, you've been to Chicago.
I have.
Chris, been to Chicago?
I've not been to Chicago.
All right, you haven't been to Chicago. What's the one thing that you want to do?
I want to go to that Wiener Circle place where they treat you badly when you try to buy food.
Why do you want to be treated badly?
I just want to experience it.
Now, I went there before, not knowing that it was the famous place, and it was fine. I went there in the daytime. I think that it's something that only happens like after hours when you're drinking. But I will say this, their fucking dogs were amazing.
Well, that's what I'm like.
And the reason why I went there is right down the street from Molly's, where you can get the amazing Ron Bennington cupcake.
Of course. Put those two together. You got yourself quite a meal.
Well, no, wait. I see a Midwestern guy here.
Yes.
Joey Joe. When you road trip to Chicago, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you did this as a kid and you and your friends. That was the closest big city?
Closest big city, kind of the capital of the Midwest.
What would you do for fun in Chicago?
Oh, boy. Well, deep dish. That's a must.
Was
when you
there
go
a place?
Yeah, there's like 3 places that I can't remember off the top of my head. But you have to get it there if you're there.
You have to get it at the place that I can't remember.
This is advice. This isn't.
Then there's a lot of touristy places like Navy Pier that it's kind of like Times Square or the Mall of America in Minneapolis, where you only go there if somebody's out of town visiting. So Navy Pier is nice too.
Navy Pier, you know what? I never go out on that, tell you the truth. I go to Luminetti's for the big deep dish, though.
That's a good
out of everything.
It's a
Yeah,
good spot.
Yeah, I mean it's the place that's been there for a while.
That's the spot we went to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're in Chicago, 7 Minutes in Purgatory, one of the hotter, smaller shows in the country, and I'm going to ask Dan and Joe this, if this makes sense to you. They do a show, and they're back in for the festival, but they do a show with noise-canceling headphones on so they can't hear the crowd laugh as an exercise. Or it basically sounds like if Joey Jojo is performing. You're going to get a Joey Jojo experience. So, Dan, would you want that?
Would I want to perform without being able to know if the audience is laughing? Yeah. That'd be very weird. I would try it as an experiment.
For me, that's radio. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what we're doing now.
But you never know. I had this friend. He actually went on to, and by the way, not a friend, just a person I know, but he actually went on to coach other radio shows. So he goes, I'm funny, but I'm only funny on the radio. I am not funny in front of a live audience. And I go, you just don't hear people not laughing at you while you're on the fucking radio. But you're the same exact thing.
Right.
Gail, you go into Chicago, what do you got to do in Chicago?
You got to go to Wrigley Field.
I would agree with that if there's one must deal. And, you know, we're getting at the end of where you can sit on the roof across the street and look over because they're making the buildings larger, which is kind of heartbreaking.
Right, and they sell tickets up there, right? I mean, like people sell
they
their
do
roof
now.
spot.
But in the old days, you used to just stand on that roof.
Just get in the building?
And then they put stands up and started having like an open bar and food and stuff like that. It would cost you money. But I think we're getting to the end of that time. But Wrigley Field, to me, is one of 2 ballparks that you want to be at in your life.
If you're a young guy like me,
okay,
Wicker Park and Logan Square are like the hot spots, kind of like the Bushwick, Williamsburg area. And
where do you go?
Logan Square and Wicker Park. There's a bunch of bars over there.
For a young lad like yourself, a young man,
and then
a young virgin like yourself out on the streets.
I've had sex once, twice. I've seen it.
I've seen you turn it down.
It's always coming.
He said your little body wasn't ready for it.
Pepper.
What?
What?
Everybody's wetting.
I'm going to check out that area.
You know, here's another thing that I think you got to do in Chicago is the Frank Lloyd Wright houses. And then have you been to Millennium Park with the bean and all that kind of shit? That place is a blast.
The little reflective bean.
And that's really fucking touristy. And yet I still do dig that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing. It's like, if you live in New York, it can definitely seem irritating seeing people do touristy shit. But you go somewhere else and you're like, I want to see that, though.
Yeah, I definitely
see the bean.
do. Yeah. I don't walk out on that glass floor at the Sears Tower. I'm a tourist here.
I want to see how far it is. Oh, it's far.
I want some of that Garrett's popcorn. Mixed.
Mixed, please.
I don't know. What is it about that mix that's so damn good?
So good.
Yeah. And I just will swear to this, because there's stores around the country. It's better in Chicago, that popcorn, than anywhere else.
It's a perfect mix.
I don't know why they do that, though. I mean, like, if you're going to franchise around, why isn't it as good as it is at the home place?
I think it's the water for everything. It's always the water.
Yeah, everyone always says that's the water. You got to have that good water to make it happen.
Right.
I'm going to talk to the lady I call the queen of Chicago, Janice. How are you, honey?
Hello, Benningtons.
Hey, darling.
The Ricketts family who bought Wrigley, they now bought those buildings that look over the park.
They bought every building?
Yep, because they were always fighting. So now they bought them. And did you hear about the first game that people had to leave the park to go to the bathroom?
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that.
Then they put up a sound system that blasts out the whole neighborhood.
Yeah. Now, who would you say right now is Mr. Chicago, the guy that represents Chicago to you?
Boy, I don't know. It was always John Belushi, and I know that's a long time gone, but...
I know some people try to say Jim, but that just makes me cry.
It's funny once, too, because years and years ago I met Belushi's older sister, whose name was Judy, and she had pictures of, them, like, just at home. And this is my younger brother, Jim. Oh, who's that? Ready to ride on his brother's coattails.
They called him the Stanley, the whole thing.
What?
Not you.
So much you, but like you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it still seems bad.
Chris, please don't do anything else to your hair.
Yes.
You know what a hair person I am.
You know that.
You know that about her.
I just learned that actually about Janice. I didn't know Janice, so I won't touch it.
Those beautiful locks.
I say Kanye's Mr. Chicago. He's from there. He reps it all the time.
I know it now. They're making a movie called Chirac.
Oh, yeah, that's Spike, right?
Yeah, Spike Lee's.
And they're pissed. But it is Chirac, the south side of Chirac.
But a woman just the other day she was watching TV. Just an older woman, and she got shot in the neck.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to sit there and watch some TV by yourself.
Without fearing for your neck.
Yeah.
You should have bulletproofed those walls.
I like to think to myself, safe zone. Once I get my shit up in front of my TV.
Yeah.
Let my dogs breathe a little bit.
Don't go by the windows. We're watching television. Stay away from them.
I'd like to
Sad.
relax.
Yeah. You always hear a story like that. It's still like, went in through the window and hit a crib. You're like, please.
Just don't tell me.
Are they just stacking up cribs around windows these days?
Oh, Jesus.
What?
You're a racist.
Huh?
And it's funny because they tout, we have real strict gun laws and shit.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they're not working.
Yeah, the criminals don't listen too much to the gun laws. By the way, one of my favorite breakfast places in the world in Chicago, Lou Mitchell's.
Yeah,
Lou Mitchell's.
Yeah. Very good.
Is that a pancake place? Is it like known for their pancakes or something?
Known for everything.
Yeah.
It's funny when you talk about Chicago pizza because I crack up because it was the only time Mike was desperate to get through because pan pizza was just too much. It was like, and everybody was suggesting it to you, and it was like, no, and you came back and said, well, if you like lasagna, and it was like, see, we told them it would.
I did say that. I called it a bunt cake once, too. It actually took me a couple of trips to Chicago to get used to it. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't like it at first, but then after a while, I'm like, okay, there can be a city of white people. Because when you're on the north side, it's very quiet compared to, like, a real city. And there is just tons of Midwestern people,
Right, and there's also, what I think is so weird is, well, the fires and whatnot, but it's all so many modern buildings, so the skyline is
funky and weird.
Yeah, really weird looking skyline.
Yeah. They love the fact that an architect can do it whatever he wants in Chicago. You know, if he can get there, he doesn't have to have, any fucking papers he has to sign. He just starts building. Like, what are you building? Not sure yet. I'm going to get up a ways.
It's coming together.
Might be all glass, or I might just make a big paper bag. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know why, but I trust this guy.
They're like, good. This is the place to do it. Chicago.
Just be free.
Trump built something and he put his name gigantic, so
I
now
know.
they want to make laws against that. 'Cause what the fuck is this?
Yeah, what was your Trump story from the other day?
Donald Trump was saying that he has a plan that could stop ISIS immediately, dead in their tracks.
Finally.
But he said, I'm not going to share that with everybody. He said, if I run for president, I'm not sure. If I run for president, I don't want ISIS knowing what I'm going to do, so I'm not going to divulge the plan.
I think he's going to win then. No one likes ISIS. They all hate them.
You know you're a great American when you have a way to stop something and you don't unless you get what you
Right.
want.
Real American hero.
Here's what I believe his plan is.
Shoot the motherfuckers?
That's it right there. It's no deeper than that.
We need to shoot them.
Drones. I think that's the key.
All right, Jen, it's good to talk to you, sweetie.
I love you guys. Thank
You
you so
too,
much.
baby. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that's our idea for a road trip. Get out there and see that great comedy festival all weekend, Chris Stanley.
Yeah, that's the Onion and AV Club present the 26th annual comedy festival. And the road trip segment is presented by Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Wyndham Grand, Wyndham Garden. Earn the 2,000 Wyndham Reward bonus points when you book at Wyndham.com. Terms and conditions apply. There's a Wyndham waiting.
What kind of bonus points?
That's up to 2,000 Wyndham Rewards bonus points.
There you go. You got it that time.
Got it.
You were so getting ready for bonus, you fucked up with the reward. David in PA.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Hey, man.
Hey, I am driving from State College, Pennsylvania to Columbus to go see the Stones tomorrow night, listen to the show all afternoon.
Sweet, man.
Want to say, hey, and I got a question for you. You said that Wrigley Field is one of two real ballparks. What's the other one?
Oh, well, you got to go into Boston.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say. All right, have a good day, guys.
Why, what were you thinking?
That's what I thought you were going to say, too. I was curious if you had something else. I did the Wrigley rooftops as a bachelor party, and I had a Ron Bennington cupcake during that trip.
Sweet. You went to Molly's for it? By the way, Molly's keeps hiring more and more attractive waitresses. I'm starting to worry a little bit about it.
That's kind of their gimmick, right?
Yeah, it really is.
Is this
Hey, Ron, all my friends make fun of me because we had to make a special trip on that bachelor party, go get a cupcake, and they don't listen to the show, so they're like, we had to go get a cupcake for this stupid show that we listened to, blah, 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 but it was great. We went and got it, and everybody loved it. It was a great cupcake.
I wish you'd just start fighting your friends, though. You're stupid. Oh, good. God damn, I should have told him that. That would have been the perfect comeback for those guys.
You could have texted them now.
You're the guys that are stupid, not us.
You're dicks. Fooled you.
Got to tell you guys something right now.
What's up?
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. 1995. God, I was just a kid then. I was just a kid myself. I was bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. First came to this country, just a little suitcase. And I remember when I saw the Statue of Liberty, I'm like, I'm going to make it here. And that's when I came here. And actually, I just bought a rickshaw, and I would just run people around New York in a rickshaw. And people were like, aren't you getting tired? I go, I'm not tired of being an American, and I would just keep running all around town. And after that, I got 2 rickshaws, got another guy working with me. Wow. I got another 3 rickshaws. I had 5 rickshaws. And by the time I was done, and this is a true story, in Manhattan, I had 65,000 rickshaws. People couldn't even walk. They would just step from rickshaw to rickshaw to rickshaw.
Sounds more like a problem than being helpful at that point.
What was I talking about anyway?
Tito's.
Oh, yeah, Tito's vodka. That was 1995 is when he started the rickshaw thing. That's when Tito got his idea. Why I'm making rickshaws, Tito was doing something different. He started a micro distillery incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry, the spirits industry. And even the first time I heard that, I'm like, is there a ghost industry? Is that what's happening? Because I told you about that time I saw a ghost, right?
No.
Well, I felt like I saw a ghost.
What happened?
I had shot this immigrant, and it just felt like something came up out of his body and then followed me around for a while.
Spooky.
Spooky to you. He was already dead. What could he do to me?
I'm just talking about the spirit.
Oh, yeah. But let me tell you something about Tito. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas. Now, think about that. Nobody else was doing this in the state of Texas. And he put his life savings into it, I think well over $300. And he racked up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. And you know why he did that, Chris?
Why is that?
He had a dream and he believed in it. Now, I had a dream last night. It was me and you, Chris, and we picked up these two girls, but they were kind of girls, but they were kind of like octopus. You know what I mean?
Like a bunch of tentacles?
Yeah, they had like tentacles and like just jelly head. And you were making out with one, and I was just like laughing. And I took out my iPhone and I was just taking a picture of it.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. But, everybody's got to have a dream. Let me tell you something about Tito, though. He's been awarded a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiasts. Won the unanimous judges' choice double gold medal at the World's Spirit Competition. And then picked up, this, I couldn't even believe it, the Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic. Now, just some of those. But here's what you know when you know that it's Tito's. Look when I hold this up. It's just a modest paper label on a simple bottle. That's it. No skull heads here. Just a very modest thing. Why? So that everything that you get and pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside. Tito still makes vodka by hand on the same land where he started it all in Austin, Texas. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and naturally gluten-free. Visit us. And that's me. I'll be there too. At titasvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more handcrafted to be savored responsibly. That's what I wanted to just tell you about for a second today.
That's pretty cool. I never heard the rickshaw story.
Yeah, that was amazing.
What rickshaw story?
You had like 65,000 rickshaws in New York City.
No one could even walk.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Right now, it's like you guys are crazy.
You must be still thinking of your dream that you had.
Dream? What dream?
Your jellyfish dream?
I made out with some tentacle monster with a jellyfish head?
That's your problem, pal. To dream the impossible dream. By the way, don't you think the morning callers are better than the afternoon callers?
Yeah, maybe it's just they're just bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. They're just,
right. They get up in the morning. They care about something. I mean, you take the DeRosa call out of this today. Obviously you get a big celebrity like that calling. You go in places. But the rest of these callers have blown. See if you can pick it up for the afternoon, folks. 866-766-0339. 866-766-0339. Coming up a little later on in the show, we are thrilled that we're going to be talking to Rashida Jones.
Rashida Jones.
Rashida Jones. Hey, that reminds me, we wanted to play Filtered Excellence today. Black girl is 45 years old. And he put together a little list. Let's see whether we give it the thumbs up or thumbs down today.
That's our favorite game on Fridays.
Yeah.
All right, first up, Heaven Knows What. It's a film by 2 documentary filmmakers.
I'd say Heaven Knows Best.
Heaven Knows What. They were shooting a documentary. And then they found.
Why would they shoot a documentary?
Shooting.
Did they swallow it?
They were shooting a documentary, and then in the midst of that, they find a homeless girl, and then they say, "We want to shoot your story." So they make a movie about her, and she is starring in it.
I couldn't be more bored with the presentation of this. Why would I care what they decided to shoot their documentary on? Oh, we started a documentary. It was bad, and we went into a secondary idea.
Yeah, let me
I'm
find this.
giving it a thumbs down.
I'm going thumbs up. I'm intrigued by this. I like a profile type documentary.
What other kind is there?
Other types?
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's so many other types. I can't even name them.
The other one, The Long Strange Trip of Bob Weir. It's available on Netflix now.
Well, we had him in when that came out, and he was great. Foggy Otis is into that one in a big, big way. And Bob Weir is, well, he's Bob Weir. What are you going to say? I mean, what's left to even talk about it?
He was in the room. It was crazy. It's like, wow, it's Bob Weir. He's right there.
That was one of those people for you.
Yeah.
He was in the Dead at such a young age, like a teenager. He was so much younger than everyone. And if you look back at Bob Weir in those old pictures, he looks like a pretty little girl that somehow ended up.
How did he even end up there? Like, that always fascinates me when there's like one young
gun.
Yeah.
I think somebody was his guitar teacher and was like, "Hey, this kid's really fucking good," Yeah, I mean, there's always that weird thing. I like somebody who's just a lot older than everyone else. Like, you see like a bunch of guys that are like fucking 22, and then one dude's just like 48, and he's just playing a saxophone or something. It's always that weird instrument that they need that dude for.
And the album Days of Thunder and Rain by Dean Hurley. Dean Hurley worked on, he was the composer for David Lynch's movies, Inland Empire, and some of Lynch's solo albums.
All right, I'll give it a try. Thumbs up.
Intrigued. Thumbs up.
You're getting 5 thumbs up and only 1 thumbs down so far.
Now we're on to books. After the dance. We're on to books now, guys.
What are you, running Jeopardy? And books for 200. What is this, 500 questions? You guys watch that yet?
Mm-mm.
No, I haven't
I got
watched
all
it yet.
500. I guess I did 500. Yeah. It's on ABC. It's been running all week.
After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye by Jan Gay and David Ritz.
I just met her the other night.
No.
I'm definitely going to read that.
That was wild, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Drugstore Camera by Dennis Hopper.
100%. I've seen a lot of his photography before.
And this is from when he went on a road trip with his family after Easy Rider.
Yeah.
Love the sound of that one.
The Garland Jeffries at the Highline Ballroom, they're performing.
Now you know that Earl put this together because Earl's a Garland Jeffries. Free. Yeah, of course I'd see him there.
The Vulture Festival in New York City this weekend. Colin Quinn's performing, Brett Gelman, Jermaine Fowler, Wyatt Cenac.
I think Seinfeld's performing at that.
And yeah, Seinfeld's there too. And then Lisa Kudrow, it's at the Bell House.
Yeah, guys, come on.
Not the whole thing isn't the Bell House, is it?
It's mostly at the Bell House, yeah.
What percent?
I don't have a percentage right
Give me
now.
the percent.
I don't have a percentage.
Ballpark it.
Seinfeld's going to perform at the Bell House, you're telling me.
I'm double checking on
Good.
him.
Because I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, it's too small of a venue, you think, bro?
He's performing at Milk Studios.
Okay. I saw a picture with him and Anthony the other day. I forget where it was done. Probably at Gotham. It was before Anthony backed away from. Oh, I think Ant is doing a live thing today at HuffPo.
What
You know
is
that
it?
HuffPo Live? That
Yeah.
They make it like a little show.
Yeah.
I think Anthony's going to be on that.
Oh, wow.
Was I completely wrong about it?
I don't see him tweeting about it.
Then maybe I'm wrong.
Was that part of your dream that you had?
Okay, it was Governors in Long Island is where Anthony was with him. Colin Quinn and Seinfeld at Governors. That fucking club has been around since Seinfeld probably started. That's got to go back to the 70s, early 80s at the youngest.
Where's Governors?
Somewhere out there on Long Island.
Yeah.
You know how you
Right.
get out on Long Island, what's going to happen. A lot of unpleasant people come to a show.
The weirdness happens.
They yell shit out. It's like known for being one of those clubs that people heckle quite a bit.
And Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes at the Paramount in New York City.
Where do they consider the Paramount?
The Paramount in Hudson Valley.
That's not New York
Yeah,
City.
yeah, that
That's
would be
upstate New York.
upstate.
Hudson
In
Valley.
New York City. Where exactly in New York City? Because the Paramount was it was where the Hard Rock is. So I'm like, what are they calling the Paramount? Hudson, New York.
It's a couple hours away. So it's not New York City at all.
So come to New York City to see the Buffalo Bills, our home team.
Notes of a Native Son at Harlem Stage.
What's that?
That's Passing Strange, singer-songwriter, who's performing at Harlem Stage, June 3rd through the 7th.
Thumbs down.
I don't think I can make it.
Yeah, I can't do it.
And then Robert Plant in Los Angeles.
Nope.
No for Robert Plant?
Why would I?
I'll go. Gonna need travel, though.
That old lady doesn't have it anymore. If she ever did. If she ever did.
Just prop him up and send him out there.
That's the original Golden God. That's what he was doing in that bit.
OG Golden God.
Oh, God, I'm looking it up at CNN. They have another one of those things doing the Draw Muhammad bit.
Someone else is in trouble for it?
No, they're not in trouble. They're allowed to do it, but then somebody's going to come and start shooting the goddamn place up.
Draw something else, just in case.
There's so much other shit to draw. Why just draw that all the time?
It's too shooty when you draw that.
Let's take a break here. Is that cool?
Yep.
We'll be right back. It's Bennington.
You're listening to Bennington on Raw Dog Comedy Hits, Sirius XM 99.
So, and anyway, that's, yeah. But that, I mean, that's the sole reason that I always thought that Copernicus was a moron. Yeah, it is.
Hey, Ron?
Yeah. Chris, I'm talking to somebody right now.
I just want to ask you a question.
What is it, Stanley?
What kind of vodka should I buy?
Vodka. You see, you're talking about something I know a little something about because are you familiar with the state of Texas?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Austin, Texas?
Yes.
Well, there's a little vodka that comes out of Austin, Texas called Tito's. It's Tito's handmade vodka. It's America's original craft vodka. This goes all the way back to 1995.
Wow.
Yeah.
90s? This is crazy.
Well, what was crazy is a young man named Tito had the idea to do something like this. Obviously, if you're in Texas, you're not thinking vodka. Guess who did?
Who?
You're still not following the story at all? Tito.
Oh.
Tito said to himself, I'm going to go out and make my own vodka. And he started making it for friends. And everyone was like, this is so good. And then he said, why don't you invest in it? And guess what they said?
What's that?
That's where they missed the boat. Because even though he used his whole life savings, he ran up 19 credit cards. He turned it on the world. He beat Poland. He makes a better vodka than Russia. And Grenada or the West Indies, forget about those idiots. I don't even think they make vodka. That's how far ahead he is in that. As a matter of fact, I think that if more people in the government would start drinking this, we probably would not only go back to the moon, we'd overshoot it and go to Mars and find life there. That's my belief.
I know I'm going to start drinking it.
What's that?
Tito's vodka.
Well, give me, let's play this.
Okay.
I'm going to put up all these different bottles.
Yeah.
Which one's Tito's? How do you recognize it?
Is it that one with the copper top? Is that it?
You tell me.
It's the one with the copper top. And modest paper label. That's a simple looking bottle.
Yeah, it's a simple looking bottle. You know why?
Why?
Saving that money for the great vodka that's inside the bottle. That's what you're really buying, Stanley.
Quality.
Quality and quantity.
And does Tito still make his vodka by hand?
Yeah, same place. Right there in Austin.
Wow.
Yeah, wow's right.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn?
But see, that's a weird way of saying it, rather than just asking me how many times.
Is there any gluten in it?
No, not anymore.
Wow. Where can
It's gluten-free.
Where can I visit them if I want to find out more?
Well, do you want to type this into your smartphone or hand computer?
Okay.
That's what I call smartphones. I call them hand computers.
I'm going to start calling them that.
Good. Tito'sVodka.com. You're going to get recipes, songs, and more. Now, it's handcrafted to be savored responsibly. There's a show called Aquarius. You're gonna see Charlie Manson there. He does everything different. But I don't know whether you've seen this Charlie Manson show, Aquarius, last night.
I watched it.
But they made him gayer than ever before.
You know, the actor who plays Charlie Manson
is from Game of Thrones, and he's actually gay.
Yes. Yeah.
Is he actually gay?
He played a gay character on Game of Thrones. I don't know if he's actually gay.
So they always go back to him for the gay roles.
Yeah. I didn't know
Used to
Charlie
play
was
a
gay.
gay character.
Well, Charlie was jailhouse gay.
I didn't know that.
And like everybody who's
Yeah.
doing long periods of time.
It's like you
You're
or
gay.
me. Anybody can be jailhouse gay.
Yeah. That's how fluid our sexuality is. We're like, I'm totally straight. When I'm in the jailhouse, that I have sex with much younger inmates.
Where that dick at?
Oh my God.
What?
The way you went for that, like the excitement level.
In prison, I mean. In prison.
You didn't even mention that.
I kind of feel like I'm jailhouse gay, and I've never been incarcerated.
But that's the thing about you. You just, you're not picky.
No.
You know what I mean? You're not.
I don't judge.
Yeah. You like you'll basically go out and go like this. Let's just do a tasting menu. You know what I mean? That's
Oh,
people they're
Liz,
open
what
for.
about
Hey, the Trevor Noah's start date is in September. That's when he takes over the Daily Show. When's Jon Stewart bailing?
He's bailing in August, and then...
Not giving it much time then, huh?
No. And then Trevor Noah's September 28th is when he starts.
How do you think he's going to do?
I'm interested to see, because what I have seen of his act, he's so energetic that I can't imagine him like staying still. Like that's the thing.
Oh, okay.
His energy is just popping.
Well, he came in and did this show for an hour once. I didn't think his energy was all that high.
Maybe it's just his act. Maybe that's like the personality that he presents.
But I can also bore the energy out of anyone. I have that ability.
I think he's going to do really well. I think he's going to succeed as the host of The Daily Show. When he came in here, I thought he came off incredibly well.
Well, so did I. So maybe, maybe that's got to come across. Maybe he needs me sitting next to him like this. Hi-oh! If I was producing that show, I would have him come out and he starts throwing Chinese throwing stars into like a board, right? Turns around, throws the last one, and it's right into the lens. We just see it. And it shoots back to another angle with another camera. And he runs up to it and goes like this. If I can fucking break a camera with a Chinese throwing star, imagine what I'm going to do to America. Hey, I'm Trevor Noah. And then he does a backwards somersault, another backwards somersault, tucks and lands in the desk. Fucking place is going crazy. Fireworks go off. Holy. Yeah.
This is an amazing opening.
Yeah. I want the kind of opening that's going to grab people. If you tell me that he's got big energy, let's fucking grab it, Let's grab America by the throat and the balls and just fucking
Work it over.
Yeah,
Work it.
fucking squeeze it. Squeeze it and pull like fucking taffy. If that's what he's doing. And then I would, what's his name?
Trevor Noah.
I would do a segment right up called Noah the Difference.
Okay.
That's what's ever happening there, right? And I'd be like, have two different things. Do you know the difference? Republicans, Democrats, who know the difference here?
Tell us, Trevor.
This Italian accent you have to do to get Noah the difference.
Know the difference. But I think he's from Italy.
If not, he's an Italian character, so that's good.
What's his home country?
South Africa.
Yeah, that's right there at the bottom of the boot.
Yeah. It's a little island that the boot is kicking. I think that's it. I think that's South Africa.
Or what about this? So Trevor Noah comes out and they just like introduce it, and then like he's behind bars and he's like this. What did the white people take over South Africa again? Just kidding. I'm Trevor Noah. Here comes Chinese stars, one after another. The last one hits the camera. If I can do that with a Chinese throwing star, imagine what I'll do to America. Really, I want him to go for it. But seriously, when he was in here, he was so fun. He was very smart. Very, very smart kid. I think he's going to do well, but you're not going to get another Jon Stewart. That's behind you. Just like Larry
Wilmore, yeah.
Totally different show. What was done before.
It's going to be weird at first, just not having. I mean, it was weird when Colbert wasn't there at first, and it's going to be weird when John isn't there every night.
You like things to stay the same, don't you, Stanley?
Yeah, there's a transition period.
Well, good thing he has this throwing star thing. I think that's really going to work for him.
No, they're telling me they can't do it because
bullshit.
They're worried somebody in the audience is going to end up taking a Chinese throwing star
He should just start throwing them into the audience at first.
in the eye. There we go. I can't even look up at these Texas towns. It's making me
Don't.
fucking crazy.
You shouldn't. It's too
So
heartbreaking.
sad.
And you know how we
Very,
feel
very
about
sad.
Texas.
Loving the Texas, our favorite state here. Anything we can do for you, please let us know. I was going to ask you guys this too. Is there an occupation that people make a bigger deal out of it than they should?
Like it's just overrated by people.
I want to say it's overrated by people.
Okay.
And I'm not as impressed.
Yes, I have one.
Hey, what do you got?
Okay. I think lawyers and attorneys oftentimes are overrated. It's a name that people hear, oh, he's a lawyer, he's an attorney.
Right.
He works in law. It sounds very exciting. There's a lot of dull jobs within that. There's a lot of dull law going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of time that you're not in court the way we think of lawyers the way we do, like one of those TV shows where the lawyers are out there.
Also, I've met some people who work in law. They're not all incredibly intelligent. And I think that's something that we all think, like, you have to be smart in order to work in law.
Yeah.
I think that's an idea that the rest of us have.
They've actually said this. There's too many lawyers. There's not as many lawyers that, because when you're a kid, people are like, he's going to be a lawyer when he's, older, that there's too many of them. I'm going to give you one that I've never been impressed with. They call themselves doctor. I call them backsnappers, chiropractors. I don't think that they should have the right to call themselves lawyers. I think they should call themselves masseuses.
If that. I mean, really, they're just throwing a heating pad on your back and stealing your money.
But yeah, they do crack your back.
But I think they're also doing dangerous work. Like,
I don't want somebody to crack my spine.
Yeah, I don't want to trust my neck with somebody who's just their only
It's
job
some
is to
guy.
pop it.
It's just some guy.
It's just some dude.
Well, he didn't get a doctorate in that?
No, I don't
No.
think they're technically doctors.
No, they're not.
Well, then they can't call themselves doctors if they're not.
It's like some weird gray area they get away with.
I've never met a real doctor who likes a chiropractor.
No, they all tell you to stay
Don't
away
go
from
away to
them.
they say don't go to the chiropractor.
And they're incredibly expensive, too, for all this just popping that they're doing.
Yeah.
Some countries want them to get degrees, but not in the United States.
What are you reading the wiki thing?
Yes, I am.
That just makes you duller than if you didn't.
Turning it off then.
Turn off the
give me
internet.
Private investigator.
All right, let's just stop it here. We went from lawyer to doctor to now you're bringing up a private dick.
Yeah.
Who, by the way,
PI.
even if you're watching a 1930s movie, they act like that guy's a scumbag.
Right.
No matter what decade you're in, they always think you're just a peeping Tom, basically.
I think there's a mystique around the private investigator, and people think their job is a lot cooler than it actually is.
Okay, so you're saying you went with like a danger aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, now it used to be harder, but now they Google. You know what I mean?
Right.
It used to be like, hey, how did you get that information? Now we can all get the information.
Yeah, you can just do background checks on anyone just by going through the internet. It's that easy. And most of these guys are just waiting to see if someone busts up their one of their a work claim. Like if they say
Right.
their neck is screwed up and they're trying to get workers' comp, and then they catch them walking outside or carrying a box.
I had a friend in college who was PI.
Yeah.
And he, first of all, that goes to show you right there, it took him no time in order to be able to do this for a living. And he said it's mostly incredibly boring. And that's exactly what he said he was doing. Sitting in cars waiting for people to walk out without their neck brace on for hours at a time.
I got him. I got that fucker.
You're done. You're done in this town. Looks like someone's got to start working again.
Oh, I'm going to give you another one. Everybody acts like they're so great, but a Jamba Juice clerk. mean, what's so big?
They think they run the whole world.
You get a cup, you fill it with juice, and you give it to people. So what? CJ tweets this to us. How about professional athletes? Well, here's the thing about professional athletes. Most of them we don't know ourselves. Like, you could be walking past football players all the time. You wouldn't even know it.
Yeah, unless they're a huge breakout star. There's got to be tons of people who are on the teams that you will never know their name.
Well, you normally know 3 or 4 names from any given team.
Right.
If you're lucky. And there's 44 guys on that team.
And if you follow a team closely, you're going to obviously know more of them.
You're going to know a dozen.
Right.
Then you might know a dozen if they're really your guys. Hey, Billy. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, Bennington, I got two of them for you. The first one is modern day airline pilots. Those planes basically take off and land themselves.
All right. So a jet pilot is nothing to you.
Well, like a fighter jet is, but not the airline commercial.
Okay.
And then the second one is Chris Stanley. He sucks.
So what?
You know what? Thanks for nothing, buddy. That was
Thanks
mean.
for pointing out the obvious, buddy.
That was mean and uncalled for. And not true.
This is kind of interesting. Level says, President of the United States is a job that's overrated. Senators and his cabinet get their work and decision done. There is some truth to that as well.
Right.
That, first of all, not only do you get that there, but you take a lot of shit when you're president. It's not like being king or emperor. No one's ever afraid of the president of the United States.
True. And you're also electing a team there, and we tend to not pay very much attention to everybody else who he surrounds himself around.
Right. Well, he's kind of the head of that team.
Right.
You know, he's the face of that team. But yes, you are correct that a lot of people end up making those decisions. And he's just like, okay, if you guys think so. I don't know. I'm kind of nervous myself. I got to get elected again, remember. Scott, what do you got?
This Bangton?
It is Bangton.
Okay. Hey, crime scene investigators. I used to work with one, and it's usually just dumb luck if they figure something out. It's nothing like CSI or any. That's so contrived. It's ridiculous. And I've worked with several, and they just do not do anything remotely close to what you see on TV.
I would like to be the one who walked through a crime scene now.
Yeah.
Like one of those things where like the water's still running, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like
the eeriness,
okay.
like it just happened 20 minutes ago and I'm walking through trying to put it together like this chair got knocked over. It's probably a tussle of some kind.
Is that a footprint I see?
Yeah.
What's that?
You know what I think I could really be good at though? Is the interrogation. I think I could sit there, fuck with somebody long enough before they said something they didn't mean.
I definitely think you could break someone. How long do you think it would take you, on average? Just a regular person?
Now you're putting pressure on me, and I don't want to. But I think I could get somebody, even an innocent person, to admit to murder within an hour. And I think I could probably get, particularly if they were slow-witted and didn't understand some of the threats that I was making. Like if I say, I'm going to have your dog killed and shit like that. I would do that kind of stuff.
Oh, they'll sing. They always sing for Ronnie B.
I don't know whether he did it or not, but here he signed this.
He always gets us a confession. That's what I like about this guy.
We got a man. Don't know if it's ours.
That's the important thing. We got a man.
Call the papers.
John, what's up? What job isn't it all it's blown up to be?
Actually, it's an overrated job, Ronnie, and I do it myself. I'm a rock driller in a rock quarry for the drilling and blasting industry.
I would love to do that.
That sounds cool.
Badass.
It's overrated. It's nasty. It's dusty. It's greasy. It's filthy.
I expected it to be dusty.
Yeah, sure.
You got goggles though and a mask.
It sounds good. Yeah, you can pick up a lot of women with it that you're in the explosives business. But when they get to know you and they see you at the end of the day, it's not a very attractive job.
Let me just say this, John. I think it's so attractive. Big ass prize closet for this guy.
All right.
He uses the explosives business to get women, and I salute him for that. Thank
you.
I think it's a great way. I like to blow shit up, though.
It seems like the funnest job. Where you're just destroying things on a daily basis, just laying dynamite.
He sold himself short there. It seems pretty damn cool
I think
to me.
he's just jaded.
The thing is that you think that he's just throwing sticks of dynamite, but you got to do that stuff so it's correct. So, like, you're really, like, planting and going through it a long time before you get to set it off. It probably just feels like, oh, finally, we get to blow something up. Oh, good, it did exactly what we wanted. Goes the other rock.
Well, at the very least, I think he just raised the bar for the afternoon callers.
Yes, he did. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. But he did help the afternoon callers quite a bit. Here's Zach in T-Town. What's happening, buddy?
Hey, cousins.
Hey, cuz.
I think babysitters are overrated for two reasons. One, when I was babysat, I never saw the babysitter. And two, when I did babysit, I just ravaged the fridge and sat on the TV.
I didn't know that people rated babysitters awful high.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like, what a cool job you have.
One time, I was babysitting these kids, and the parents went out, so I dropped some acid. And then when the parents came home, they're like, how were the kids? I go, really good. Plus, I'm making that turkey that you had. And they're like, what turkey? And they open it up, and there was, and they're like, my baby, you were roasting a baby. That was from the acid. So I just go like this. Did I say turkey? And I just fucking turned over the table, ran out the door, and I was screaming the whole way. Those people roasted their own baby.
Wow, they do any time?
Yeah, crime scene investigators showed up, and they got A man. I don't know if they got B man. And then later, I heard both those people were raped and murdered in prison.
Jesus. Horrible.
Well, then why is he laughing if it's so bad?
Can't believe it happened to both of them, though.
I can't believe how judgmental you get. I open my heart up and share a story.
That's what baby killers get in prison, all right? I don't feel bad for them for a second.
BKs. Looks like we got a couple BKs coming in here. It wasn't us. Our babysitter was tripping.
That's what everyone says.
That was always the big urban myth story that happened in someone's town.
That was an actual urban myth story. People are going to put babies in the oven.
Yeah, because they were tripping. And I don't know, I put that turkey in. Turkey? What turkey?
We don't
and
have...
it was the baby roasting.
Oh, God. What is...
The horrors of LSD.
Yeah, and I actually heard that story the first time while I was tripping.
Oh, God.
And I actually said this to the person who told me the story. Was I the babysitter?
Am I doing that right now?
Are we in an oven? I am so fucking high.
Are you narrating my life right now?
Oh, God.
Oh.
Here's Steve, Philly. Steve.
Hey, my first call to Bennington.
Ah, good to talk to you, Steve.
Yeah, it's been a while. I got a job now, so it's hard to listen. It's funny you make that joke about the babysitter, because that actually happened to a friend of mine's babysitter's cousin's nephew.
Yeah, it always goes that way.
Yeah. My grandfather is about 76 years old, and he's a private investigator.
Yeah.
And he could not be less cool. He doesn't have a cell phone. He does not have a computer. He's got stacks of yellow legal pads in his house. I'm not lying. I swear to God, he wears Velcro sneakers and like the half zip like bowling shirts and stuff. And every once in a while, he'll go, "Hey, can you get on that Facebook and see if you can find this guy for me?" Like he just.
This guy actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't dig him in a big way.
He sounds like an Elmore Leonard character or something.
He's a cool guy, but I don't know how he is as far as, private dicks go. But
Elmer Leonard to me is almost like one of the best crime writers because he shows how stupid people are who commit crimes. And I'll end up laughing my ass off of how dumb and confident those characters are.
Because that's true of actual criminals. Like, we like these stories where it's like the diamond heist with so so few criminals are actually like that. Most of them are just like small time kind of crooks.
Yeah.
And he writes those characters so well.
And like you find out a crime takes place and the sheriff goes like this, we're going to put up a car over at his mom's house. He'll end up there sooner or later. And they do.
Yeah.
You know, he's just like, better go to my mom's. There's a cop waiting for him.
No place else to go.
Yeah. But it's always like that. They're like, he's got a girlfriend. He'll shack up with her before you know what's going down. And it happens that way. Bill. Go ahead, Bill.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
TV news anchors.
Well, here's the thing about TV news anchors. It's not easy to read a teleprompter on TV and smile at the right times.
And have someone in your ear. That really, to me, is shocking.
It's like being a puppet in a weird way. But don't mistake that for thinking that it's easy.
Yeah.
It isn't.
I think it's a skill. You know, I mean, I can't even like read a text message and then like carry a conversation at the same time. I have to be like, hold on 1 second while I read these 2 sentences.
Yeah, and they've got it spinning by, so they're able to sit there and then put the emphasis on the right syllable. Now, that doesn't mean that they know a fucking thing more than you do about what they're doing. They just know how to do that kind of work. They're not out, getting stories.
Yeah, it's crazy that you could ever make that seamless.
And yet, most of the time, they pull it off.
Yeah.
I always like any weird transition. Let's see if we're going to have some more of that weather that we've been having the last couple days. And then that guy will throw it back there is some weather coming up. You're like, why don't you just guys just go through this? Why do you act like you're friends?
I think that's actually why any YouTube video of a small time reporter newscaster fucking up is the best thing ever, because normally they come off so professional, so anytime you see them cracking, it's hilarious.
I like any of the awkwardness though of the guy knows that other people out there care about something, so he acts like he cares. Well, it's going to be a big night tonight at Madison Square Garden. How are blue shirts going to do in this Game 7? You know what I mean?
You've never watched hockey once.
I know I care that the blue shirts,
stop calling
as they're also known, win this. Isn't it true that they've won every Game 7 in their history?
You're just reading lists off. You're reading facts, sir. This game matters to me.
So, what time are they dropping the puck?
Stop it. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's hope they have a big win tonight or have a better year next year, and you have a better day tomorrow.
This newscaster is just a regular Joe. That's what I like about him.
Yeah, they're just regular guys. They should just try to make it even more comfortable, and the guy's just there in a wet pair of swimming trunks. I just got out of the pool, and I'm ready to give you the news tonight.
Towel off first.
Pardon my
No
nipples.
time. I like to swim right up to the last second. Get all my laps in.
Your priorities are fucked up.
Yeah. What is going to happen tonight, Game 7? You a hockey guy?
Not normally.
Yeah.
But they're going to take it. They're going to take this Game 7.
All right, there you have it.
I've never been to a live hockey game.
Well, you're going to see a puck going back and forth real fast.
That sounds fun.
Your cousin is a giant Lightning fan, or as they started to call him lately, and this is annoying me, the Ning.
No.
Yeah, I heard it on ESPN.
The Ning is having some za right now. What? It's a za party for the Ning.
And isn't it true that they now call them the Ning?
Yes, regular Joe newscaster.
This is Joe Newscaster throwing it to Bill Weather. Until you move me. We'll be back with a story about some children rapping their homework.
This was uploaded to YouTube, and it's gone viral.
Or YouTube, as my neighbors call it.
Jump out of that. Jump out of it. Go to technical difficulties.
There's all different kinds of... No, it's fine, because I'm Jewish myself. And now I'm breaking out this bottle of Tito's.
Where'd you get that?
Well, this bottle?
Yeah.
It was given to me by my friend. Tito makes a handmade vodka that is America's original craft vodka.
Wow.
Yeah, the original one. You know why people weren't doing that before Tito? Back then, people used to eat out of bowls. And they didn't even have a word for vodka in the United States. They would just call it friendly juice. Not to be confused with friendly juice, which was a nice group of people in my neighborhood that used to come around and give baskets if you just moved in.
Oh, that's nice.
But let me tell you something about Tito's and Tito's original craft vodka. Tito Beverage, that's his name, and the kids used to taunt him about him. They're like, look at Tito Beverage. He's named after a beverage. I bet he never even comes up with his own vodka. Well, who's right now, kids? All right? Tito's sitting on top of the world, and what are you doing? A 25-year bid for transporting minors across state lines. Now who's the idiot? You. But Tito had a wonderful idea. He said, I'm going to come up with a micro distillery incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas. He put his life savings into it, racked up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Now, the reason that he did that is that he believed. He believed that he was going to have the finest vodka in the world. And guess what? Turns out that he was right. Now, take a look at this bottle. It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle. The reason why he does that, he doesn't need to show off. It's the exceptional handmade vodka that you're paying for. That's it. Tito still makes vodka by hand on the same land where he started all in Austin, Texas. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn, naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com. That's titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and mo. Handcrafted to be savored responsibly. Here's a Buddha. Buddha is over in Brooklyn. What's up, buddy?
I'm from Brooklyn. I'm living out in Utah now.
Okay. I got confused.
What you call it? I think pimping is way overrated, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, pimping is one of the hardest things to do. You know what I'm saying? You got to convince these women to go out there and sell their bodies. You got to be a stylist. You know what I'm saying?
Buddha, you're living in Utah now? Did you actually say that?
Yeah, I'm living in Utah now.
With this whole package in Utah?
What are you doing?
must stick out like a sore thumb.
It's fucking, you know what? It's not that bad, man.
You're
You know
like
what
this
I'm
all the
saying?
time.
Fucking,
Hey, could somebody give me a fucking ride to Salt Lake City? Here's this Mormon broad over there. I'm looking to rail her.
you know, fucking, what you call? You
What
know,
do you
if
do for
think
food? And what do you do for food when you're in Salt Lake City?
But I'm an artist. I paint and I do a little bit of everything. I'm fucking unemployable, man. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like,
You're the best.
so
dude.
you know what I'm saying?
You're the best. I got news
I
for
do a
you.
little bit.
Big ass prize closet. Got another one. Big ass prize closet. Only for having that attitude in Utah. I love it.
These afternoon callers are really stepping up.
They are stepping up, and they make the morning callers look like creeps.
Yeah.
Like KT creeps.
Hey, like that morning callers.
Bunch of KTs.
They probably moved on or doing something else with their lives. Look, speaking of Utah, is that where it was Colorado where the Joker shot those people up. Why even have a fucking trial when somebody's that guilty?
I know. I waste the time.
I guess they have to because it's like part of the justice system.
Part of the justice should be this, though. This is so obvious. We're just going to lynch this man.
This is the why bother defense.
We've decided to lynch him. Let's see if that doesn't work out better for everyone.
Out in town hall.
You ever watch Waverly Pines?
I haven't. Is it good?
There's a thing there. The punishment is to take someone in the middle of the town and slit their throat with everybody else in the town watching.
No.
Yeah. It's a comedy. Dark comedy, you know? I mean, that's my humor. You know what I mean? That's my kind of humor.
They have like a pit, like a Disneyland place to slit the throat, or is it willy-nilly?
This is what you're most curious about, the setting that the throat cutting takes place.
The blood pit. That's what you want to know about.
Yeah, I want to know about the blood pit. It probably smells.
You're sick. You're a sick, twisted man.
With a twisted back.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
Go to the chiropractor.
No, they're not getting me.
They're the best people in town.
Mm-hmm.
Charlatans.
Maybe they could look at your knee.
I'm not letting them go anywhere near that.
Would you let a chiropractor pop your knee right now?
Fuck no.
Well, you're making a mistake, my friend.
Huge mistake. They're healers.
Don't like them. Don't trust them. And if I had some sort of position in the government, I'd be trying to shut them all down.
What position would you have to be able to do that, do you know?
No, I'm not sure. I'm gonna guess.
Mailman?
Good old government job?
Rogue cop.
Rogue cop. Cops don't get to shut anything down.
Marshall.
Looks like a cop's gone crazy. It's been burning down chiropractors' offices. He's got 4 so far. There's a manhunt for him.
Well, you just do this yourself. Hey, you were telling me that there's this new way that they want to retrieve lost memories. Right. Now, just think of it this way. There are memories that we've all forgotten.
Yes.
Exact memories. But there's still somewhere in our brain that can be accessed.
These researchers, they tested this on mice, and by shining light on your different neurons in your brain, they were able to retrieve lost memories that the mice had, and the mice were able to remember.
Let me guess. Some cheese that they were eating.
Whatever mice have memories
running
of.
back and forth. But how are they going to test that?
Forgot about that cheese. So good.
They remembered.
My teeny little mouse.
Look, now he's trying to read it real fast. He just starts to collect. Let me see if I can't read something.
Mazes.
But how you?
Mazes. They were testing them with mazes. Like,
how
all right.
do we know what they're figuring out or not? But if you think about it, like even if you, because I'll try to do this sometime. I'll be like, okay, 3rd grade. What do I remember about 3rd grade? And then I'll think, is there a new memory, something that I can come up with that I dropped? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's impossible because usually at this juncture, you can get that thing where you're like, oh, yeah, that sparked something. But you had that memory at one point.
Right.
Like a couple years after that, maybe you had
You were
remembered
holding
it.
that one.
Right, exactly. But I don't know. I know I'm not capable of that. I would love to have that ability. But we all do have, your body holds these dormant memories. Like you can't access them. It's what we talked about before with your surgery. It's what terrifies me about surgery is that I think that your body, part of your body is aware of what is happening to you. And when you go under, you're just blocking that out. But you have that memory of being cut open somehow.
Well, here's the deal. Like, the reason that they say, oh, you'll never forget how to ride a bike is because you don't store that in your regular memory place.
Right.
It's stored in a different place. The same place where you're, let's say, tying a shoe. You never sit around and think about tying a shoe. You do it.
It's for the same reason if you have amnesia, there's tons of things that your body remembers how to do, but you're not able to access names and memories. And I had seen a documentary once about a guy who had amnesia, remembered nothing of his life. And the first clue that they were able to figure out who he was is they handed him a pen and he wrote his signature.
Without thinking about it.
Yes, he was.
So
they were just like, here,
hey,
sign
can
your
you sign
name.
this? Yeah.
And he knew his signature, so they were like, okay, that kind of looks like his name is like James something with an R is the last name. Like that was the first break because in his body he has the memory of this is my name.
But what about a guy like me that's always signing bad checks with other people's names?
I don't know. Who knows what you would come up with then?
I would always easily just go like this. Let me write you out a check for that. I'm going to do $10,000.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm going to give you an extra $200, and you're going to give me $200 right now, so I have some walking around cash.
Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Makes
that's
sense.
how is it? $10,000 check.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll take that.
$10,200. You know what? You got anything else in there? How much money you got in your pocket exactly?
About
Because that's what I'll write to check out for.
about $75 in here.
So I don't know if I'd want somebody going back and getting some of those memories.
If you could remember 100% of everything that's ever happened to you and be able to access it as well as you could access what happened to you this morning, you would not want that ability.
I don't think so.
How many lessons, though, do you forget? Things that if you were able to be like, oh, yeah, that's something that I knew at one time that I let go of.
Well, the fact that we know a lot of things but don't do them, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's not I don't know if that's the lesson.
Right.
I don't know if you gave me more memories of why I should, not eat bad food, that it would fucking keep me from doing it. Because I can just fucking wake up with odds and still eat something bad.
Right.
Now, what about you with your blackout?
That would be interesting. I'd like to see the blackout, see what happened during blackouts.
Because you were touched.
I was not touched. I'm talking about alcohol blackouts.
Oh. I've got a very weird blackout story. I don't think I've ever shared this one before. I would have been pretty young, and a bunch of us went over to Jersey from New York, because back then you could drink in Jersey younger than you could in New York. I went there from Pennsylvania. So we went over and we went like in a shit kickers bar, and we were getting hammered, and it was like White Crosses were around, so you know how young you are to do that. So I'm really drinking fast. And I'm really hammered. And I can remember staggering around and staggering in the bathroom and dancing and being in like shouting arguments with older people and shit like that. I remember pretty much making an ass. And then the last thing that I kind of remember is I'm in a car with my friends and we're driving up and people are saying there's been an accident, right? So I wake up the next morning. One of those, don't remember how I fucking got home. Yeah. I eat fucking breakfast. I watch some TV. Later that night, I go out and I see my friends. And they're all hanging out at this place that we all used to. And there was some guys and some girls. And we're all like 17 or something like that. And everybody looks fucking like crazy. So I'm like, what's up? What are we doing tonight? Right? And everyone's like, I don't know what, I don't know what to do. Like, what's bothering everybody? And they're like, well, last night. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we got fucking crazy last night. So I'm going on, and everyone's just like, really looks so sad, and they're weirded out. So I'm like, what, so what else we want to do? Let's do something. I was like, how the fuck, after what we went through, how could you even feel this way? I'm like, what you're talking about? And they're like, the accident. I'm like, oh, yeah. Somebody, what did they do? They hit a tree or they rolled over? They go, remember when we got out of the car? And I'm like, not really. And someone had been decapitated and the fucking head was taken off, right? And I, to this day, don't remember. And I'm like, don't fuck with me on this. And like, people are like, nobody's fucking with you, dude. You were right there for it.
So you saw it, but have no memory of it.
I'm told that I saw it. And apparently, even then, I don't know if I was too shook up. I don't have any, I was just like decapitated. And then I'll look around at everybody to see if one guy would like giggle or something. Like, we had you go. But like, no one even wanted to do anything.
Jesus. See, now there's a memory maybe.
Why would I want it back?
Yeah, leave it dormant. Jesus, that is so terrifying.
Is it?
Yes. Because there's part of your body that remembers seeing that.
No, here's what's weird. Everybody else was shaken by it but me. Right? So my blackout was like a plus.
It helped you.
Yeah, but now you're not able to.
Here's another weird thing. Now, even when I think about this, I can't even remember specifically which one of my friends we were with tonight, because I know it was girls and with that night. So I think I know two of the people, but it had to have been like 6 that saw this. So, I mean, even that story I didn't even hold on to it to be too big.
Jesus.
But here's the thing. It's a story with no payoff. I don't have a payoff here of acting like, oh, I was so drunk that I ended up putting the fucking, head in the trunk or something like that. It just didn't matter to me.
That is the eeriest story, though. That's so scary.
No, I think it's scarier for them.
Yeah, but I think that you might have some like secret post-traumatic stress that you don't know.
I know I don't.
You do.
I think I stopped and ate a sandwich on the way home.
But yeah, you're that drunk, you're getting hungry. It's natural.
Yeah, that's a memory you don't want to access.
Most memories I don't think you want to access. Like, the only time I would like to have that perfect memory is like when you're fighting with someone and they said that you said something and you know that you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
That drives me it drives me crazy when someone tries to put words into my mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
That drives me bananas.
I'd also like it for just like being able to pull up people's names that you've met casually. I hate the panic of like, I know that I should know this person's
Call
name.
Chief.
What's up, buddy?
What up, big dog?
Hey, big dog.
Big dog's here to eat. What do you say, man?
But I have a weird thing with that where even when I meet someone and I'm aware that this is like an important moment, I should know this person's name, I'm actually saying to myself in my brain, like, remember this name. You need to know this name. And it's like I'm talking over them saying it. Like even 30 seconds later, I'm like, fuck, I was saying listen. And I wasn't. Listen up. You gotta know this name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. I was talking to myself. Say it again. This is what I always do. Gail. Nice to meet you, Gail. I hope it doesn't hail. If it does, let's catch it in a pail. You know what I mean, Gail?
What are you doing, sir?
I'm just keeping this deep inside my mind. And your name is?
Chris.
Chris.
Yeah.
Go take a piss.
Well, I don't have to.
Make sure you don't miss.
I won't. Very accurate with my urine, sir.
But with he's got so many names, you can just throw one out there. And
you're probably gonna hit one.
He'd answer to Bobby Boy.
What's up? What's up? BB here, right here.
Here's my worst thing. Like I come up to you and I go like this. Do you remember me? Do you remember my name? I'll go like this. Get the fuck away from me, man. Not fucking playing games at all here. That shit doesn't work out. Luckily, I'm getting to the point where I can actually say this. Nope. I don't remember anything about you.
No way.
You used to date me, remember? We had an abortion together. You said you'd always be there for me. But
Do not recall.
Yeah. I came out and you were eating a moon pie that you had went down the hall and bought.
That I remember.
Yeah. These things are delicious, aren't they?
Why didn't you get one?
I was having an abortion.
God damn it, Chris.
What would I? Oh.
You're a piece of garbage on a fucking garbage stick.
I didn't know there were garbage
The
sticks.
stick itself is made of garbage.
Really? You never saw them picking up?
Oh yeah, I actually used one for community service once. Never mind.
I bet you did.
I did.
As a fucking roach clip.
Unless you blacked that memory out.
Yeah. Like you black all your memories out.
A lot of them disappear. People say I still experienced it though.
What's like your earliest memory?
I remember like going to see a movie with my parents. It might have been Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Like I remember nothing of my childhood. There is nothing there.
Late.
Yeah, I have memory problems. I have a lot of memory problems. At least early on. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Even now you do.
Yeah.
If I could count the number of times that you showed up here on a Saturday and then you've called me and said nobody's here.
Ron, opener's about to start. Hit.
Go ahead and hit it. Because guess what day it is?
What?
Sad days.
I thought it was Tuesday. It's happened again.
That's the thing about. I don't think I want this memory back. I think what I'd rather have is memories of things that I didn't do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like Total Recall?
Yeah, like catching a giant wave.
Yeah.
You know?
Just replace that with anything bad.
It's much better than being able to just like how much do we really remember of? I mean, there's so much that we just don't remember. It's got to be mostly shit. We forget most things.
Depends.
If somebody had, even just from this morning, if somebody had you write down from the second you woke up everything you did and everything you talked about, how detailed could you?
I will say this: I couldn't write one of those biographies about what happened this morning.
Right.
Like the conversations that we had. No.
Or if you see in court.
Look, that's his kid.
That's awesome.
Steve Earle and his famous kids. That's the coolest.
Yeah.
They're little towheads, huh?
Yeah. He's the best.
Gail, you were saying something stupid before
Hey!
we both saw Steve Earle.
It was only stupid compared to Steve Earle.
They're asking now online whether Chris Stanley used his garbage stick or his garbage dick.
I think it was that dick.
It was a stick.
I think he's actually kept his penis pretty fresh and alert. Because you've been with the same girl for a long time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many years?
8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Thank you.
It's getting close to that point where he's thinking about, and this might seem for him like he's rushing it, but asking her out to dinner.
Really?
Would you like to have a meal with me?
She's aware you're dating, right?
Yes.
Not just okay. She knows your name and everything.
Yes, one of my names.
But she knows that you're not just driving past her house, yelling shit at her dad.
Sup? I'm gonna egg that shit. That's
not
love.
It's not how you date, Chris.
She knows that it's just not you guys getting whacked the fuck out. That there's actual feeling.
Yes, there's feelings.
And what do you
Emotion.
say to her?
I tell her that I love her.
How do you say it? How do you say it?
Baby, I love you.
Aww.
Baby, I love your way.
Baby, you're my sweetheart. I love you. That's what I say to her.
Baby, why are you screaming at me right now? You know I love you.
Come on, we're in love.
You know I love you so much. I want you to get in that car with the other man and make me some of that money.
No,
okay?
That's how you treat your
I'm
girlfriend?
going to turn your ass
That
out
we
and
do?
make some of that money for
This
myself.
sounds like some sort of movie.
Because pimping ain't easy.
All right, that's a song
These are direct quotes.
from a song.
What is it? A song is a wrestler. What was that pimp's name?
Godfather.
Yeah.
Godfather.
AKA
Sinbad. He always looked like Sinbad.
Tatted up Sinbad. Oh, Papa Shango also. He was also Papa Shango.
But not anymore.
No.
We got to go to break here.
Yes, we do.
Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to be talking about a film called Hot Girls Want It. Speaking of turning them out, this is about young women who, on their 18th birthday, join the porn industry. And they're in and out of that industry. By the time they're like 18 in 2 months, it's like, you've done it.
Used up.
Next. New girls getting boned every day. And then we're going to talk about that with Rashida Jones. The lovely Rashida Jones. Don't mess this up for me. Because I want you to, I'm going to act like I'm leaving the room and you'd be like this. He's been a mother and father to me in my life.
Such a great man.
He's done everything well. He'd be perfect for you. If you know what I'm saying. Right back.
I'll say yep. I'm your wingman.
I love it. It's the Bennington Show.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage, yeah, that's his real name, had the idea of building his own micro distillery, incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He required the first legal permit to distill in Texas, and he put his life savings into it, racking up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Since then, he's been awarded a 95 rating by wine enthusiasts, won the unanimous Judge's Choice double gold medal at the judges.
Yeah.
Judges.
Can I tell you something, Chris?
Yeah.
Read it right.
I'm sorry.
Read it right. That's for Tito.
Won the unanimous Judges' Choice double gold medal.
Double.
double. Won the
I'll beat
unanimous.
this into you. This is the way you learn as a good Catholic kid.
It hurt. Won the unanimous judges' choice double gold medal at the World Spirits Competition, the chairman's trophy for world's best vodka tonic, and many others. It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle, so all you pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside. Tito still makes his vodka by hand in the same land where he started it all, in Austin, Texas. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more.
Let me just say this to you. Do you know what are you reading it or are you believing it?
I believe this.
Because I want you to feel it in every cell of your body. I don't want you to just sit here and talk about Tito's vodka. Yeah. I want you to become the vodka.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I will become vodka.
Yeah.
I will be
itself. Because I'm not saying anything. I talked to Tito the other day, and he's thinking about having a character named Vodky that goes out and just goes to the Vodky.
Like, I'm Vodky.
Well, I'm not like that. Stupid like that, but it'd be nice.
I'm Vodky? Like
no,
that?
it'll be like I'm Vodky. It'll just be like a person inside a vodka thing.
Okay.
And it's simple bottle with just simple, label on it.
Nice label, yeah. And then
classy because it keeps it nice and expensive.
I hope I can, at least try to get to be vodka.
Well, one of the things he wants you to be able to do is dodge darts.
Okay.
So I've got these darts and I'm going to throw them at your back.
Oh, come
and
on.
You got to move without diving. Move without diving.
How?
You're slow on your feet, aren't you?
Yes. I will have a bad knee. All right, look.
That could end up taking you out of this.
I need to get into some physical therapy. And you can visit us at titosvodka.com.
Who's us? Are you going to be there?
I won't be there.
Okay, why do you say us then? You really think that you're vodka?
Visit Tito's at titosvodka.com.
Let me just tell you something. I'm very proud to have Tito's associated with this. To me, this is one of the greatest Americans in the world. To see you just not live it when you're doing the commercial. I mean, live it. I want you to talk about this like you want every human being out there needs to be drinking Tito's. Okay, needs it.
Okay, they need to experience gluten-free vodka.
You're not angry with them.
Oh.
You're passionate.
Hey, you got to experience the gluten-free vodka because you got to.
Okay, what is this, Nerd Town?
Well, how am I a nerd?
You're like, hey, everybody, look, I got a pencil protector.
Well, yeah,
that's not what we're doing here, man.
I want to get my shirt must.
It's like he could come riding in on a white horse right now.
He's a baller.
Yeah. I saw him start a fire with his mind and then put it out with his heart. That's Tito beverage.
It's even better than being telekinetic.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah,
I don't see the reason to rate things, but yeah, you're right about that. Is he bringing everybody together in this country? Yes, he is. How? Because people can sit around and enjoy a vodka that they can talk about while they're drinking it. You see what I'm doing there?
Yeah.
I'm bringing the passion of this, and I'm making it bigger than just drinking vodka because what it has to do is America itself. We use Tito as that example of how an American can still do it on his own. He's not some Chris Stanley who's just a corporate drone doing what he's told. Yes, sir. I will report everything Ron and Gail do. Read it like you mean it and take us home with it, damn it. Take us home. And talk not to the ears of people.
Yeah.
Talk to their hearts. Talk to their souls. Okay?
Yeah. So listen to me.
Well, you never say listen to me.
Oh, why? Why
to
not?
the audience. You make them listen.
Oh, okay.
You don't say it.
Okay. All right. Tito's vodka. It's handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Dan Bennington. And that's it. That's all the Bennington.
What about Chris Stanley Bennington? What about Stanley Bennington, huh?
Nope.
What happened?
Because you have too many names, Stanley.
I got a shitload of names.
You do. You got to focus down, and we should do a thing that if one of your non-usable nicknames gets used, you do a shot.
Good idea.
You're the exact opposite of branding right now.
Looks like I'll be doing a lot of shots, everybody.
I need a little bag for this. You know what I mean?
Grab a bag for you.
I don't want to be, he's telling me these are illegals, and I don't want to be carrying it around.
Yeah.
You can't be flashing that legal shit on the street. You know what I'm saying?
Well, can I? I live my life like it's fucking blue velvet. Fuck Heineken! Pabst Blue Ribbon. By the way, I think that was the first comeback for Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You think so?
Yeah, I really do.
That's where all the H-sters get into it.
I heard. I'm trying to remember who said it, but
some boyfriend of an actress, but he's also an actor.
Okay, and so he's saying he did like some sort of PBR deal where you get like
a bucket of PBR in his bar for $4 or something, and it made it take off across the city and then across the nation.
Yeah, I believe him. And that's sarcasm.
He's got no reason to lie, and he's a very funny man.
No, he has plenty of reason to lie because PBR is very successful now, and he's taking that success for his own.
It had to start somewhere.
Well, then I'll say the beer distributor up in Purchase, New York, was selling them for 12 packs for $3 a shot. Those guys should get.
All
the
right, but let me point this out to you. It always was a cheap beer, and youths were drinking shitty beer then. Why did that happen? Somebody had to say, look, we're going to drink this skunk beer, but it's cheap, it's good.
Yeah.
It's not that skunky though. That's the selling point.
Once it hits your lips, it's so good.
Hipsters in a room full of hipsters.
Did you just call me the H word?
Yeah, I did.
Youngster?
But I did it with a small H, you know? Like hip grows.
PBR's old news now. I'll tell you what the hot shit is right now. Modelo.
Justin fucking throw of this.
I'm not saying I'm starting anything. I'm just saying I'm noticing things that are happening. Modelo beer is the new fucking cheap beer of choice.
Yeah, what of it? I've been on Modelo. I didn't know it was a trend.
It is a trend. It's a trend now.
Maybe this is going to be another beer that everyone gets all upset about, like, oh, they took our Modelos. The youth.
You know, maybe it's because I'm a functioning alcoholic and have quite a few years of sobriety. I've never even heard of this goddamn beer.
It's just like a cheap Mexican beer.
Delish.
Cheap Mexicans.
I prefer Tecate, if I want to be honest.
You prefer Tecock, please.
No, it's
That
a
is
beer.
you. That
no,
is you.
No, it's not. It's
Coming
not
up
part
a
of it.
little later on in the show. Man, Rashida Jones, we got a thing going on. How beautiful is she?
Stunning. Stunningly beautiful.
She is going to get here in a little bit to talk about Dapone. She's got producing a porn movie called Hot Girls Want It. It's today on Netflix. We got to see it in advance. Did you watch this, Stanley?
No, I did not.
And it is,
some producer, huh?
It is a documentary, not a porn movie.
Oh, yeah,
Just
we
a
should point that out.
Just throwing that out there.
You know what? I
to the
should
people.
say that. She's putting out a sex tape. You can watch it on Netflix. Hot Girls Want It. And she'll be like, I don't know what they did over there, but they really promoted the hell out of my movie. But I'm going to tell you why everyone's in love with her. She's really gorgeous, but not like intimidating gorgeous. And she's smart.
She's smart.
And she's funny. And she's around funny people. She's got it all. Not to mention, she's really she's like, to me, royalty because her dad is a king.
Yes.
Quincy Jones is. I had Quincy Jones in here one time, and it was amazing to have a chance to talk to him. And then her mom, Peggy Lipton, is American royalty, incredible sex symbol.
Yeah, she is drop dead gorgeous.
And coming back to do the Twin Peaks, I believe. Even though they're not giving it away, I heard from more than one person that she's going to be in the Twin Peaks. Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
I did not know that.
I'm going to have to go back and binge watch all the old Twin Peaks. But not the second season, just the first.
Right, just the first one.
Not the second shit season.
Do not worry about the second.
So this Hot Girls Wanted, it's actually I don't want to say it's sad, but it's eye-opening when you see how dumb the young girls who go into porn is and what they expect to happen.
Not the brightest?
No.
It's a heartbreaking kind of film.
I don't know if my heart broke, but there was a couple of people I wanted to shake real fucking hard.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with you? Think a little bit. I get a little disappointed in the lack of common sense, street sense, if you will, in people.
Yeah, there's that, but I also think it's it's probably a good thing to watch if you are a watcher of porn. I think, just like anything, if you're going to consume something, you should probably
It's too depressing.
know what's going into it.
I think it'd be hard for people who enjoy porn.
Well, it's necessary, I think. It's like watching a documentary about, I don't know, sweatshop workers or something.
Well,
I don't watch those.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's tough, and those are out now. But it's also hard for me to watch a 30 for 30 where, this was a football player or a boxer that I really enjoyed, and now I see what that love of that sport did to them.
Yeah.
This thing of porn, which most people only watch. I know this from a friend of mine who worked at a cable company, and this was a long time ago. They said that most people would watch their porn movies for 4 to 6 minutes. That they had those statistics that they could see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do you ever notice, like, with a regular movie porn type thing, like the kind that you would see on TV, like softcore?
Yeah.
There's always the opening sex scene.
Yeah, there's tits immediately.
Yeah, they're just, because they're like, let's get it out of the way for the people who want it.
Yep.
And then we'll tell them that this is about a psychologist or radio show host.
4 to 6 minutes, and it's not because the plot is slow.
No. But you ever see they always do the softcore porns like that? Like, hey, give me a call. Tell me all your stories.
I saw one
The worst.
softcore porn that was like all about wine. There was some strange backstory where there were like wine reps and people like buying wine from vineyards.
It's
I really got into the plot.
Well, what happened?
It was late and I was
Yeah, it's terrible when you're an insomniac. But what probably happened is Sideways had just come out.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, they jump
It would
on
be
that.
about that time.
Yeah. Have you ever gone back and watched Sideways and went, oh, this isn't as good as I thought?
Never did it, and I believe it would not hold up. But
the weirdest thing is I think that the story holds up. I'm not sure that the acting does.
The Giamatti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After that, he was beloved. People just started throwing
Well, he went back to back. He did that Harvey Picar movie.
Yeah.
And then didn't get nominated.
American Splendor.
American Splendor.
Yeah.
And then he did the Sideways. So he did get nominated. At that point, he was like being really put up there. And then since then, he's back to,
a lot of crap.
6th or 7th lead, too,
Although he was great in Amy Schumer's piece, he was one of the
he
guys.
was good. He was good in that, yeah.
Maybe that's, going to shoot him to the
But
top
there's
again.
even been a lot of movies of his I haven't seen lately, like they come and go like a Karma Chameleon.
Yeah, I can't remember the last, like, big movie he was in. Or, I don't know.
I think the last really large movie he was in, he was The Avengers. I think he's Thor. Look it up
Wow.
to see if he's Thor, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna look
He's
it up.
really gotten in good shape.
He looks
really
great.
good shape.
I didn't even recognize him.
Ooh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. His dad used to be commissioner of baseball.
Interesting.
Every article. Little known fact, his dad was commissioner of baseball.
Learn something here, people. I'm not seeing that, but I am seeing Downton Abbey. It wasn't an episode of Downton
Oh,
Abbey.
yes. He did
That's
a little
pronounced Downtown Abbey.
Oh, Downtown. Excuse me. Downtown Abbey.
Downton. Love
When
Downton.
I'm alone and I'm always alone, I go Downton.
Oh, he's
That's
going to
a
be in
theme
Straight
song.
Outta Compton,
Ah,
which I do want to see. Did you see a trailer for Straight Outta Compton?
I did. I'll see it.
Ice-T's kid looks and sounds exactly like Ice-T.
When's this coming out?
Summer, August, I believe, which isn't a good sign, but I'm still going to say it.
At first, when I saw the trailer, I did not realize that it was Ice-T's kid. And I was like, how did they find this guy? I was really freaked out.
All right, let me see it. This is driving me nuts. Because, by the way, I've always thought Ice-T was a really good actor, too.
He's
You know?
great.
He is a good actor.
I haven't watched the TV show that's been on for 11 years.
He's great in
I'm
it.
going back to his movies.
All right, here's the trailer for Straight Outta Compton.
When you guys said Ice-T's kid, you mean Ice Cube's kid?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Ice Cube.
That's fucking racist.
I realized it as it was halfway through, by the way.
That's racism.
I didn't realize it. That makes me even
I'm
more
really
racist.
embarrassed to be sitting in this room. Cuba's done this show a couple times, and he's really fucking smart, and he's really funny and charismatic.
Yeah.
For real.
Terrified.
Like cops would, even when it was just Cuban, remember he was on those early tours when they would do rock and rap together?
Yeah.
I don't think it was Vans. I think it was the other one.
Skechers?
No, before that. The ones that, it's just in Chicago now in the summer.
Lollapalooza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was on that. Fucking cops would show up and all just because Cube was there. Now you look back at it now and you're like, well, he was just a kid doing his stuff. But at the time, people were frightened. But I also think, like, when it first happened, Eazy-E was the one that everyone was talking about more than Ice Cube and Dre.
I feel like everyone was. I just feel like it was brought up on the news constantly. Like they were just like they were going to show up at your house.
But we felt, well, you have to remember the riots happened back then too. So this was, and then, at the same time on the East Coast, you had Public Enemy. So it got really weird for people because, it was only like a year before that rap sounded like this. Oh, my name is Jimmy, and I'm here to say I'm gonna dance all day away.
Yo, yo, yo.
And everybody was like, oh, okay, that's acceptable and nice. And it's very, very colorful.
Cute outfits.
Yeah. And then the next thing you know, these fucking guys are coming out. And they're like, people are like, what? Wait, stop. What are we going to do? What are we going to do to protect ourselves?
Angry. These guys are so angry. And Cube was writing all the lyrics for everyone.
Yeah, he was. He definitely was, which wasn't something at the time that seemed all that important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, historically, in hindsight, you look back at that kid and you're like, oh my God, he put out a lot of material fast. But it wasn't, I don't think at the time there was anyone taking a critical look at hip hop before that. I might be wrong. It might have been, underground and zine type stuff, but there was no mainstream paying attention to whether somebody was, the Fat Boys or anybody else who was out there doing it. You know what I mean?
I mean, as mainstream as it was then, it still eventually took so long for it to be, I think, treated like not.
Well, now it's pop music.
Right.
There was that Taylor Swift song with Kendrick Lamar on it. And, that guy's just a straight up rapper. And now he's on a giant Taylor Swift song.
Right. Like most pop songs have some incorporation of rap now.
But also now rap also does the pop break.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, it's one or the other. But that has made it a lot less effective than it was back here. Because when you were looking back at some of this stuff where it really felt political.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It wasn't just about selling shoes or fucking perfume or whatever people worry about now.
There weren't a lot of brands dropped in the NWA stuff.
But again, we're showing our own asses here because there's still plenty of political stuff just being done, but it's not mainstream enough, and we don't go looking for it. It's almost like if people are always like, oh, the 70s music was so great, you had Little Feat and all these bands and Allman Brothers. Go look at the charts. There wasn't fucking cool bands on the singles charts.
That's true. And I actually think that the older people forget that.
I know they do.
And I think that they also claim things that I wonder, had they been, were they actually hip to those things at the time?
Give me an example.
Like people claim those great bands all the time, but they were not the most popular bands always. So I feel like people are like, yeah, we listen to the cool music and we
Well, I'll tell you this, there was very little people listening to people now that, the New York Dolls, the Stooges didn't get a lot. Lou Reed didn't get a lot of air. I mean, maybe next to no airplay, and not big albums sales. Patti Smith wasn't a breakthrough until she collaborated with Springsteen. The Ramones never fucking sold records, ever, nor ever did any really big shows.
Right.
That was a fucking club band forever. And people are like, oh, we used to have the Ramones.
Yeah.
No.
But even like children of the 60s, I feel, will always say like, we were hippies. And I'm like, something tells me not all the people who claimed the hippie culture were hippies because they were people who were outside of.
Well, first of all, if you look back at those things, people like the Doors, they said the first time they did this one college, I forget what it was, like Kansas or something, people came to that fucking show wearing tuxes and long dresses, right? Like it was a formal.
What?
And the Doors were playing. And they said by the next year they were, everybody was a freak. And that's 1967, that it hadn't gotten into the, middle of the country. So I always, when people ask about the 70s, I'm like, the 70s is when the 60s got to the suburb.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's when people started to just get crazy partying.
Exactly, yeah.
But in the 60s, you know what's interesting? We were talking about this before with Aquarius running last night. How people now are liking to look back at the 60s from the adult point of view, ever since Mad Men. Before that, it was like the adult point of view, even to adults, was Squaresville. You know what I mean? Nobody cared about Dean Martin or whatever at the time, Frank Sinatra. And everyone always paid attention to it from the Jefferson Airplane point of view. But now it's the exact opposite. And everybody wants to look into that space age music scene,
Right.
you know?
And it was probably Mad Men that did it. It brought back a lot of things like style wise and
Smoking in the workplace.
Sure.
Womanizing in the workplace.
brown liquors.
It definitely, the old fashioned definitely got a nice
Yeah.
boost from Mad Men.
Big time.
In bars.
Very popular.
But how weird you have to be that you see something on a TV show and then you start doing it? Because if I was a bartender, the guy said old fashioned, I go like, what, like Mad Men, you fucking idiot?
You think I have bitters around this motherfucker? I serve whiskey.
But don't act like
beer.
you like it. You just saw it on TV and now you're fucking LARPing in my bar.
That's what cocktail bars are now. It's the bartenders are dressed like old timey bartenders and they're serving old fashions.
Okay, here's even worse than that. I hate the speakeasy thing. That is my least favorite thing, where everyone is pretending that it's a speakeasy. I talked to an old coworker. She's like, yeah, I had such a great night. Last night I went to a speakeasy. I was like, no, you didn't. Because it is legal for you to drink alcohol. So you didn't go. And she's like, well, yeah, but it's a speakeasy. No. Everyone's dressed in costume and people are like doing the Charleston. You are not in a fucking speakeasy.
All right, I actually did used to go to a speakeasy because here it was. This place had great Italian food, and then they would sell you cigars. But if the cops came around, you had to put your cigar in a bowl and hide it under the table because they would come in and bust everybody because they didn't have a smoking license there. So this is down in Little Italy, and we fucking loved smoking and eating there. Chris used to just smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
They were fine with it.
It was amazing.
And then they would go like this, put them away. And everybody in the fucking place would put they would only give you like a bowl, and this is only like what, 6 years ago?
Probably, yeah. If that.
And we would put it under the fucking table. But there was this huge amount of fucking smoke. You know?
Where did this come from?
Yeah, there could be like fucking 60 guys smoking cigars.
Well, that's a real speakeasy then.
Yeah. I love that place.
Speak easy when you're talking about
I
it.
will. But what about the kind of places where it's like, and they still have old speakeasies in the village, where there's one thing here and then you go through the phone booth and you come out. And it's legitimate that it was that way.
Yeah, I know, but now we're just playing pretend, right?
But you could go to good hot dogs back there.
Right. That's true.
There's a secret menu back there, too, for hot dogs.
Secret menu.
You know, we got Rashida Jones coming up in just a few moments. Her new film is called Hot Girls Want It. It is a documentary. She's the producer of it. I will tell you now, she's more attractive than anyone in her film, which, is a little disappointing. But do you think the porn thing has gone too far, where there's this 18-year-old birthday thing where,
Here's the thing. It's always existed. It's just like every vice. The internet allows us to have access to it constantly, and it makes it a lot more accessible. But we didn't invent any of these vices. These are not new problems. And pretty much anytime any technology is created, the first people to figure out how to produce things on it is the porn industry. It's like, let's figure out how to make pornography with this thing.
Yes, technology, it's always pushed technology, even back to knowing which technology was going to take off better or faster because the porn industry had sunk their money into it.
There is a drone porn out there. It is a drone porn.
You're kidding.
They shot the porn with a drone, and that was the whole marketing thing. It's like, this is the first drone porn.
Drone porn. We're watching drone porn. This is porn that doesn't get very close to the people.
It's vague porn.
Yeah.
It's called drone boning.
Why not just have satellite porn? But, the problem isn't, I don't think, technology. Well, I mean, it does become about technology. But I'll say, and I do this with you some guys sometimes, if I was younger, and even anyone who's came aware, even in the 90s, if you turned 18 in the 90s, and you thought to yourself, I'd like to be in the porn business, it would be a difficult thing to pull off.
Right.
You would have to get yourself to LA, find these people, been accepted by them, and then slowly start to do some roles. Today, you could upload yourself, you and your, young boyfriend or girlfriend, immediately and start selling it. I remember in the 90s, you would buy packages to people's sites. Like, instead of going directly to Hustler, you would just buy a certain girl,
right?
And it would be like, basically what we're talking about when you monetize a podcast now. You would have to pay her directly, and then people would ask for stuff. That's all gone, right? Nobody would ever pay for porn now.
Everything is free. Everything's on these tube sites. It was like $50 a month or something for some of the sites to have access to all this pornography. But with everyone having high-speed internet, the tube sites are just taking over. Everything just gets streamed.
But you say that, how do they make money? Selling ads?
From ads, yeah. That's how they make their money. Ads. That I don't know anyone who clicks on them.
But it's ads for more porn.
Yeah, it's ads for more porn.
Which you're not going to pay for.
Yeah. Or fleshlights. I think
Sure.
It's crazy. It seems like it's all smoke and mirrors. I don't know, because that's the only thing that's like Pornhub is the biggest.
Well, they haven't gotten any porn here, but the drone photography looks fantastic.
Well, there they are.
Oh, there they are down there. That's small.
It's a very arty porn.
Chris, I just saw you touch yourself, so take that off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
You can't do that in here.
Didn't think you'd see that.
This is got to be This is got to be a safe workplace.
Yeah, for
everybody.
me.
Take it off is the name of it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Done. Closed.
I did not ask you to make it smaller. Literally
done.
take it off.
It's gone forever.
So, yeah, there's no way around this. I don't know what parents with 18-year-olds do now. You know?
It's...
What do you say? Look, honey, I don't want you putting any porn on. You know what I mean? Because obviously, in the history of the world, the amount of kids, teenagers, feeling comfortable to talk to their parents about that is always going to be small.
True. And also, I think that the gap of like what is porn is, you know what I mean? Like it's too close to what they're probably doing, where they're like sending pictures to their boyfriends and stuff.
Right.
And it's like there has to be an overall conversation about how.
I don't know if a conversation with a young person helps you. I don't know. I remember in my neighborhood, the parents would say to us, I'm not even kidding about this. You can drink while you're in high school. You can have keg parties here in the backyard or the cellar. Just don't do drugs. And we said, oh no, we won't. And then we dropped acid. You know what I mean? Like we lied. We just, the more they gave us, the more we lied There's nothing truthful about a kid. When you say to your kid, you don't bully at school. No kid goes like this. Yeah, I do. I bully a little bit.
I treat everyone like shit.
But
there.
everyone says, no, I would never bully. I protect people.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I don't start it, but I jump in and I
Yeah.
definitely take the side of the bully.
Yeah, I like to be part of the pack. If the body hits the floor, I'll put a boot to it. That's my thing.
You've heard that song, right?
Let the body hit the floor. That's about me. They call me Flobo. But the fucking fact of the matter is, that's why a teacher will, say to an adult, like, your kid comes in here and he's like a lunatic fucking Nazi white supremacist. And the parent will go, no.
No,
This
not
is
my
a
angel.
Sweet boy.
They're a good person. They never do anything wrong.
So no, there's no way. There's no possible way to have a conversation with a kid. There's only one thing that you can do. You give them a shot in the neck so that they're knocked out, and then you put them in space capsules and you fly them far away the other side of the galaxy so that they're like sleep induced like that, and hundreds of years have gone by before they wake up. That's my parenting skills.
That's good. Worked for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can have a conversation with a person and they still, with a kid, and they still won't make stupid decisions.
You probably have to assume that anything you tell your child not to do, they're probably doing like 75% of those things.
Well, a lot of times, like if you say to yourself, oh, my kid has never gotten in trouble and he never, it might be a little nerdy. You might have lucked out on the nerd side of it.
Sure.
Which is luck. I don't think you can teach nerdism. Some kids just lucky nerd.
They're born that way.
There are some kids that are somewhat responsible, but a lot of kids, if they haven't, let's say, robbed a liquor store, it's because none of their friends have had that idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your kids' friends raise them as much as you do. All right? That's the two things. You've got the parents and the family and their family things. Then you've got the friends and what the friends see as being socially cool. So if your friend, if your daughter or son have friends that are sexually experimental, then your kid will probably be that way if he wants to hang out.
Right. That's just
It's
what
that
happens.
simple.
That's what happens.
And when people sit around and they brag about what good parents they are, fucking put luck in there as like 85%. The luck of the DNA, because that's it.
Yeah.
You
You
ain't teaching them shit. You're not doing anything.
You might just have a shitty kid. That's just what happens.
Shitty kids happen. Really sweet kids happen. And jock kids just kind of happen.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that takes place.
Smarts? Come on. That's definitely it. Like, you have nothing to do with that.
Well,
when
you-
you're like, force them to study, you're not going to make anyone.
But a lot of smarts is just ambition. It's just like this kind of bad thing of, I want to beat the other kid. They don't even say it, but they're like, I want to come in first in my class. And you're like, why? You know, what's the fucking difference?
Can't relate.
No.
No idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, me neither. But I've seen kids like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't enjoy school. You would think if you were smart, school would be easier for you and more enjoyable.
Sure.
They're freaked out all the time. Oh my God, I was supposed to have a different kind of cover for this. I remember I was saying to my parents, I go, no, they don't want us to do any reports.
Weird.
That's why I'm going out. Going out because all they have is free time. 'Cause this school doesn't even do anything. If I stay in here anymore, I can't breathe. I used to feel that way. I felt like I couldn't breathe. If, like, for some reason it was to stay in, it felt like, oh, stay in this coffin. I had to get outside. I'd be standing, like I was 14, I'd be standing outside in the rain before I fucking sat in the house.
Something could be happening out there.
I don't know.
Yeah, right?
Somebody could be driving by. Something could be going on. Two people could be fighting. There could be a new girl. Anything. It's all fucking happening. But it ain't happening in my living room.
In here, no one's hanging out. Out
No.
there, people are hanging out.
Yeah.
And they're
You
getting
think-
into different things.
You
It's
guys-
our time out there.
Yeah. It's your time in here. All right.
You guys enjoy. You guys have a great night.
So that's nothing that my parents did wrong. That just happened to them.
They're good
That's
people.
a horrible thing that happened to them. They had 4 disappointing children. They went 0 for 4. They took the collar.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Luck of the draw.
Now, Stanley, he tells me when he was a kid, he just worried about money and finances. I never thought about things like that.
Yeah. As a kid, there was always prevalent of not having any money in the house.
Hmm.
It was very weird upbringing. But, now I just piss money away whenever it comes into my pocket. So I learned a lot from my parents.
Yes. That must be what it is.
You gave me some money? Let's spend it.
They say that the alcoholic doesn't fall far from the tree. What do you think Joey Jojo was like as a kid? I bet he was a fucking doll.
He was a sweet, sweet boy.
Just looked like fucking Buddy Holly.
Yeah, it was adorable.
You never got in any trouble for your parents?
Yeah, quite a bit, especially in high school.
Gay stuff?
Well, no.
Inviting dudes back there.
I would stick a lot of gay stuff up my butt, like marijuana pipes.
Honey, I'm worried about him. He's got a marijuana pipe and it's brown.
He's got all this gay stuff in his butt.
My mom
found it.
My mom would find paraphernalia and then convince herself. She would do like mental gymnastics to convince herself that they're for cigars or tobacco. She would say
Just to try to make it better?
Yeah, just to make
Smart.
it better. Yeah.
You were a big weed head as a kid, though, huh?
Yeah,
What
especially in
age?
high school. 15 was when I started smoking weed.
And you just jumped in hard.
Really, I wanted to be John Bonham growing up. So I was just
Far
like,
from that.
yeah, I did.
Isn't it weird that you wanted to be somebody who wasn't even alive and making music anymore? When you
Looking back, yeah. But at the time, I was just like, I want to be the next John Bonham. So I would like have long hair, always wear tie-dyed shit.
Long hair,
Smoke
huh?
a lot of weed because I thought
Yeah,
that's
you
what
showed
you need to
pictures of him.
do.
He was a real long hair. I saw him before.
Really?
Yeah, very long.
Well, they asked Gail and I to do this show in 1975, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I start to think about some of the bands that were big then. They're still playing arenas today, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we did a show in and that's 40 years ago. If we did a show in 1975, we wouldn't know who the fuck to play from 1935.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, we'd be like, I don't know, this is Winchester Cathedral. You know? I mean, I guess that'd be like Bing Crosby. You know?
But I feel like the young people now, they look back and enjoy music of the past.
They definitely, you were right about that. They love it. They don't pay for it.
Right.
No.
But they
don't got that many.
I am amazed. Like, there has been a obsession that I've had my whole life. And I was too young to have the obsession. And my brother thought it was weird that I was obsessed with the Doors and Jim Morrison.
Mm-hmm.
I could fucking get on a bus with 19 and 20-year-old kids and sit there and just start bringing up Jim Morrison, and they would know, and they would say the same stories back to me. Like, that weirdness has still stayed.
So you were before your time in many ways.
I was, except for I didn't go as far back as kids do
Right.
now.
You're only going a couple of years.
No, I mean, I was interested in the early days of rock and roll and the R&B stuff, you know what I mean? But never on a level, and never had the opportunity to get to the information that he would have had, you know, that Joey Jojo would have had on Led Zeppelin. I'm sure you could have read everything there was.
Oh, yeah. And I pretty much did, too. So I knew everything about them. And not just that, like classic rock, too, just because the internet was right there. And VH1.
Who were the bands for you?
Zeppelin, Beatles, Hendrix, Animals, Cream, all those guys. Pink Floyd, definitely in there. All those bands, yeah.
I always think it's funny that one band will always pop in that wouldn't have been with the regular classic rock people, and that's the Animals.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always somebody be like, "Oh man, I'm in all the bands, the Monkees, the Stones." You're like, "Wait, did you say Monkees when you start this off?" There's always that one thing. You know, your stuff falls into a lot of girl group stuff.
Yeah.
From the early '60s.
The Ronettes, the Marvelettes, all the ettes, really.
It's all right in this
The
neighborhood.
Crystals. Yep. I
that songwriting.
Yeah, I got very obsessed with the girl groups of the 60s.
So meeting Ronnie Spector was like your thing.
It was crazy. It was beyond emotional. Particularly when she took my hand and then remember she took my hand and sang "Be My Baby" to me before she even started the interview, and I was just like a puddle. I was like, oh god.
That's wild. Well, when we're talking, this is really strange because like I brought up, if you went back 40 years before, Bing Crosby or maybe early parts of Sinatra and all that, the one person who really did ride that incredible arc is the father of Rashida Jones. Quincy Jones was playing with like Train and all those guys and took it all the way up to pass through Michael Jackson. I mean, that's her dad, and I'm not even going to bring it up with her because she's got her own projects, but her dad had such an incredible life, not only living that life, but contributing to, the contributions that he gave to Sinatra's music and jazz and blues and rock and roll and soul music, all the way up to the biggest albums that ever sold of all time, Michael Jackson's. It's stunning when you think about a life like that you're able to transition and move into the next thing.
He's phenomenal. He's like such an icon, but yet I don't know. Do you think that he gets brought up? Do you think he gets enough credit for?
Well, he gets enough financial credit because he produced that stuff. So,
sure. But I mean,
all right, let's just say this. Maybe the general public doesn't know everything about the producers, but everyone who makes music.
That's true, yeah.
Loves that man. And, he did get the financial gains from all that. I mean, a huge percentage of Thriller alone went to him. It's crazy when you think about it.
Nuts. Got that Thriller cash.
He does. Got that Thriller cash. Why don't we make a little room here for Rashida Jones? You know her from The Office, Parks and Recreation, her movie career. And then she's got a TV show coming out that's like a cop show, Something Tribeca. We're looking for it, Chris.
I'm looking for it, yes.
Yeah. Again, she's not here to promote that, but I know that they've shot the
Angie Tribeca,
which is going to be like a funny cop show. But and she's writing Toy Story 4.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. And her mom was Peggy Lipton and is Peggy Lipton. What am I saying was? She was raised by one of the real California icons, an absolute California icon, and one of the most beautiful women that ever lived. And the fact that Peggy Lipton and Quincy Jones got together and then had these gorgeous kids who were also smart and talented. It's crazy when you think about it. So let's interview and have in Miss Rashida Jones. Rashida Jones is in studio with us. And if you were a casual viewer of pornography, this film will turn you off a little bit. It's Hot Girls Want It. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of Inside the Sausage Factory. Everyone thinks, oh, I enjoy eating sausage, but then when you see how it's made, a little depressing.
There's a little bit of that going on there. Yeah. Yeah. It's cause for a pause. And asking some questions about who are the people who are providing entertainment.
Well, the kids, and they're kids in this. They're 18 years old, and it's basically open mic night at the Sex Factory. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are not really prepared for a career in porn.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things you don't consider when you're 18 and you go to Miami to pursue porn because you want to be a porn star and you want to marry a rapper and you want money and you want fame and you want glamour.
Sure.
There's a long road and to get there if you ever get there. And that long road consists of some pretty high costs that are physical, psychological, emotional. Not everybody is suited for every job, but this, it's I think because we sort of we're comfortable being overtly sexual now. That's sort of like you brand yourself and you're sexy on social media. You think it's kind of like the next logical step. You know, I have sex in my real life, so why wouldn't I have sex on camera? But it's very different. There's a lot of takes, and you're not necessarily attracted to your sexual partner, and there's
You
a lot
don't
of things
even
to
know
consider.
them.
You don't even know them.
Yeah.
You don't even get a chance to know them.
You show up, you meet them there, they shoot this fast, then you're back outside and you're like, what just happened? Did I
Yeah.
like it? Did I not like
Yeah.
it? And you know, we're talking about money, but it's not even prostitute money. You know what I mean? The money is fairly small for these kids.
Well, for them, it's not small. I mean,
Yeah.
going from making
All right.
$8 an hour to making $800 for one shoot in one day feels like a huge, huge thing for them. But I think the problem is it's unsustainable for the most part because they get there and they go on these calls for amateur porn, and you can only do that for a limited amount of time because everybody wants the fresh new face, and there's so many 18-year-olds that go there to do the same thing that you can only do that for a certain amount of time. And then you have to kind of start negotiating with yourself. Am I open to other types of porn, more violent porn, abusive porn, torture porn, fetish porn, S&M, bondage, things that you didn't necessarily think you were going to do. And now you're like, I'm here and I want to make money. And is it worth it to me? And, you know, without really understanding what the cost of doing those things actually is.
When you started this project, did you think of it like it was going to be a cautionary tale? Or did you think there's a lot to learn here and you weren't sure where it was going?
I came on later as a producer after they finished shooting and really when they were editing. And, you know, the filmmakers are incredibly sensitive and they come from journalism. And it was important to them that both sides were presented, that it felt balanced and that it wasn't the story about like broken girls who go pursue this thing that's going to be really bad for them. It was more about, you know, where we are culturally now as a country and, you know, what we're looking for and how we choose to make money, and does money actually equal power? And if it does equal power, should you feel good about it all the time? And, you know, and I don't think they set out for it to be a cautionary tale, but I think that there's absolutely caution in this movie. It's not without, you know, we wanted to show what it really looks like, you know, and unfortunately the girls that we followed, like, I wouldn't say any of them are success stories. Nobody broke out. Nobody kind of stayed the course. It was really difficult.
Well,
for
no
all of
one
them.
really does break out these days because we used to have a porn industry with professional people who did this.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like everything else, the computer opens it up to everybody. Now, the thing is, you're not always ready to do that just because you can,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So that's the real cautionary tale is, again, here's another way that the computer has changed our lives in a way we were not ready to prepare anybody for.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, it is sort of like this next generation is going to face some challenges because it's not, people don't go to trade school. It's not about like, you know, honing a skill and
Right.
going out and doing it. Now it's like the end game is to be famous and to be rich, and
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of doesn't matter how you get there. It's not about like having to have a talent or having to do this thing. It's like just getting there or just acting
Right.
like a rich person or acting like a glamorous person. Like there's a pursuit of lifestyle that like trumps everything else. And I think that's actually kind of part of the problem is like you miss all the internal steps to get there.
Well, absolutely. And you have like zero help to get there. So there's no one to think about, oh, are we plotting something? I mean, I assume that these girls think that this is, leading to be a sex symbol, but it's not going to happen, not in this way.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, I mean, the porn industry is very big, and there's lots of different types of work conditions and rights and lack of rights and whatever. We wanted to focus on this one area where we felt like these girls' naivete is being exploited because there's a lot of people who know that they'll come here and they'll be looking for glam and fortune and fame, and you know they can sort of like use them for however many films they're going to use them for, and then they can move on to somebody else.
But here's the difference. Like in the old days, you would go to Hollywood or you would go to New York and you get off the bus and you'd meet weird people who would lie to you and get you into an industry that you weren't ready for. Now, but through the computer, we're reaching out into these farm towns and anybody would want to leave their hometown. That's what you do when you're a kid. But the fact that suddenly it shows up in your bedroom, oh, I'll pay for your way to Miami, that's crazy. That's a crazy choice to make.
I mean, look, it's probably no crazier than making the choice in the 70s to move to LA and be an actress. I mean, it really is. It's not a marginal thing anymore, porn. It's really prevalent in mainstream culture, pop culture. There's people who are famous for their sex tapes. Like that's like an actual thing. So it's not for them to think that that's like a viable goal is not the crazy part. I think the thing to really consider is, whether or not as a culture we want to stop and ask ourselves some questions about what we value.
Right.
And are we putting too much value on a girl's sexualization, not even her sexuality or sexualization? Is it minimizing our choices as women to be successful and to be seen and to be appreciated in other ways?
And then once again, it's still a male run business. The girls show up there, and the dumb kid, I was really ready to see some pimp type guy that was fast talking, but he's just a regular kid.
Yeah, he's just a sweet kid.
Yeah, and he's just like running an Uber service in a way, and he's driving them around, and they're all part of this thing. No one seems like it's really in charge. Again, it's not a real industry.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's really scattered, and there's so many different ways to do your business. I mean, the only legal difference between porn and prostitution is a camera.
Right.
It's the only difference.
So,
and that's, a lot of these girls show up and they go to like a job and they do what they're going to do, and the guy never turns on the camera. So, it's not what was promised to them, but then there's no regulation. So there's nobody to be like, what you did was wrong.
Yeah. See, I think even down to being a sex symbol has changed. You were raised by an actual sex symbol. Your mother, Peggy Lipton, was California to an entire generation. Her and Michelle Phillips made everybody want to just say, why do we live here? Let's go out west. But what do you know about Peggy Lipton now? Nothing. She's still a mystery. Michelle Phillips is still a mystery. We don't know really who they are. We know what they presented us. It was always done very professionally. You put out a sex tape, and I kind of feel like we know who you are even more than you know who you are.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain entitlement to people's private lives where it's like you actually can't have a career as a celebrity in any way unless you let people into your lives. Like you have to have a Twitter account, you have to have an Instagram, you have to make it seem like it's actually your life. You have to brand yourself. That's part of what people feel entitled to now. It's also because celebrity is the most important thing. It's not like why you're a celebrity. It's just that you're a celebrity.
It's never about the work the way it used to be. No.
But this is a conversation that like people who are not of a certain generation are having, and I think they have it every generation. It feels, I think, really heightened right now because there's so many outlets and there's so many ways to get information about people. But I'm with you. I feel like I missed my movie stars having mystery. I miss my rock stars having mystery. Like I don't want to know everything about your life. That's your life. You're allowed to do that. This is your career. Your career's not your personal life.
Right. And it was presented to you a way that they're not regular people. Mick Jagger's not a regular guy. Prince is not a regular guy.
Right.
Now you have to be somewhat of a regular guy.
Right. But because this is now like culturally, like privacy's kind of over. It's just over for everybody, even the normal person. Like everybody gets hacked every other day. Everybody has an Instagram page. Everybody's the celebrity in their own reality show of their life, and everybody's self-branded. So, and there's no line between public and private anymore. It's very, very murky.
But that also keeps us from having anything special. You know what I mean? We're not going to have another Jack Nicholson. It's just that simple. There's not going to be a big star who stops the clock anytime he does something.
Right. Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I think I miss that time, but in celebration of trying to like integrate to new generations, I do think that there is something good about like, think about how much tolerance has been created because there's less boundaries. I mean, there's like kids don't have to feel shame about their sexuality, about their choices, about, their bodies. Like women can choose more to be free sexually. I mean, whether or not they're connected to it is a different story. But we definitely have taken some leaps and bounds in terms of like things being sex positive. It's just, I think it's like reached it's critical mass now.
But some of that, I think, cost us in art. You know what I mean? To not have outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that the Village had great homosexuals generation after generation who left the farm, came to the Village, either wrote songs or books or plays, because they were outsiders, made it almost better. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, this thing of, nothing. And again, it's almost like nothing matters, no matter what it is.
Yeah, it's true. But think about how many more people in the gay community live in happiness and contentment in their own relationships, in their own skin, with their own families now, because those people came to the Village and were the outsiders. They made it easier for all these people to live and exist and for it to be normal.
Right.
Like they actually, you want to be normal in that circumstance. I agree. It's hard to find anything special because everything's available all the time. But I do think that there's some good things about our level of tolerance as a country, you know. It's tricky. I don't know. I just don't know where you go from here.
I think Tennessee Williams would be appalled if he thought gay people were married and living in the suburbs. You know, I think it was like, what? Is that what we want it to be all this time? But it is. I think it's the most confusing time. Like people always talked about the '60s as being confusing. I think this blows everything away because I'm in meetings about all this social media and I see people lying. That when they say they have a handle on it, they don't. No one does.
It's completely gotten away from us.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody feels totally overwhelmed and also probably not happy. Like I talk to a lot of people who are like, I don't know how to be happy in my life because I'm supposed to be this thing in my own life. And then I'm also supposed to present my life on social media as this really amazing thing that I want to make other people jealous that they're not a part of. And it's too much. It's too much to handle.
Yeah.
I feel completely overwhelmed by it.
Yeah. I think it's a constant 24-hour a day slug. And then if you do go viral or you get something, 12 hours later, it doesn't matter. Right. It's already done.
Yeah, people
Everyone's
don't care about
moved
anything.
On. No.
Yeah.
No matter what that happens cool now, the backlash is immediate to it, you know?
Do you think that there will be some sort of normalization since so many young girls broke into amateur porn, though, that there's going to be a generation of people like we all made this mistake and now we can move on?
Maybe it won't be a mistake.
I do. I actually think the girls of that generation, I mean, the girls that we talk to, the fact that it lasts forever is the least of the concern, actually. Like, they don't care that much about, like, the fact that the films are there forever. So I do think it's already more normalized than it would have been, like, 10 years ago. I mean, think about it. Like, Rob Lowe had a sex tape in the 80s, and it for the time, it ruined his career.
Yeah.
You know, people stopped calling him back. Had that sex tape come out 20 years after, it would have made him a giant star.
It would have been even bigger,
Yeah. So, you know, I think that there is something normal about it. I think the question is, whatever the actual personal costs are, like, it would just be great if there was some protection to limit those costs, you know? Forget about the mistake part of it, just the way that it makes them feel, you know?
But I'm sure that you're right, Gail, in the fact that at one point, you know, we were saying to young women, you know, the fact that you're a smoker, people are going to talk about that, or you wore a bikini on the beach, people are going to, you know, all these things that I'm sure the parents of the time thought were massively gigantic mistakes. You will never get over it. Yeah, we're going to have presidents and first ladies that have had sex tapes. We're going to have to.
And certainly these girls are regular girls, you know, and that's why they're being targeted. I mean, the film focuses on a couple girls, but the main girl that we're following around doesn't play into any of the stereotypes.
No.
She doesn't seem like an addict. She wasn't bad in school. She appears to have a supportive family. And, it's amazing to think like that's what.
Well, she wants out. She's Luke Skywalker. She wants off that goddamn farm planet and go where the action is. But the thing is, here's what you're supposed to do. Like my generation, you sell drugs for a couple years, you save that money, you're able to move out. You know, no one ever leaves home prepared. You either join the army, which is pretty crazy. You know, the thing about But I'm watching this and I'm like, oh, this should be stopped. And then I'm like, well, wait, I'm pro-choice. If you're going to say young women can do what they want, you've got to support the fact that, all right, let's not turn them into criminals. Let's not make this against the law. Let's just make it a dumb choice.
No, I mean, it should not be against the law. I don't think that's the solution. I mean, I don't know if there's like a way to tweak the age of consent. The problem is teen is the most search word in porn. So if you change the age limit to 21, everybody knows that your product is fake. Then they really have to confront the fact that it's fantasy.
Yeah.
You know, so also you could do a lot of other things at 18. So there's you can't present a good reason why you should change the age limit, you know?
Yeah, you're exactly right. If you're going to be able to, go to Iraq, then anything is open.
Mhm.
Although we don't let them drink, do we? We will not let them drink.
Yeah. But that's because that was originally attached to a bill about building roads.
Right.
So
DUI
they
stuff.
like snuck it in there.
Right.
You know?
It always comes back to federal money.
Yeah.
If you want federal money, you got to follow some of these things. It's a really interesting documentary, though. I found it fascinating because at the end of it, you don't have an answer, like a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, like you said, if we could just see kids that were on crack and even as far as targeted, I don't think that these kids are targeted. It's just the door is open for them now. Just
The
go
door's
in.
open. I mean, really, the thing for us is if the movie can serve as some sort of education for a girl who's thinking about going in, for a guy who watches porn and never considers the people who act in the porn, for a parent. I feel like it's just a world that hasn't really been explored.
Right.
And it's a color of a world that hasn't been explored that it's sort of time to take a look at.
Hot Girls Want It will be released this Friday, May 29th on Netflix. More information, go to hotgirlswantitmovie.com. Rashida Jones, thank you so much.
Thank you for
being
having
here.
me. Thank you.
And we'll see you next time coming through.
Yes.